In this video, we're going to build some coolest features of Hermes agents and OpenClaw. For Hermes agent, we're going to build a self-improving agent. It can create skills from experience, improving them during use, and nudge itself to persist the knowledge. For OpenClaw, we're going to learn how to build a memory agent that can persist the memory across session. We're going to talk about OpenClaw files like memory.md, soul.md, and dream.md. We're going to learn how to connect our agent to Telegram, and we're going to connect it to Slack. We can interact with our agents via Slack or Telegram. We're going to learn how to do it, and we're going to talk about deep reset agent. We're going to learn how to build an agent that can work for a long period of time. Now, let's get a quick demo and see how it works. And as you can see, this is the platform that we're going to build here. We got a human loop. Now, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take that input and then I'm pass to the agents, okay? I'm going to inform the agent that I'm going to work on an autonomous browser agent that can purchase product online, okay? And I'm passing some core features. Now, we're going to take that input and then we're going to pass it to the agent, okay? We're going to pass it that input and then the agent's going to work on it. And as you can see in here, guys, the agent start working. You can see right here, we got here the backend. The backend is built in Node.js. And here you can see the agent is working actually. Okay, the agent is working. Okay, now I'm not heading to Telegram here and then I'm passing an input. You can see we got here Telegram. Tell me about ongoing projects. We're going to take here that input and then we're going to pass into Telegram. If I pass here this input in Telegram, we're going to make a webhook request to our app and then the agent's going to remember literally everything. Yeah, you can see the agent respond here about the ongoing project. You can see we got here autonomous browser agents. If I head into Telegram again here, I pass here tell me about features. We're gonna pass here the input. Yeah, you can see the agent respond here. Let me head into Slack here and I can interact with the bot here. I can pass here hello. I'm gonna mention here the bot first. We're gonna pass here my bot and then we're gonna pass here hello. If I pass here hello, the agent's gonna react immediately. We're gonna pass here our input and pass here, mention here the bot again, and then I'll pass here how it's going and tell me about ongoing projects. Okay, how it's going and tell me about ongoing projects. And then I'm passing our input. Let me pass here another input. We're gonna mention here the bot and tell me, yeah, I'm gonna pass it, tell me about tech stack. Tell me about tech stack. Okay, here's another input. You can see first the agent respond here. Okay, here, hey, things are going well. Autonomous browser agents, we got here some core features. Now I'm gonna ask the agent to tell me about tech stack. I'm pass here this again. You can see the agent reacts. Here's the tech stack for the autonomous browser agents. Okay, it reacts here. Now I'm not heading to a Telegram here, and then I'm pass here another input. It's the starting date of the project, October 1st. And if I head into my app here, I'm not heading to my app here, and I'm pass here is the starting date of the browser agents. And then the agent's gonna respond here immediately. You can see it already respond here. Okay, we get here this data. Okay, now it already respond here. Let's go back here. We pass here an input. What is the starting date? You can see actually the agent is speaking. Okay, I don't have a specific information about the browser. Okay, we're gonna pass it here. October 1st. Let me pass here October 1st. You can see here the agent respond here. I don't have a specific information about the browser agent project started. We're gonna pass here October 1st. October 1st. Okay, like this. If I pass you this, and then they're gonna save that into the memory. And pass you save that. Okay, like this. You can pass you this. And if I head into in Telegram and pass here, what is the starting date of the projects. If I pass you this, the agent's gonna react immediately. Okay, and this is how the agent is able to persist the memory across session. Okay, this is the memory agent which is working. It cannot forget anything about you. It improves as you're working with it. Okay, this is how it works. Now we're gonna see how human loop works. Okay, we're gonna pass here an input. Okay, pass here an input. We are going to ask the reset agent to perform a critical operation within our app. Okay, you can see actually it's thinking, and then they're gonna prompt her to approve this operation. Okay, you're gonna see in a matter of seconds, you can see actually the agent is working, and you can see the prompters. Okay, I'm gonna approve this operation. If I click here approve, they're gonna delete that file. Now let's see how the deep reset agent works. Okay, here's the input. Make a research how to create a React agent in LangChain and generate a reports. Okay, we're gonna take that input and then we're gonna pass in here. It's gonna make a deep research. We're gonna pass it that input, make a research how to create a React agent in LangChain and generate me a report. Okay, you can see actually the agent is thinking and then it's gonna start making a deep research. Okay, you can see actually the agent is thinking and actually is working, and then it's calling here tools and then it's gonna make a deep research. Okay, you can see the agent start working here, start working. Okay, you can see actually the agent created to do here, created to do. You can see actually the agent start updating here, the to do is working. Okay, this is how deep research agent works. And at the end, we're gonna give final reports on how to create React agents in LangChain. Okay, actually the agent is working on it. Okay, actually the agent is working on it. And guys, it's been 5 minutes, the agent's still working. And as you can see on the back end here, the agent is generating here some reports here, and at the end it's gonna compile them into a single report. The agent's still working. Okay, still working. Here you can see we get here these report files. Okay, when it's gonna finish, you're gonna compile them into a single report. Okay, the agent continues working here. Yeah, you can see finish. It finish here, the agent finish. And then you can see actually is working on the phase 4 here, synthesis and report generation. And then it's gonna move on phase 5, quality assurance. And then it's gonna export here the final reports. Okay. Okay, it already finished here 5 tasks out of 9. Okay, you can see already finished here 5 tasks out of 9. King and pass here, show me the reports. Show me the reports. I'm gonna pass you this, and then you're gonna get here full reports. Yeah, you can see guys, the agent generate here final reports. Okay, here's the final reports here in Markdown. We got here final reports. Okay, we got here this. Okay, here's the final reports in Markdown. Now I can read it. Okay, the agent finished working, guys. Okay, we got here final reports. Alright guys, before we get going, we're going to talk about some chapters that we're going to encounter throughout this video. We're going to start with the first chapter. We're going to install Node.js, Express, and TypeScript. This is the tech stack that we're going to use throughout this video. And then we're going to move to the second chapter where we're going to work on the authentication. We're going to use Google Auth. Then we're going to move to the third chapter. We're going to learn how to build a memory agent. We're going to learn how to build an agent that can persist the memory across session. We're going to talk about OpenClaw memory files, soul.md, dream.md, working memory.md, and memory.md. We're going to talk about that. We are going to learn what is a stateless agent, and also we're going to compare a stateless agent versus a memory augmented agent. On the fourth chapter, we're going to work on the login page, and we're going to design the chat interface. On the fifth chapter, we're going to work on the thread API. Then we're going to move on sixth chapter. We're going to work on the chat controller. On the seventh chapter, we're going to learn how to build Slackbot. At the end, you're going to know what is a bot. We're going to talk about some advantages of a bot, and we're going to talk about webhook. On the 8th chapter, we're going to learn how to build a self-improving agent. It's an agent that can improve itself. You can pass it an input and reflect on it. Okay, that's how it works. And here's the learning loop. We have here user interaction, skill retrieval, task execution, self-reflection, skill creation, and memory persistence. We're going to learn what is this learning loop. We're going to learn how to build it. Then we're going to move to the ninth chapter. We're going to learn how to build a Telegram bot. And then we're going to finish by building a deep research agent. We're going to learn how to build it. It's an agent that can take a long period of time making research, and then it's going to come up with a final reports that explain everything that it found during the research. And also we're going to talk about context flooding, which is a pretty amazing feature that we're going to attach to the deep research agents so that it can work for a long period of time. We are going to attach to it another amazing feature, which is human loop, because we're going to pass it some tool that needs human approval. Okay, you know, our deep research agent can perform critical operations within our app. They need approval. Without further ado, let's get started. Alright guys, now we're gonna get started with the installation. We're gonna install Node.js and Express in order to get app and running. Now you're gonna tap the first thing you're gonna do, guys. You're gonna create a project, or you're gonna run this command. Okay. Now I can pass here Mector, and here and pass here the name of my project. I can pass here, let's say, Claw projects, okay, something like this, Claw projects. And then I'm gonna cd inside the Claw projects. Let me head into the Claw, gonna pass the Claw projects. Okay, yeah, like this. Now we're gonna initialize a Node.js project, npm-y, and once you tap this, yeah, we're gonna type here npm init-y in order to initialize a Node.js project. Run this, and then we're gonna get this here. You can see if I tap here, you can see we got here the package, the JSON file. Now you're gonna tap here this command in order to install Express, and you're gonna tap this command in order to install Node.mon, TypeScript, tsnode, TypeSnode, and Type Express. Okay, run this command in order to get up and running, guys. Okay, once done, the next thing you're gonna do, once done, you're gonna head into now your text editor, and then you're gonna pass in the file here. You can see we got here tsnode. You're gonna pass in the file, okay? And if you don't want to go through all of this, you can head on the repository right here. I got a repository, the link down in the description. You can head on the repository, clone it, and then tap npm install, and then you're gonna get everything, okay? You're gonna get up and running. And yeah, you just finished. Now we're gonna head into the second chapter. Alright guys, now we're gonna work on the authentication. For this one, we're gonna use Google, okay? Google is the best option and easy to set up, okay? Now I'm going to head into in here. We're gonna head into inside of our project here. And as you can see here, we got here, I've already passed the source folder, and we have the data.env file, pass the node.amp development, and you're gonna pass the poll. Okay, this is my poll. You can pass here your poll. Now we are going to head into the package.json file, and you're gonna pass here for the type. You're gonna pass it command.js. We're gonna transpile down our Node.js app to command.js. Pass here command.js. Head into now the script folder, and then you're gonna pass the dev, and then we're gonna pass nodemon-exec. You're gonna pass here nodemon-exec tsnode/index.ts. Okay, you're gonna pass this in order to run our project. Once done, we're gonna head into now the source folder, and inside the source folder, I'm pass here another folder. We're gonna name it app. Okay, you can see we got here app folder. Now inside the app folder, I'm gonna pass here another folder bootstrap, and we're gonna pass here another folder exceptions. Okay, now inside the exceptions folder, I'm passing a file. We're gonna pass in this file here. Let me pass here header handler. Okay, we're gonna pass here a code in order to catch express errors. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. You can see next function. We're gonna import it from express. We're gonna import here this, and we're gonna pass here handle express error. We're gonna pass it the error, request, response, but also the next function. That's all we need to pass here, and then we're gonna pass the status code, and I'm gonna check here if the status code is different from 200. We are going to return here the status code, else we're going to return here 500. Then we are going to return this, okay? Now let's go back here. I'm going to head into the bootstrap folder. We're going to pass here another folder. You can see we got here express, and inside the express folder, we're going to pass in the express saver. Everybody who's watching this video knows how to create an express saver. It's pretty simple, guys. I pass here express saver, and here we're going to import here express, and we're going to import the router from express. We're going to import here course, and if you haven't already installed course here, tap npm install course. You're going to tap the following commands. Let me show you. You're going to tap here npm install course, and after that you're going to tap this too. Let me zoom a little bit. You're going to run here npm install -d. Okay, you're gonna install here the tabs for this package /course. You're gonna run this too. Okay, now we're going to pass here the express saver, and as you can see here, I import here the handle express error, and we import here and we pass here function express saver. We pass here the app, which is a parameter, and we type it with express type, and we pass here the port. The type here is number. Then here I'm gonna initialize here the roots. Okay, and then we're gonna pass the app.use. We pass here the course, and here you're gonna pass here app.use express.json to pass incoming requests. Then we're gonna handle here express errors, and we're gonna pass here testing endpoint in order to test if everything is working pretty well. Now I'm going to pass here app.listen. We're gonna pass the port, and if our save is running, we're gonna console here this. Okay, pretty easy Pretty simple. Everybody know how to do this, guys. We can't lose time. Now I'm going to pass you another file here. You can see we got here Bootstrap. We're gonna pass the Mongoose. Now inside the Mongoose folder is where we're gonna pass the database a connection. We're gonna use MongoDB. Let me pass you the DB. Okay, we're gonna pass you this. In order to install MongoDB, head on Google and type Mongoose, and then you're gonna see this. Click here, and then they're gonna take you in here. You're gonna run this command in order to install Mongoose. Okay. And in order to get the code that we can use in order to set up the database connection, you can scroll a little bit and then you're going to copy in here. You can see we got the code in here. I copy it from here and then I pass in here. You can see pretty easy. And also you're going to make sure you got the DB URL into your .env file. Okay, pretty easy. Or if you don't want to use MongoDB, you can use Postgres. Okay, it's up to you. You can use Postgres or whatever database you want. Now I'm gonna continue here. I'm not heading to the source folder, and we're gonna pass the file index.ts, and in here we're gonna import here Express. We're gonna import the Express server. We're gonna pass the DB connection, and then we're gonna pass here another function Bootstrap app. And as you can see, pass it to parameter, we pass it the Express app, but also the port. And here I invoke here the Express server, pass it this parameter, and yeah, like this. Now let's head into the source folder. Okay, here's the source folder. Okay, now inside the source folder, I'm passing our file at the root. Here you can see we passing our file at the root, and in here we're gonna import the Express server. We're gonna pass the .env. Now in order to get .env, you're gonna type here this command npm install .env like this. In order to load environment variable, you're gonna type this command, and we're gonna pass Express. We're gonna pass you the ports, and then here you're gonna pass the Bootstrap app. Okay, yeah, you can see pass the app, but also the port. And now if I get into here and I run this command, we're gonna run our Express server. Okay, let me pass you this command. We're gonna pass npm run dev like this. Yeah, you're gonna see. Yeah, you can see, as you can see, our server is running. And if I click here and I pass here, you can see we got here server is up. Okay, we got a message here, server is up. Our Express server is running pretty well, guys. Okay, it's running. Now the next thing we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna head on npm.com, and then we're gonna run this command. Okay, let me show you. Yeah, you're gonna run this command in order to install Passport. Run this command, and you're gonna run this command in order to install Passport Google Auth 2. Okay, run this command too. Type npm install. Okay, once done, we're gonna go back into our text editor, and then we're gonna continue with the developments. Now let's head into Express server, and in here we're gonna import here Passport. We're gonna import Express session. I forgot to show this. Tap here npm install Express session. You're gonna install the Google strategy. We already installed this, the Passport Google Auth. And you're gonna install Connect Mongo. Okay, you're gonna install this package. Because we're gonna install the session into MongoDB, you're gonna install this. And if you wanna learn more about it, you can head into in here, and then you're gonna read it. You're gonna read here this doc. Okay. Now in order to use it, we're gonna head into in here, and I'm gonna pass the constant a session, and you can set pass the store. This is an object. And pass the Mongo store that create. We pass the MongoDB URL, and we pass the name of the collection where we're gonna store the session. And as you can see, I copy literally everything in here. Okay, this is the object that I copy here, and then I pass it into a constant. Okay, and then we're going to take here this object here. We're gonna pass it to Express. Okay, we're going to take that object, and then we're gonna pass the app.use session. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, you can see we're gonna take it, we're gonna pass it here. And as you can see here, I'm checking too if the Node.env is equal to production. We're gonna pass here trust proxy, and we're gonna modify the value of secure here to true. And here you can see now we take here that object, we pass it in here, and then here pass here passports initialize and passport that session. We initialize here passports, and as you can see, if I head into in here. In order to initialize Passport, we need to copy these two lines. And let me show you, we got something right here. Let me look for initialize. If I look for initialize, you're gonna see in order to initialize passport, we're gonna pass this and this to express, okay? And now I do the same thing here. Then we're gonna pass the passport.use, okay? I copy these two from here, okay? You can head into here. If I pass here passports, yeah, pass here passports.use, okay? I copy that code for right here, okay? You can see pass here local strategy here. Actually, I'm using Google strategy, as you can see. We're gonna pass here Google strategy passport.use Google strategy. We're gonna pass here the Google client ID. I'm gonna show you how to get these keys, don't worry. And we're gonna pass here the Google client secrets, and we're gonna pass here the callback URL, and we're gonna pass here this little callback. And once we create a user, we're gonna console here create user, okay? Then we're gonna pass here passport serialize, and we're gonna pass here passport deserialize. And here and pass here the endpoints that we're gonna use in order to authenticate. We're gonna pass here localhost / Google, and then we are going to request for this to scope. We're gonna request for the profile, but also the email. And here we're gonna pass here the callback URL, and pass here passport that authenticate, pass here Google, and then we're gonna pass here app.auth /me. If the user pass this into the browser, we are going to return an authenticator use. Okay, we're gonna return res.json like this, and we just finished, guys. We just finished. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy these keys here, and then we're gonna head into the data. We're gonna pass there. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here like this. We're gonna get rid of this here. We're gonna remove here. I'm gonna remove this, and we're gonna remove here this, okay? Yeah, like this, and then we're gonna pass here equal, and here we're gonna pass here equal, and here equal. Now let's head into Google Console to get the client ID and client secrets. I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna open my browser here, guys. Now you're gonna pass here Google Auth. Tap here this. Okay, once you tap Google Auth, you're gonna see this. Scroll a little bit, and then you're gonna click here. Okay, Google Auth platform, click here. Okay, they're gonna take you to Google console.cloud.google.com. Click there, and then once in here, you need to create a project. Okay, you can see we got here this button. I'm gonna click here, and then as you can see, we got here new projects. Okay, I'm gonna click there, and then here I'm pass here OpenClaw clone, like this. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna click here create. Okay, once you click create, they're gonna take you to this interface. Okay, you're gonna see something like this. Okay, you can see create projects, OpenClaw clone. Okay, we just created a project. Now the next thing we need to do, guys, I'm going to click here data access. Click there. Okay, once you click on data access, we need to add here scopes. Okay, you can see we got here this button. Yeah, first of all, let me select here my projects. Let's select here OpenClaw first. Okay, we select it. Okay, once you select your project and you head into the access, you're gonna see something like this. Okay, you're gonna click here get started. So once you click get started, you're gonna see this. We're gonna pass here the app name. I'll pass again here OpenClaw, and we're gonna pass OpenClaw like this. Then we're gonna pass here our email. Then next here, we're gonna select here external. I'm gonna click here next, and I'm passing again my email. I'm passing my email again, and I'll click here next. I'm gonna click here agree, continue, create. Okay, once you click create, they're gonna take you in here. Okay, let me click here. They're gonna take you to this interface. Now what I'm going to do next, you can see it right here. We got a button, create all of clients. Click here. Okay, once you click here, they're gonna take you to this interface. Now click here web application. Okay, now you need to select here. You need to pass here the name of your projects. Yeah, you can see I'm passing again OpenClaw, and then we're gonna pass here the authorized JavaScript origins. This is the URL, and we got here the ports is 5,000. As you can see, we pass it in here. Now we need to pass the authorized redirect URIs. And for this one, I'm gonna head into in here. I'm gonna copy it in here. Okay, you're gonna pass here this, and I'm gonna copy that. We're gonna pass it in here, guys, Like this, you're gonna pass here the port. As you can see, I pass here 5000, which is our ports, and then you're gonna scroll a little bit, you're gonna click here create. Okay, and also you're gonna take this, you're gonna pass into your app, you're gonna pass here callback URL, and pass it in here. Now we need to pass here the client ID and the client secrets. Okay, I'm going to pass here my keys. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to go back here, we're gonna go back, and then I'm going to get here. First here, I've already got here the client ID. I can copy it in here. I'm gonna copy the client ID, and then I'm passing here like this. Now we need to pass the client. Now we need to pass the client secrets. Now let me go back here, and then I'm gonna copy it. Okay. Okay, I've already clicked here. Okay, we got here the client ID. Okay, now we need to copy here the client secrets. For this one, let me head into data access first. Let me click here first to see if I'm gonna get it. Okay, you can see I'm gonna click here back, and I'm gonna click here create clients. Okay, I'm gonna click here, and then I think I've already created clients. I'm gonna go back here. Okay, we're gonna go back here. Now let me head into first data access. Okay, data access here, and then let me add here scope, and I'll click here. Now we are going to select here these two checkbox here. We're gonna select this and this. Now scroll at the bottom here, and then you're gonna click here update. Okay, like this. Now you're gonna click here save. You can see we got here this button save. Okay, good. Okay, we just finished in here, guys. Okay, we just finished. Now we need to get here the Google client secrets. Okay, we haven't already get the key. Okay, let me head into in here clients, and then I'm going to, yeah, you can see we got here the clients. Okay, we got here the clients. Let me head into in here. I'm not heading to overview, and then I'm going to look for the Google client ID. Okay, we don't have it in here. I'm not heading to audience. Okay, in here, yeah, heading to an audience too, guys. Okay, heading to an audience, and then you're gonna scroll at the bottom here. You're gonna pass here test user. Okay, if you don't pass here test user, when you're gonna try to authenticate, it's not gonna work. It's better to pass in here. I'm passing my email again. Okay, I'm gonna click here again. This. Okay, we just add it in here. Now let me head into. We're gonna head into now data access. Yeah, I'm not heading to clients, and here I got here the client ID. I haven't yet get here the client secrets. I got here the client ID. Yeah, client secret. Yeah, heading to here, you're gonna see we got here the client secrets. We got here the client ID here, and if you scroll at the bottom here, you're gonna see we got here client secrets. I'm not copying here. Okay, I'm not copying here, and then we're gonna pass it inside of our app. Okay, client secrets, and pass it in here like this. Okay, and it's gonna work. I think we just finished, guys. We just finished. Now we need to try this. Okay, we need to give it a shot and see if it works. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into my command prompt, and then I'm passing npm run dev. Okay, in order to run our app like this, we run our app, guys. Okay, we run it. Now let me head into the Express server, and then I'm going to pass it something. Okay, I'm not scroll the bottom here. I'm not sure something. You can see we got here auth/Google. This is the URL that we're gonna use in order to authenticate. Now we're gonna copy this, and what I'm going to do, I'm heading to here, and then I'm pass here localhost. We're gonna pass here auth/Google like this, and don't forget to pass here the port is 5000, and then tap enter. Okay, actually we got an error. We got an error, guys. Okay, let me check here something. I'm gonna head into here. Okay, Express. Yeah, you can see we got here this error, guys. Express session deprecated. Okay. Okay, you can see we got an error. Secret option required for sessions. Okay, yeah, we need to give a key for the session. Okay, you can see we got here this error. Okay, secret options required for sessions. We need to pass here another key for sessions. If I head into the data here, we don't have a key for sessions. Let me try to add it. We don't have here a key. If I head into the Express server, you're gonna see we need here a key. Let me head into here, And if I scroll the top here, you can see we got here something like this. Okay, we got here cookie key. We need to have here this key. Okay, I'm not heading to in here, and I'm going to pass it in here like this. Now I'm going to copy the key here. Okay, I'm not copy the key, and then I'm going to pass it in here is equal to this. Okay, we're gonna pass it this. Now let's head into the browser and try it again. Okay, let me run here my server, and then I'm passing npm run dev, and we're gonna see what we're gonna have here. Okay, let's wait a bit. The server is running. Now let's head into in here and tap inner. Oh yeah, you can see the checkers on Google. Actually, you can see choose an account to continue to OpenClaw. This is the name of our projects that we specify into Google Console. Now we're gonna click here. Okay, yeah, we got this. All right, yeah, you can see. Actually, I think we are authenticated. Okay, you can see. Yeah, cannot get /Google callback. Okay, it seems to get an error of /Google callback. Let me head into my Express server and try to check here something. Okay, /Google callback like this. Okay, and we need to pass here the front-end app URL. We need to pass in here too. Okay, we have in here pass here the front-end app URL. Okay, we need to pass in here. We are going to pass here our Next.js app URL. For this one, we are going to copy this. And let me pass here these ports. We're gonna pass here 8,000 like this. Okay, I think everything is okay now, guys. Everything is okay. Now let's try this again. I'm gonna try to authenticate again here. /Google, and then I'm tap here inner. Okay, I'm gonna click here again. Okay, let me try to run here my server. Okay, and you can see in here we got something like this. I'm gonna click here continue. Okay, we get something again, and you can see in the console here we have something. It seems we are authenticated. Create use. Okay, let me head into in here. I'm gonna head into the Express server, and we're gonna try to pass you something. Okay, you can see we got here create user. Let me pass here the profile and see what we got here. Okay, create user. I think we are authenticated, but we are not redirecting to the front-end app. Okay, we're gonna fix that issue later. Let's try it again here. I'm gonna take here this, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, I'm gonna click here again. Let's head into the console in here. Okay, let me click here continue. Yeah, you can see actually we are authenticated. We are authenticated, guys. And as you can see, we got here the ID of the logged in user. We got here the name. Okay, we got here the name, the photo URL, the provider. Okay, you can see actually everything is working pretty well. Okay, and you can see they take us to the front-end URL. This is the front-end URL. We are going to pass here the URL of our Next.js app. Okay, you can see actually works pretty well. It works literally pretty well. Alright guys, let's continue working on second chapter. As you can see, we already set up the Express server and we add Google Auth within our app. Okay, now we're going to work on the user API in order to store the user data within the database. Okay, that's what we're gonna do right now. I'm not marking this completed because we're gonna start working on it right now. And now I'm going to head into the data file here. We're gonna pass in here two key, JSON web token key. You're gonna pass here this, and refresh token key. Pass here these to environment variable. In order to generate these keys, you're gonna run here these commands. Okay, you're gonna run here these commands in order to get these keys. You can run here this, and we're gonna run here again this. You're gonna pass here these keys. Okay, once done, we need to install JSON web token. You're gonna run here this command npm install JSON web token, and you're gonna install JSON web token tabs. Run this. Once finished, we are going to head into now. Okay, I'm gonna head into the app folder. You can see we got here the app folder. Now we're gonna pass here the helper folder. Okay, I pass it here. Now inside the helper folder, I'm passing JSON web token, and in here we're gonna pass here some helper function that we're gonna use in order to generate a key. And we pass here, we import here first the JSON web token, and we import here the tabs tab here from Mongoose. We're gonna use it in order to tap the user ID, and the JSON web token payload function returns here an object that we're gonna use in order to generate token and pass it the user ID. Okay, you can see pass it this. I'm going to pass here another function, sign access token, to generate the access token. We are going to invoke here first the payload. We get here the payload. Then we are going to use the payload in order to get the key here. We're going to pass here sign refresh token. We pass here again the payload, and we get access to the refresh token, and then we pass in here, and then we're going to get here the payload once we invoke the function. Now we are going to pass in our function verify express token. We're going to use the function in order to protect an endpoint. And as you can see, we pass here rec.headers. I'm going to retrieve here the token from the header, and then I'm going to verify if the access token is valid. If it's valid, we are going to grant access. If it isn't valid, we're going to throw an error. Okay, here's the function. You can see pretty easy, guys. Pretty easy. JSON web token that's verified. This is the function we use in order to verify the token. And again, here at the bottom, I'm passing our function generate tokens. If we invoke the function, we're going to generate in parallel, we're going to generate the access token and refresh token. And as you can see, I returns both keys in here. Okay, like this. You can see everything is literally simple here, guys. If you head on the JSON web token documentation, you're going to see we have all this code. I copy literally everything from here. Okay. If you want to generate a token, you can head into here, and then you're going to copy the code. Okay. I copy everything in here. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a model where we're going to store the username, email, and image. I'm going to copy the user schema, and I'm going to head into the source folder, and then I'll pass here models like this. And instead of it, we're going to pass here user schema like this, that is. Okay, like this. We're going to pass here this. You can see pass the name. You can see pass name, email, image, Google Access Token, Google Refresh Token, and Google ID. Now I'm going to head into the app folder, and inside the app folder, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here ATP, and inside ATP I'm pass here controllers folder, and we're going to pass here first controller, we're going to pass it Auth like this. Now inside the Auth folder, I'm going to pass here repository, okay, like this. And in here, we're gonna pass it the user repository. Let me pass here another folder. Okay, we're gonna pass here user repository like this. I can pass here this user repository, user repo like this, and you can pass here the user controller like this, that's tiers, okay, like this. Okay, you can see this is the structure that we're gonna use. If I want to pass the another controller, like, let me try to pass here, let's say agents. Okay, we're gonna pass here the agent controller like this. This is the structure that we're gonna use. Okay, now inside the user repository is where I'm gonna pass DB operations related to the user collection. Now let's pass here user repo. Okay, this is the class, and I'm going to use singleton design pattern. Okay, and in here, and as you can see in here, guys, I pass here an instance. I rename it user repo. And in here, you can see we pass here get instance user repo. Okay. Then I'm checking if that instance is undefined. We are going to create here a new instance. Okay. We're going to return here this. If it's undefined, we're going to return that instance. If it's undefined, I'm going to assign it the new user repo class. Okay. Like this. And now we're going to pass here function create user. We're going to pass here user props, and to the type here is going to be Google user type. Okay. And here we're going to pass here the access and refresh token provided by Google. As you can see, if I head into the Express server, when we create a user, we got here the access and refresh token provided by Google. We are going to take these keys and we're going to store that into the user collection. Let me go back here. And now I'm going to pass here this. If the user exists here, you can see in here, I retrieve here the user. Okay, I retrieve here the user. Okay, as you can see, we retrieve here the user via the email. Then I'm going to check if the user doesn't exist. We're going to create a user. Okay, we're going to pass it name, email, picture, access, refresh token, and Google ID. Then we're going to take all this information. We're going to store that into the database. I pass it a wait that's save like this. Then I'm going to generate the access and refresh token. I pass here the user ID. And here I'm going to return auth data. Is where we're going to store the data. Okay, guys. Now I'm going to head into the else statement. And then inside the else statement here, I head in because in here you can see pass here if. If the user exists, we are going to head into the else statement. We're going to update the Google Access and Free token. And then we're going to generate here again the token. And then we're going to generate here the access refresh token. We're going to return that. Okay, like this. And we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import here the user collection like this. Okay, we import here the user collection. And we're going to import here this function. Okay, generate tokens. We're going to import it from JSON Web Token like this. You can see we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Everything is okay. Now we're going to create a tab here, Google user tabs. We're going to create a tab. Now we're going to pass the user tabs to TS, and we're going to pass here now the type. Okay, here's the type, Google user type. As you can see, we have here the ID, display name. We got here the name. And if I head into the expressive, you can see we got here the profile. We're going to type it with user type. Yeah, Google user type. We're going to type it with we're going to type it like this, okay? And if we type it like this, as you can see in here, we got an error. Okay, we got here an error. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass it just any. I'm passing just any, but I know the type of the profile here. Okay, I know the type here. Let's pass here first this. Okay, let's import here first the user repo. And inside the user repo, we're going to pass here the Google user type. And you can see it's right here, the data. And now I'm going to import here this. Let's go back in here and try to pass here the Google user type and see what we're going to have here. Okay, I'm going to copy Google user type again. I'm going to head into the expressive. I'm going to pass in here. Okay, you can see actually we don't have here an error. Okay, everything is okay. Yeah, we got an error. Let's import it in here like this. And now we're going to get rid of this. Okay, you can see pass the user repo. And then we're going to invoke here the create user function in order to create a user. And in here we got an error. Okay, we got here an error as we just are here this time. Let me try to pass here as any to see what we're going to have here there. Okay, you can see we got here an error. We got here an error, guys. Let me just pass here any, okay, in order to remove here this error, okay, this typing error. Okay, if as a pass here any, we get rid of this typing error, okay, and we pass here profile. Okay, everything is gonna work pretty well. Now I'm going to show you something, guys. You can see if I head into the user repo and I scroll at the top here, we got here this. We got here an alias. Okay, you can see @/tabs/user type. If I head into the package.json file and I tap npm run, we are going to get an error. If I head into package.json, and you can see here we run here this command. If we run this, we are going to get an error. In order to resolve this alias that we pass in here, we need to install this package. Head on the npm.com, and then you're gonna copy this command. You're gonna install tsconfig path. I'm going to take that, and then I'm pass in here in order to install that package. And I'm going to take here now this command here. I'm gonna pass it into my package.json. You can see we get here this command. I'm passing in one. Okay, now we're gonna pass in now tsconfig path /register. We're gonna get rid of this. Now I'm passing this. Okay, now I'm gonna run here npm run dev. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, actually we are going to register these alias and it's gonna work. Okay, actually we don't have an error instead of app. We don't have here an error, guys. Everything is working pretty well. Okay, we don't have an error in here. Okay, connected. Now what I'm going to do, let's open here MongoDB, and when we're gonna create a user, we're going to check that. Let me head into the data and see here the name of our app. Okay, you can see the name of our database is OpenClaw. Now I'm going to look for OpenClaw in here. Let's look for OpenClaw. Okay, let me scroll a little bit. OpenClaw, yeah, you can see we got here OpenClaw. okay? And we got here the user table. Inside the user table, we don't have anything, okay? Now let me head into the browser and try to authenticate here. We're gonna pass here again localhost. For the ports here, guys, we're gonna pass the 5000, and then I'm tap enter here. Okay, you can see again the tick as on Google. Now we need to authenticate here. I'm gonna click here. Okay, now we're gonna click here continue. We're gonna continue with the OpenClaw account. Oh yeah, you can see actually we created a user. We created a user. Now let me head into MongoDB here and click here refresh. Yeah, boom. You can see, guys, we got here user. Okay, you can see it works pretty well. We just finished with this chapter. Okay, we just finished, guys. We created a user. Okay, we created a user, guys. That's great. And now, guys, we're gonna move to the third chapter where we're gonna talk. We are going to talk about the OpenClaw memory breakdown. We're gonna learn how to design the OpenClaw memory system. I'm gonna show you how to do it. Before we get into the details, guys, we're going to learn what is an AI agent. So what is an AI agent? As you can see on the diagram, we got here a user which is interacting with an agent. And an agent, by definition, an AI agent is a computational entity that perceives its environment through inputs. It reasons and plans using LLM as its cognitive engine and take actions. This is the definition of an AI agent. An AI agent is a computational entity that perceives its environment through inputs. It can reason and plan. I'm going to give you another definition. An AI agent is an LLM with tool. An LLM with tool can take actions. It can create a user. It can run tools. Okay, that is the definition of an AI agent. An AI agent is an LLM with tools. This is the first definition. Another definition, an AI agent is a computational entity that perceives its environment through inputs, reasons, and plan using LLM as its cognitive engine. Okay, this is the definition of an AI agent. And as you can see in this diagram, we have a user who is interacting with an AI agent. You can pass a query to the agent, and then the agent can generate an output for the user. Okay, that's how an AI agent works. Now we're going to talk about a stateless agent, and we're going to talk about a memory augmented agent. So what is a stateless agent? A stateless agent is an AI agent that cannot remember previous interactions. You can see in here we got a diagram. The user can pass it an input, it perceives it, and then reasons about it and produce the outputs. But if the user asks the agent about the previous inputs, it cannot remember because it doesn't have the memory. You can think of a chatbot. You pass it an input, it perceives it, reasons about it, and it produces the output. That's how a stateless agent works. Is a chatbot. You can pass it an input and generate the output. It doesn't have the memory. We got also a memory augmented agent. So what is a memory augmented agent? A memory augmented agent is an AI agent which has a memory. It can remember previous interactions. I can pass it an input and I ask the agent, what was my previous input? It's gonna remember about it, okay? And it can remember about my preferences, what I love, what I like. It can remember literally about all of this because it has tool that allows it to retrieve data in memory. Okay, we're gonna learn how to build a memory augmented agent that can remember previous interactions. Now I'm going to head on OpenClaw. Head into the memory overview. We're gonna try to understand how the OpenClaw memory system works. Now you're gonna head into here. We're gonna try to read here this section a little bit. Okay, memory overview. OpenClaw remembers things by writing plain markdown files in your agent's workspace. The model only remembers what gets saved to the disk. There's no hidden states. In here, they said that OpenClaw saves its memory within plain markdown files. And we got here memory.empty, which is considered as the long-term memory where we store durable facts, preferences, and decisions. This file is loaded at the start of every DM session. Every time we're going to send an input to our agent, we're gonna load the content within the memory.md. Is where we store the preferences, durable facts about the user. We got another file here, which is the daily notes. We're gonna pass it the current dates.md. We can consider this file as the working memory or the short-term memory. We're gonna load the file every time we're gonna send an input to the agent so I can remember previous interactions. We got here dreams.md. This file is edited by the agents. The agents store contents inside of it about what it learned about a recent activity. That's what the agent passed in the dreams.md file. We got here memory tools. The agents has here some tools like memory search. The agents use the memory search tool to find relevant nodes using semantic search engine. It means we can pass an input to the agents, and if the agent doesn't know about it, you can try to call the memory search tool in order to retrieve the data from a semantic search engine. For this one, we're going to use Pinecone. And we got here memory gets. This one, it allows the agent to read a specific memory file. Now let's talk about the so.md file. Click here, personality guide, click here. Now OpenClaw has here another file which is loaded when you are chatting with the agents, okay, which is the so.md. They said this so.md is where your agent's voice lives. OpenClaw injects it on normal session, so it is a real way. If your agent sounds blind, hangry, or weirdly corporate, this is usually the file to fix, okay? Let's say your agent sounds in a human way. You can try to edit the file in order to fix that. I can ask the agent to behave, let's say, in a rude way. And then I can edit a file, and then the agent's gonna do that, okay? It's gonna behave like a straight boy. You can head into the so.md and you're gonna modify here this stuff. Now we are going to head into the practice, guys, in order to understand this pretty well. We're gonna get our hands dirty. I'm going to head into the public folder, and then we're gonna pass here memory. Okay, let's pass here first this. As you can see, pass here memory folder. Now inside the memory folder, I'm passing the memory.md. Memory.md is the long-term memory of the agents. We're gonna pass here so.md, and we're gonna pass here dream.md, and we got here the daily notes. We have here the current date, here the current year 2026. We're gonna pass here the current date. Let me check here. I'm pass here the month, and then I'm pass here 25. That's .md. Like this, we got here 4 memory layers, guys. Okay, pretty cool. Okay, we have here the daily notes. We got here dream.md, memory.md, and so.md. Okay, now I'm going to head into the app folder here. I'm gonna pass the OpenClaw memory, like this. Now in here, we're gonna pass in the tools folder where we're gonna pass in memory tools. I'm pass here the prompt for the agents, the memory prompt. We're gonna pass here. I'm pass here semantic. I'm pass semantic. We can pass here semantic db. Yeah, I can pass here store. Like this is where we're gonna pass the semantic engine. We're gonna use Pinecone in our case, like this. Okay, yeah, like this. Now we're gonna pass here the system prompt. Let's pass here the system prompt. Okay, here's the system prompt, guys. Okay, memory-based system prompt. You are a conversational context-aware AI assistant with explicit memory tools. Your primary responsibility is to answer the current user message clearly and intelligently. The user is always the final authority in everything. You must follow these rules. Available memory tools. We got here write memory. This tool allows you to write into the long-term memory. Search memory tool, it allows you to retrieve long-term vector memory entries. Use these for past user preferences, user goals, personal info. We got here tool usage section. I explained the LLM how to use these tools, how to use the set memory tool and the write memory tool. Where to store, we pass username, preference, long-term goals, long-running projects or task, do not store sensitive info like password, phone numbers, secrets, and automatic memory for user activities. Whenever the user describes what they are learning, starting working on building, practicing, or researching, you must automatically store this information into the long-term memory. Okay, we pass here the system prompts. Now let's head into the tools folder. Okay, inside the tools folder, I'm gonna pass here the first tool. Okay, let me show you. You can see we have here search memory. This is the tool that we're going to use in order to search into the memory. And guys, I'm going to use here LangChain. We're going to use LangChain. If you don't know LangChain, I invite you to go check out my LangChain course. I teach everything you need to know about tools. Okay, go check out this video, guys, if you don't know what is a tool in LangChain. And you can say import here the tool function from LangChain. First of all, we need to install LangChain. We haven't already do that. Head on LangChain. And then LangChain.js, tap inner. I'm gonna click here. Okay, we are going to head into the installation menu. Okay, let me click pass here LangChain and pass here LangChain. And then I'm gonna tap inner. Okay, now you're gonna head into the installation menu in here, guys. And then you're gonna run here this command in order to install LangChain. And if you got installation errors, try to pass here this file. Pass here .npm rc. You're gonna pass here legacy pdefs is equal to true if you got installation errors. Okay, you're gonna do this, you're gonna install LangChain. Now let me head into the search memory tool.ts. Okay, this is the tool that the agent's gonna use in order to retrieve data in vector database into a semantic search engine. Okay, it's gonna use here this. It's going to use that tool in order to retrieve data into a semantic engine. Okay, now we are going to pass here the tool. We pass here the tool name and we pass here the description. As you can see, I pass here a detailed description. I explained the LLM how to use this tool. Okay, this is how we create a tool in LangChain. If you don't know what is a tool, I invite you to go check it out my LangChain course. Okay, and you can see inside the tool, into the tool body, I comment here the logic. We're gonna get into that later. Okay, let me pass here another tool. I'm pass here write memory. Okay, this is the tool that the agent is gonna use to write into the memory. Okay, you can see pass here write memory tool, and you can see here's the logic. Let me get rid of the logic. Here's the structure first of the tool. It takes here one input, which is the content. And it takes here only one input, which is the content, and the type here is a string. Okay, now let's pass here the tool logic. Okay, it's the tool logic. We pass here the current date. Okay, and then formatted date here, we're gonna get here a date to string. If I copy this, let me see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna head into here. I'm gonna pass here node and pass here this. Let me pass here formatted date. You can see we got here formatted time here, formatted date here. Yeah, we got here the time. Okay, when we're gonna insert into the memory, we are going to store also the time. Okay, I want to know when the users passed this message. Okay, we are going to store even the time. You can see I can pass here time. Okay, we're going to take here the time. And then I'll pass in here. I'm passing the time and the content. Okay, and we are going to run here now this function. Okay, you can see pass here append the file. We are going to pass here the current working directory, and then we're gonna pass here memory. We're going to pass here the user ID. You know, in our app we can have many users, more than one users. Now it's better to pass here the user ID. This is the long-term memory, and we're gonna pass here the content. Okay, append a file. This is a helper function. We're gonna create the helper function to insert into the memory that empty. Okay, and if you got an error while inserting into the long-term memory, we are going to return here this file you're trying to read doesn't exist. Okay, we're gonna return here to the agent. Okay, this is the tool. Okay, this is the tool, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy here some helper function. Okay, we're going to use this helper function to write into the memory and to retrieve data from the memory. I'm going to head in here. I'm going to head into source folder. We're going to pass the helpers, and we can pass the file system helpers. File and pass the file system helpers. Okay, like this, the TS. And then we're going to pass these functions. And if we head into the app folder, you can see we got here helpers in here. Let me pass here now JSON web token. Okay, I can try to move here this into the helpers folder. I'll move that here, and then we're gonna get rid of this one here. Okay, in order to avoid confusion. Now let's head into the file system helpers, and then what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to, as you can see, we import here the FS module, path module. We got here function resolve save path. Okay, we use the function in order to resolve a path. I'm not explaining you how it works. Let me copy this stuff. Okay, let me copy this stuff. Okay, let me first show you something. Current work there. If I pass here is equal to process.cw, I can pass here this path that's resolve here. Yeah, path that join, and then we'll pass here process.cwd to get the current working directory. Okay, we're gonna get here the current working directory, guys, and then we're gonna pass here public, and then we're gonna head into the memory folder. Memory. Okay, we're gonna head into the memory folder, and the memory folder is located in the public folder. Okay, first of all, we get here the current working directory. Then we pass here the public folder. We're gonna have here the memory folder. We're gonna have the possibility to write into these files. And in here you can see we got here now this function here, ensure parent. We're going to make sure we got here the memory folder. That's why you can see I pass the ensure parent. You're gonna make sure we got the folder. Okay, let me get rid of this. We got here empty file. We are going to use the function in order to empty file. As you can see, we are going to resolve here the path first, because I can pass here this. Let me show you. Let's say I call the function. I'm gonna pass here the current working there, like this. Okay, and then relative path, I'm gonna pass here memory.empty. Okay, if I pass here memory.empty, we're going to resolve the path, and then I'm going to empty the file. You can see pass here the root there. This is the root there, and the relative path. I pass the file name. Then I'm gonna make sure if we get a file, and here you can see pass the fs write file, pass the file path, and we pass the empty. If I put my cursor here, you can see text the file path and the data. For the data here, we pass here empty. We aren't gonna put in anything. Now let's get rid of this here. Okay, you understand this. We got here create a file. You can see pass here again. Resolve set path. We're gonna make sure we got here this. Okay, and we're going to do this again. We're gonna pass here create a file. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass the current working there, and here we're gonna pass here relative path here. The relative path I wanna write into the memory. I can pass the memory.md. Then we're gonna pass the content that I wanna put in. Okay, pretty easy. We got here read file to retrieve the data from a file. Again, we're gonna pass the root there, the relative path. We're gonna pass the file name. We're gonna get here the content. You can see pass the fs read file. We're gonna return here the content. We got here another function to update a file. Okay, you can see update file. Okay, this is the function that we're gonna use in order to update a file. Okay, you can see we're gonna pass the root there, relative path, the contents. To append data within a file, we're gonna use here this one, and you can see we use the function in here. Let me first import it in here. We use it in here. As you know, in a file, we may have something like this. Let's say for the first time, I pass here this. I pass here hello. Okay, for the first time. For the second time, I pass hello world. Hello world, we are going to append. Append is add. We're gonna add something. Now we got here this to get the current date. Let me copy this. Today date string. Let's see what we're gonna get in here. Okay, yeah, let me copy this again. Okay, we're gonna pass this. Okay, if I head on OpenClaw here, I'm not heading to memory. You can see we got here this memory file, which is the daily nodes. Okay, we are going to use the function. We're gonna generate here this. We're gonna generate here this, and then we're gonna use here the current date.md to create a file. Okay, you can see this the idea, guys. Okay, we got here this, and this one to get a time, and this one to check if a given file exists. Pretty easy, guys. Cool. Let's continue. Now I'm gonna head into here, and you can see passive use data. Let's head into the tabs folder, and then we're gonna pass here another tab, exports, passive export interface. Okay, export interface here. We're gonna pass here this user data. I can pass it is ready right now. I'm gonna pass the tab is gonna be a string like this. Okay, and now we're gonna head into here. We're gonna import here this tab. Okay, like this. Cool. Okay, everybody in here understands what I'm doing. Okay, cool. Let me close here this to make stuff simple to see. And guys, you can see actually we got here this. Now I'm going to pass here another folder, memory manager, and inside the memory manager, we're gonna pass a memory handler. Okay, that TS is where we're gonna pass CRUD operations about the memory. Let's pass here another file. We're gonna name it context builder. Okay, like this, memory handler and context builder. Okay, cool. Let's go now into the store folder. Now I'm going to pass here another file, multi-vector. Yeah, we're gonna pass here embedding. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this folder store. I'm gonna delete here this. We're gonna pass here pipelines. Now inside the pipelines folder, we're gonna pass here embedding. This is the embedding pipeline. In order to embed data, we are going to use this. And guys, I consider you got the basic. You know what is an embedding model. I'm not gonna get into the details, guys. I got a course for this. Go check it out, the ChatPDF video, the link down in the description, or you can check the right course. I explain that. Okay, we're gonna pass here embedding the TS is where we're gonna pass the embedding pipeline, and we're gonna pass here retriever. Yeah, this is the retriever pipeline, the TS, like this. And guys, before we continue, we are going to need an API key from Pinecone. Head into your Pinecone dashboard and pass here Pinecone. And I'm not heading to my Pinecone dashboard. Okay, I'm not heading to here in order to get an API key. And also you're gonna head on Cohere and pass here Cohere, head into Cohere dashboard, and then you're gonna get it. Okay, API key, click here, and then you can see in here, once you create an account into Cohere, we're gonna use an embedding model provided by Cohere. Head into here, and then you're gonna grab your API key. Once you grab your API key, you're gonna head into your app here. Let me show you. I've already passed here my key, I think. Yeah, we got here Cohere. You can see Cohere API key. I've already passed here my key, and we got here Pinecone API key, Pinecone index, which is the name of the database, and Pinecone environment. For this one, you're gonna let it empty. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff at the bottom here. I'm gonna delete that. Now head on Pinecone, create an account. Then in order to create a database, now what you have to do is to click here create. I can pass here random DB. Okay, here's the name random DB. Then you're gonna select here a Llama text embedding v2. This is an embedding model provided by NVIDIA. Select that, then click here create, and then you're gonna get here a database. Head into database. Let me head into indexes. If I head into indexes, you're gonna see we got it in here. Copy here. This is the name. You're gonna copy the name here. Oh yeah, let me go back here. You can see here's the name of my index. Copy the name, and then you're gonna pass in here. You can see testing db12. I pass the name, and I pass the API key. Do that, and it's gonna work. And guys, if you wanna learn all of this from scratch, go check it out. My LinkedIn course or right course or go check out the ChatPDF video. The link down in the description. Let's continue. Let's head into the retriever here. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to import here. We're going to import here this class. You can see we import here the document class. We import here the recursive character splitter in order to split a document into multiple chunks. We import here Cohere. We import here Pinecone. We're going to use Pinecone as a vector database, okay? And we import here the UUID in order to generate a UUID. Now we're going to pass here load raw docs. This is the function that we're going to use in order to load a document, okay? I'm going to pass here now create parent docs, okay? Now you can see we pass here an object. It takes here a document, an array of documents, and we pass here the user ID. Then I'm gonna extract it. We extract here an array of documents, and we extract here the user ID. And then we're gonna take this array of documents. We're gonna pass it to the recursive character splitter in order to split it into multiple chunks. And as you can see, pass here the chunk size is 2000, and the chunk overlap here 400. We use the chunk overlap in order to preserve the meaning. And then we're going to split it. Okay, we're gonna split it. We're gonna have here chunks, and then I'm going to iterate through these chunks. Okay, I'm going to generate a UUID, and then I'm gonna pass to each chunk a metadata. And you can see pass here doc type. This is metadata. We pass here. You can see the parent. We pass the chunk ID. We pass the parent ID, the source, the user ID. This is the metadata we pass to a parent doc. Now, once we got here this, we're gonna return here this. Okay, we're gonna return here. We're gonna return here this metadata to the parent doc. As we got the parent doc, now we're gonna use the parent doc in order to create a child doc. We're gonna take a parent doc. We're gonna split it into multiple chunks. And once we split a parent doc into multiple chunks, we're gonna have a child chunks. Okay, you can see the chunk size here is 8,000 and chunk overlap here 100. And then I'm going to create two metadata for child docs. As you can see, I'm gonna iterate through the child's docs here, and then I'm gonna create two metadata. And we use metadata in order to retrieve data. Okay, I think you know this. I consider you know this. If you don't know what is a metadata, I invite you to go check it out my RAG course or my ChatPDF video. You're gonna get the code. Okay, go check out these two videos, guys, in order to get the basic. Now we get here to we pass to child docs metadata. And then as you can see here, we use the function in order to create child doc from parent doc. And in here, I reference a child docs to a parent doc. Okay, so that when we're gonna retrieve a child doc, I'm gonna use the ID that we got within the child doc in order to retrieve the parent doc. Okay, that is the logic of parent document retriever. Now let's continue. We're gonna pass in now the doc embedding pipeline. We're gonna invoke here these functions. We pass here the doc, the all docs, and the user ID. Then we pass here Cohere embedding in order to embed a document. Then we're gonna take here these embeddings. We're gonna pass it to Pinecone. Okay, and here you can see pass here load raw docs. We load a doc here. Then we pass here create parent docs. We pass in here, and we are going to create here parent docs. And then we are going to pass here create child docs to create child docs. Okay, and once we got child docs, so we're gonna take here these child docs. We're gonna pass it to Pinecone, and then we're gonna embed it. Okay, and yeah, you can see we pass here parent and child docs. And that's cool. We just finished. Now we're gonna head into the retriever pipeline. Now in here, guys, we're going to import here the document class. We're gonna import to the recursive character splitter. We're gonna import here Cohere and Pinecone and the UUID. Okay. Now we're gonna import here to contextual compression retriever, and we're gonna import here LLM chain extractor. Okay, if you don't know what is a contextual compression retriever, I invite you to go check it out the ChatPDF video clone. I teach everything you need to know about it. Go check it out. We use the contextual compression retriever in order to remove noise from the retrieving data. That is the goal of the contextual compression retriever. Now we're going to pass here query vector DB. We're going to pass here only the user ID and the query. Then we're going to extract the user ID and query, and we're going to retrieve here top free parent doc. Then we are going to, you can see in here first, we pass here a key parent. It means we're gonna retrieve top 3 parent doc, and he'll pass here a cohere to get embeddings, and he'll pass here again pinecone. Then we're gonna take here the embedding class. We're gonna pass it to this function from existing index. Then we're going to retrieve here now a child docs. You can see we pass here metadata. We pass the doc type is equal to child and user ID. And once we got here the child docs, we're gonna use the child docs in order to reference to a parent doc. That is the goal. Okay, that's how it works when we are dealing with parent document retriever. And then we are going to get here parent ID. You can see pass here parent chunks ID. Then we are going to use this parent ID here in order to retrieve now parent chunks. And here you can see pass here now the contextual compression retrieval layer. You know, we can retrieve data from the vector database and based on the user query. And this data can contain nodes, can contain irrelevant data, which is not related to the user inputs. Now we're gonna use this contextual compression retrieval layer to get rid of irrelevant data from the retrieved data in order to avoid hallucination. Now we are going to pass here the retriever, and as you can see, pass here now the query, and then we're going to retrieve here the query and retrieve docs. Okay, that's how it works. Pretty easy guys. Okay, pretty cool and pretty easy. Okay, we're just finishing here too. What we're gonna do next, guys, we're gonna create the LLM class. You can see we have here the LLM. You can see you have here LLM chain extractor from LLM, and we pass here the LLM. Okay, as you can see, we got here a class LLM, that get instance. We're gonna create a class, okay, in the source folder. Let's head into the source folder, and then we're gonna pass the LLM. Let's pass here the LLM.ts. Okay, like this, cool, like this. And guys, you can see at the top here, we have here some headers. We got here some headers, some tapping headers. In order to get rid of these headers, we're going to install here LangChain community. We're going to run here this command. npm, you need to run here this command, and then you're gonna get rid of it, okay? And guys, the installation finish. Okay, you can see we get rid of this tapping header, okay? Do that. Then you're gonna get rid of this tapping here, guys, okay? Now, the next thing we're gonna do is to create here another retriever. This one is gonna be a keyword-based search, okay? You can see we get pipelines. I'm passing another one, keyword retriever. Okay, we are going to use BM25. Okay, head on LangChain. Let me pass here this LangChain.js BM25. Tap inner. Okay, here on LangChain. Okay, I don't see it here. Let me pass here LangChain BM25. Okay, we got here this. They explain how to integrate the BM25 retriever. And you can see we got here Python. We need to switch into TypeScript. Okay, now let me look for BM25 retriever here. I'm not heading to integrations. And then we're going to look for BM20, retrievers. Okay, we got here retrievers. Now I'm gonna look for BM25 retriever. Okay, this is BM25 retriever. We're gonna pass it an array of documents. We're gonna pass it this. Okay, this is how we use it, guys. Okay, in our case, we're gonna pass it a file. We're gonna pass it a file. Okay, you can see in here, we are going to pass here a file, and then in order to retrieve data, we're gonna pass the retriever that invoke, and then we're gonna get here the retrieve documents. Okay, this how it works. Pretty easy. Now let's go back here, keyword based search, and here we are going to pass here BM25 retriever. As you can see, imported from LangChain community retrievers BM25. We import here documents, recursive character splitter to split a document into multiple chunks. And I pass here a function export document as string, okay, to convert a document to string. Now we're going to pass here BM25 retriever, pass the document, then I create here documents, and we're gonna pass it an archive file. Okay, we're gonna pass it an archive, and here we're gonna take here this doc, we're gonna pass it to text splitter to split it into multiple chunks. Then we're going to pass it to BM25 retriever. And to query the BM25 retriever, we're going to pass here retriever.invoke. Okay, this is the BM25 retriever. And once we have here an array of doc, you can see we're going to have something like this. Okay, this is an array of doc. We're going to have here an object, and we got in the page content property. Now I want to return only a string. You can see I iterate through the document array. Then I eat here the page contents. Then I convert it into a string. We're going to get a string, and then we're going to return it. Okay, we are going to pass in an array of documents. Okay, this is the BM25 retriever. Now I'm going to pass here. We're going to pass here another folder compressor. Okay, we're going to pass here xrouter. I'm pass here custom xrouter. Okay, this is an xrouter. You know, we got here too. If I head into search memory, okay, this is the tool. Let me head into my escalator here. I want to explain you something. You can see this is the search tool. Okay, inside the search tool, we're gonna pass in. Yeah, I'm going to pass in. We're gonna pass in the query multi-vector function. We're gonna pass in query vector DB function. I think we got here this. If I head into pipeline, you can see we got here query. Yeah, we got here retriever. Now in here you can see we got here this function query vector DB. Okay, query vector DB. Now inside this tool, we are going to invoke in this function in order to retrieve data from a vector database. Query vector DB. This is the tool, and the tool name is search memory tool. Okay, this is the tool. We're gonna pass in the query multi-vector DB, and we're gonna pass in a BM25 retriever. Okay, we're gonna pass in a retriever, and here, guys, this it's gonna return data. We're gonna have here data from this, and for this too, we're gonna have data. Once we have here these two data, guys, we are going to take the data. We're gonna pass it to a compression layer. We are going to have here a layer that allows to retrieve noise. Okay, we're gonna name it extraction layer. And pass here layer. Yeah, like this. The goal of the extraction layer is to remove noise from the data. As I said previously, we may retrieve, let's say we retrieve 5 doc. We retrieve 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We retrieve 6 doc. But in this 6 doc, we have irrelevant doc here. Now I'm going to take the data. I'm going to take that. We're going to take that here, guys. And we're going to pass it to the LLM. Okay, we got here the LLM. Now, the goal here is to filter the data. Okay, I'm going to take that, and then we're gonna get something like this. You can see in here we got 6 doc. We got here 6 doc. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, in here we got 5 docs. I'm pass here. We got here 5. Okay, we got here 5 docs here. Okay, now once we pass here to the filter layer, we are going to end up, let's say, with 3 docs. I'm gonna pass here 3 docs, okay? And this is what we're gonna pass to the LLM. You know, we are going to remove noise from the data, okay? We're gonna end up with something like this, okay? Pretty cool. And I think you understand, guys. Now we're gonna create the custom xrouter, okay? I'm not heading, and then we're gonna pass here LLM. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here custom. Yeah, we're gonna pass a custom extract, okay, like this. I can pass here custom LLM extractor, okay, like this, that's yes. And then we're gonna pass here this class. You can see we got here a huge system prompt here. Okay, you can see we import here the LLM class. Okay, let's import here first the LLM class. And as you can see, we pass here the system prompt. Okay, I'm going to copy the system prompt. Let me copy this system prompt. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass it into the prompt folder. Okay, you can see pass here the React agents, and then here we got here the agent outputs, and then we're gonna return here the response. You can see pass here the user inputs, and here we pass here the data. Now let me pass here first the system prompt, and we're gonna read it a little bit in order to understand what it does. Okay, I'm going to head into the prompt folder and pass here. Yeah, let me head into again prompt. You can see inside the prompt here we pass here the memory system prompt. Let me pass here another system prompt. Okay, I'm gonna pass here export counts LLM and pass here. We're gonna pass here custom LLM extractor prompt. Okay, like this is equal to this. We're gonna pass here this system prompt, and as you can see pass here this. You are high precision relevant filter for retrieval augmented generation. Your job is to extract only the most relevant and non-redundant parts of the retrieved data to answer the user's question. You are giving two different sources: vector database results, semantic search, daily log archive, BM25 retriever. We pass you the task. Analyze both sources together. Extract only the parts that directly answer the user's question. Remove all duplicates or overlapping information across sources. Strict rules: extract text exactly as it appears. Do not paraphrase, do not explain anything, do not merge or rewrite. Okay, this is the system prompt, guys. Okay, this is the system prompt. Now we're going to head into the LLM extractor, and then we're gonna pass it there. Okay, you get the idea, about it. And I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna pass here the system prompt, custom LLM extractor. Okay, like this. I'm not importing here, like this, and then we're going to return here this, and pass here custom LLM extract. Okay, like this. Okay, now I'm going to take this. I'm going to head into now the tool. You can see here's the tool. Into the search memory tool, we got here the query vector DB and the BM25 retriever. Now let's head into, I'm going to head into, as you can see, we got here the search memory tool, and we're gonna pass it here. First, let me pass it the user ID. I extract it from config. We're gonna import here the current working directory. We're gonna pass here to the memory handler. We haven't already created a class, so we're gonna create it later. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to uncomment here relevant long-term memory, and here we are going to read an archive. I'm gonna explain you what is the archive. We import here query vector DB. We pass in here. We import here the format document string. We are going to get the data from the vector DB. We're gonna format it as a string. And then here, okay, we is equal to relevant long-term memory is equal to data retrieved from vector DB. You can see pass in here like this. We append data to this variable. Now we're going to check here. You can see we have here archive log. I'm going to check if we got that. We got the file. If we have here the data from the archive file, we're gonna pass it to the BM25 retriever, and we're gonna pass it the user query. Okay, data retrieved from the log archive. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, and again here, I'm going to apply now the filter. We're gonna pass here custom LLM like this, custom LLM extractor. Let me go back into in here, custom LLM extractor. We're gonna import in here in order to remove noise. You can see in here we retrieve data from the vector DB and we retrieve data from the BM25. Now we're going to filter the data. We're gonna remove irrelevant data, and then we're gonna get here something like this. Okay, this is what we're gonna return here. Okay, you get the idea. Now let me explain you the read archive file. Okay, you can see we get here this function read archive. So the archive file, we get it from the working memory. You can see we get here this file. We get the archive file from the working memory. So in which process we get through in order to get the archive? Let me explain you. you can see actually we got here this. We got the working memory. Yeah, this is the working memory. Okay, guys, I'm gonna pass here working memory. Okay, or we can call it daily notes. Daily notes. Okay, we load this file on every time we interact with the agents. Now, we got here a file. We got here another file, context builder. I'm gonna pass it in here. This is a class, context builder. So what is the goal of the context builder? The goal of the context builder is to assemble the context for the LLM, is to assemble the context for the LLM. We are going to load here the contents of the memory.md. We're gonna load here this sol.md. Okay, sol.md. We are going to load here the daily log. We are going to load here this. Okay, we're gonna load here this. Okay, we're gonna load here this, and we're gonna load we are going to load only 3 files here. Okay, now when we load these 3 files, we are going to get here, we are going to calculate the number of tokens we got. Okay, let's say the number of tokens is equal to, let's say the number of tokens is equal to 7k tokens, and we got here a threshold into the context builder. In the context builder, we're gonna have a threshold that we need to respect. Okay, I'm going to pass here thresholds. Here's the threshold. For the threshold here, guys, we are going to pass here. Let me close. Yeah, we're gonna pass it for the thresholds. Thresholds, we are going to have, we're gonna say for the thresholds, we need to have within a chat session, we need to have 12k. Okay, as a threshold. Now, when we are interacting with the agents, this file grows every time. This file grows, and once it grows, we are increasing the number of tokens. When we are going to hit here 12k tokens, we are going to run into a compression layer. I'm going to take here, we're gonna take here this data, and then we are going to pass this to the LLM. Okay, we're gonna pass this to the LLM. We are going to compress the data, and then we're gonna store that into the vector database. Okay, we're gonna store this data into the vector database. Can pass it vector database. Okay, we're gonna store that the data into the vector database, and these are going to be considered summaries of all these 3 files. We are going to make only summaries. We are going to do only summary of the daily note files. We're gonna get only summaries, and once we get summaries, what I'm going to do, I'm going to empty the file here. I'm going to empty that. We are going to empty that. We're gonna pass here empty. I'm gonna empty here the file. Once I empty this, I'm going to take the contents, the actual contents that we got within the daily notes file. I'm going to store that into the archive. Yeah, you can see we are going to create an archive. Okay, and then we are going to create an archive folder, and then we're gonna put in the content. We're gonna put in the content of this file. Okay, we're gonna have here archive like this, and then we're gonna have here something like this. We're gonna have here the month, and we're gonna have here the day, that empty. We're gonna create an archive of this. Okay, we're gonna take the content that was in here, we're gonna put it in here, and then we're gonna empty here this. This is the logic. We are going to empty this. Yeah, we're gonna empty here the daily notes. We're gonna empty that. Okay, this is the logic. Okay, this is the logic, guys. Okay, that's why I rate here. You can see every time I'm going to retrieve, every time we're gonna try to retrieve data with the tool here, search memory tool, I'm going to retrieve data from 2 sources. We got here the vector DB and the BM25. The BM25 is going to retrieve data from the archive. archive, I'm passing archive .md. Okay, we're gonna retrieving data. Okay, archive.md. Okay, when we're gonna try this, you're gonna see how it's gonna look like, guys. Okay, don't worry guys, you're gonna understand literally everything from here, guys. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into now inside the memory handler. Okay, you can see we got here memory manager, memory handler, and I'm going to pass here, I'm gonna import here first this helper function. We import here this helper function, and here now memory manager. Then we pass here constructor, we pass here the memory root. We are going to initialize these files. Okay, in here inside the init, we invoke here ensure core files. We're gonna create the long-term memory. We're gonna create the log archive. We're gonna create here this file. Let me show you. We're gonna create the daily notes. This one here, we're gonna create it. We pass here the memory root. Daily notes. This one here returns the current date. I've already shown you. Returns here this. We're gonna create it, and we're gonna create here the so is where we're gonna pass the agent personality. Okay, and if you notice, we pass here the user ID because we may have many users within our app. That's why I prefer to pass here the user ID. Okay, now I'm going to pass here a loop. Okay, we're going to pass here a loop, and then we're going to create these files. Okay, we're gonna iterate through the default array, then we're gonna create these files. Okay, now I'm going to pass here ensure today log. We're gonna make sure we got here this. Okay, we're gonna make sure we got these files. That's why we invoke here this. We're gonna pass the log interactions, and you can see pass the append. We're going to use the function in order to add data within the daily note. We're gonna add here data, and we're gonna pass the log archive. We're gonna use that to write into the archive, and we got here empty file. To empty file, we're gonna use the function today log path to get the path here, which is basically this. We got here this. We're gonna get here this path, this name here. If you run here this function, and read archive to read an archive, we're gonna pass here this. And here, guys, I'm going to pass here the current date here. You can see daily log archive. Yeah, you can see we don't pass here this daily log archive. I'm gonna pass here this. Okay, we need to pass here the date. Okay, like this. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and we're going to scroll at the bottom here. I need to pass here these two. Okay, like this. Okay, and we're gonna pass it in here too, right here, like this. Okay, and we just finished in here, guys. We just finished, guys. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into now the context builder. I can pass a context aggregator. We're gonna modify the name context aggregator. Yeah, like this. This is a better name, context aggregator. Now let's head into in here, and then we're gonna pass here the context aggregator, and we pass here free property, memory, model context limits. Model context limit, yeah, use data. Okay, this is the limit that I was talking about. Yeah, we're going to pass here 12K is the limit within a session. If we exceed it, we're gonna run into a compression layer. We're gonna compress the memory, and we're gonna take here this summary. We're gonna compress here this. Once we got here, as I said, we're going to compress here this, and then we're gonna get here summary that we're gonna pass the vector DB. Okay, and if we need a summary later, we're gonna use the A can use the search. The A can use the search memory tool to retrieve data there. Now we're gonna pass here this constructor, memory handler. Okay, you can see pass the memory handler, model context limit, and use data. And then we pass here assembler. It takes here the user inputs. Okay, user inputs, and we're going to retrieve here the data from the store.empty. We're gonna retrieve here the data from the memory.empty. Okay, and we're gonna retrieve data from the we're gonna retrieve the data too from the daily note file. Okay, here's the daily note file. Okay, we got here this. We're gonna retrieve the data in here. I use here this function in order to get the data, and then we're gonna pass here fixed layers, system layer. Okay, we're gonna pass here this, and then we're gonna pass here fixed text. I'm going to take here this array. I'm gonna convert it to string, and then I'm going to estimate the number of tokens. I got a function in here in order to estimate the number of tokens. We're gonna copy this, and we can pass it even here. Okay, to estimate the number of tokens. Let me explain you that. Let me copy this, and then I'm pass it into the helper function. Okay, you can see we got here helper. Okay, we're gonna head into helper. We're gonna pass here token.ts. We're gonna pass in here. Now we are going to go back here. Now we're gonna pass here number of tokens is greater than model counters limit. If is greater, we are going to compress the memory. Okay, you can see we're gonna take here this data here. We're gonna take here this. You can see we got here this. We convert it into a string. And then we got here the final prompt. Number of tokens. We estimate the number of tokens. Then we're gonna compare it to the model counters limit. If is greater, we are going to head into in here, and then we're gonna compress that. Okay, and we're going to write into the archive. Okay, we're gonna create now the archive. We got here the function. Okay, we're gonna create the archive, and then here I'm going to take that. I'm gonna take here this content. I'm gonna embed it. Now we call here our function doc embedding. We call here this pipeline. We call it. Okay, we call it, guys. And here too, we need to pass here this class, the document class, in order to remove the error. Let me move edit tab here, and then I'm going to pass here something. Let me head into the doc embedding. We are going to copy the document class. Let me pass it in here like this. We're gonna import here the use data interface. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. We're gonna import here this function. Okay, we are going to create also the compress short-term memory tool. This is the tool that we're gonna use in order to compress the memory. Okay, we're gonna create it. Okay, we're gonna copy this, and I'm gonna head into the tools folder. Okay, I'm pass here this tool. Okay, I'm passing here, and as you can see, guys, this tool is located right here. Is located in here. Okay, right here. This is the LLM here. You know, once the daily note file, this is the daily note file. Okay, once it grows, we are going to pass it to the LLM in order to get these summaries. And then once we have here these summaries, we're gonna pass it to the vector database. And as you can see in here, we got here this structure. Okay, let me show you. We got here the same structure. As you can see, first here we compress the data. Okay, we compress it, and then I'm going to take that. I'm not writing to the log to archive. I'm not write the data into an archive, and then I'm going to embed it. You can see we pass here doc embedding. I can even do this, something like this. I can take here this, and then I pass here the stuff. Okay, I'm gonna embed it. Okay, and once we embed it, we are going to empty here. Once we embed it, now we are going to empty here the daily log file. Okay, if I click here, you can see we're gonna empty here the daily log file. Okay, now let's create here the tool. Okay, I think we already created it in here, compress short-term memory tool. Now I'm going to copy these contents, and now I'm gonna pass in here. You can see in here we don't have here a lot of stuff. We have here only we got here only this. Let me get off this and this. In here we import here the LLM, and we're gonna use here again minimax, fileworks minimax. And then here's the system prompt. Then we got here the tool compress. Yeah, okay, you can see we're gonna pass here the message. And then we're going to return here the summaries. Okay, now let's try to write here the system prompt. You are memory compression agents, okay? Your task is to compress a fully daily char log into a clean, durable summary. And then you can see we pass here some rows, okay? You can see this how it works. It's pretty simple. Now let's go back into the context aggregator, and then we're gonna import it in here like this, okay? We pass in here, okay, and we just finish. Let me see here. We finish, guys. Now we are going to return here the prompt, and we're gonna return here the estimated token, okay? We just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do next here is to create here into the OpenClaw index and pass here another folder, another file. We're gonna pass here index now, index.js. Yeah, index.ts. We're gonna pass here index.ts. Now we're gonna pass here the path module, memory handler, context aggregator, raw memory tool, search memory tool, create agent, so create a React agent, and we import here the memory-based system prompt. And in the file is where we are going to aggregate. We're going to build now the memory agent. Okay, we're gonna put everything together in order to have a fully working agent. Now I'm gonna pass here now a function. Okay, this is a function, OpenClaw. Okay, this is the name of the function. We pass it the current working directory, and the current working directory for our memory agent is gonna be the memory folder in the public folder. We pass it the model, and I pass it the model context limit here is AK tokens. We pass it the user ID. Then in here we initialize here the memory. Then we initialize the memory handler, and as you can see, we invoke here the init function. If I click here, when we're gonna invoke here the init function, we are going to invoke here this. We are going to create these files in the public folder. Let me go back here. We're gonna pass here now context aggregator. Okay, in order to assemble the context that we're gonna pass to the LLM. And I'm gonna pass here now another tool, raw memory tool. In order to write into the memory tool, we're gonna need the tool. Now we got here React agents. We pass here the model tools. We're gonna pass here two tools, raw memory tool and search memory tool. And here pass the base system prompts. We're gonna pass here now invoke OpenClaw. We're gonna pass it the user inputs. Then we're going to run here two functions in parallel. You can see we are going to assemble here the context. Okay, we're gonna assemble here the context, and we got here another function. We are going to write into the memory. And now we are going to, once we assemble the context, we're gonna take it and we're gonna pass it to the agents. And now we are going to return here the output. We're gonna get here the output, and then we're gonna write into the memory, and here we're gonna return here the response like this. And we just finished. Now I'm gonna move at the bottom. We're gonna return here invoke OpenClaw. Okay, we're gonna invoke the function. Now let's head into the Express server, and I'm pass here an endpoint test OpenClaw. We pass here the model is equal to GLM, and we pass here now the class OpenClaw. I pass here the LLM and a fake user ID, and then we're gonna I pass here the user input. Invoke OpenClaw. I pass here hello. Let's see what we're gonna get here. Let's head into in here, and we're gonna try this. We're gonna run here first the server. The server is up. Now let's head into in here. I'm going to run here this. Okay, we're gonna pass the localhost port 5000 /test OpenClaw. Let me see what we got in here. Our server is still running. Let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna have here, guys. Okay, the server is up. Now let's run here this. Okay, gonna run here this. Oh yeah, you can see we got here a little message. Okay, let me zoom a little bit here. You can see we have the result. Hello, how can I help you today? I'm here to assist you with any questions, task, or conversation you'd like to have. Okay, we got the mess. Now let's head into the public folder and see what we got inside the public folder. Let me close here this. We're gonna head into the public folder. Okay, and here you're gonna see we're gonna have here some stuff. Public folder. You can see inside the public folder we got here some stuff. We got here the daily notes. Okay, daily notes here. We got here hello, and we got here the row is equal to the user and the assistant in here. Okay, how can I help you today? I'm here to assist you with any questions. Okay, you can see we got here the assistant. Okay, it works very well. And let me head into here. daily log archive. We don't have here anything. We got here the fake, memory fake user ID. We got here the long-term memory. We don't have here anything. And the so fake user ID. We don't have here anything. Okay. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to head into the Express server and then I'm going to pass here a little message. Okay. My name is Ben. I'm pass here. My name is Ben, and I love programming. And let me go back into we're gonna go back into the OpenClaw, and I'm going to pass here middleware. You can see we pass here 2-man ring middleware. Okay, here's the middleware. You can see we got the middleware in here. Let me look for it. Okay, I'm not heading to. Let me try to import it. I don't know where I pass it in here. Okay, we don't have here a middleware. Okay, we got here this. Okay, we don't have here middleware, guys. We don't have here middleware. I don't see here middleware. Okay, we don't have here middleware, guys. We don't have here a 2-man ring middleware. Okay, we're gonna pass here middleware that allows to track which tool has been called by the agents. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass in here. Let me see in here. Bootstrap, we don't have here HTTP. Yeah, we don't have here middleware, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the app folder and I'm gonna pass here middleware. Okay, we're gonna pass here middleware and we're gonna pass here first middleware 2-man ring middleware. Yeah, I'm pass here 2-man ring, 2-man ring. Okay, 2-man ring middleware. Okay, like this, the TS. Okay, now we're gonna pass here the middleware. Okay, here's the middleware, 2-man ring middleware. Okay, when the agent's gonna invoke a specific tool, we're gonna know the name of the tool. Now let's go back here and we're gonna import here this middleware. Okay, now we're gonna import here the tool like this. Now we are going to rerun here our server. You can see the server has crashed. Okay, let's rerun it again and see what we're gonna have here. Like this. Okay, let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna have here. Now let's run this. Okay, yeah, you can see the server is up again. Now we're gonna run here this. Okay, you can see this is the input that we pass in here. Okay, my name is Ben and I love programming. Let's see what's gonna happen here. And guys, what I'm going to do, let me try to head into in here. Let me try to see here something. You can see if I head into in here, if I head into the package.json file, I'm going to pass you something. You can see in here we pass in node-mon in order to run our app. When we are going to modify something within the server is going to restart it automatically. So I don't want that happen. Okay, I'm going to pass here another. I'm pass here starts dev run. I'm pass here npm run dev run. I'm not gonna use here node-mon because if we use node-mon, we are going to restart the server when we're gonna write into the memory. And here I'm going to pass here npm. I'm passing npm. I'm gonna pass npm run dev run. Yeah, like this. Okay, we got here neither. Okay, we got here neither. Okay, I'm going to pass here npm. Yeah, we're gonna pass here npm run starts like this. Even this, and we're gonna remove here this camera. Let's try it again. We're gonna pass here npm run starts. Oh yeah, you can see actually we got in here neither. Let's get rid of this. Okay, let's run here this. We got here neither. Yeah, we're gonna use the TS node instead of node. Okay, we made a mistake by passing here this. Let's run here this. Okay, let's run this. Okay, you can see actually the server is running. The server is running. Now let's head into in here and do something here. I'm gonna run here this. Oh yeah, you can see in here you can see the A invoke here too. Wrap memory. It invoke it too. And if I head into in here, let me zoom a little bit. You can see, hi Ben, nice to meet you. It's great to know you love programming. That's a fantastic passion to have. Okay, you can see the A right into the memory. Now let me go into the public folder and we're gonna try to see something. Okay, in the public folder. Okay, public folder. Okay, you can see we got here the user. Okay, we got here, yeah, you can see we got here only the row user again here. And here you can see we got here the A. It's great to know you love programming. Now let me head into here. Yeah, you can see his name is Ben. Ben loves programming and has a strong interest in software development. Okay, you can see we got something. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to modify here something. Okay, you can see every time we write into the daily log file, we pass here the row. Now let me head into we're going to head into the memory handler. Okay, right here, I'm not heading to here. And here you can see log interaction. We pass here the row is user. Now here, I should pass here log interaction. For this one, we're gonna pass here assistant, not use assistant. Okay, log interaction assistant. Because if we're into the daily log file, you can see daily log. Yeah, I'm not heading to here. You can see every time you can see we got here user. You can see right here we should have here assistant like this. Okay, you can see actually works pretty well. And now let me head into again in the Express server, and then we're gonna pass here another input. Let me pass here what is my name? What is my name? And okay, what are my interest? Okay, like this. Now let's run here this and see what we're gonna have here. I'm going to run here first the server. Run here the server, and we're gonna see what we're gonna have here. I'm going to head into here. We're gonna type here enter again. Okay, hi Ben. Based on your conversation, your name is Ben, and your main interest is programming with a strong passion for software development. Is there anything specific about programming or software development you'd like to discuss or work on today? Yeah, you can see actually the agent remember, guys. You remember, guys. Okay, you can see this how it works. Okay, it works like this. Okay, now we are going to build the UI for our agent. Okay, actually we don't have a UI. We're gonna build it. Alright guys, now I'm gonna work on the front end of our app so that we can start interacting with our agents. We already finished a big part of our app, which was to implement the memory agents. We did it, guys. Even though it was a little bit difficult, but we did it, guys. We implement memory agents. Now we're gonna build the front end so that we can start continuously interacting with these agents. Now we're going to build here the login page to handle authentication and the chat interface for interacting with the agents in a continuous way. Now we're going to head on first Next.js.org website. Now you're gonna head into the installation menu. In order to install Next.js, you're gonna pick a command based on Package Manager. Okay, if you're using PNPM, you're gonna go with this. For NPM, you're gonna go with this. And guys, if you notice in here, guys, I've already installed my brand new Next.js project. I got my project here. We got here the public folder. I've already passed here some bunch of icons. We got here the source folder, and inside the source folder, we got here the app folder, and so we got here the page. Okay, I haven't here put in anything. We have here Next.js page. We got here the component folder. And as you can see, we got here another folder, which is the UI folder. I'm not sure how to add it when we're gonna install ChatCN. We got the lib folder. We don't have anything in here. Okay, pretty cool, guys. Now we're gonna head on chatcn.com in order to install ChatCN. Okay, head on ChatCN, head over in here, and then click here Next.js. Once you click here, when you initialize ChatCN, you're gonna run here this command. Then you're gonna add here a car. This is how we add a components. Okay, you're gonna run this command. You're gonna add a components. Once done, you're gonna have here component, guys. Once done, you're gonna see it. Okay, you're gonna see, yeah. Okay, let me scroll a little bit again here. Okay, yeah. Okay, guys, let me show you something here. You can see. Okay, you're gonna run here this command in order to initialize ChatCN. And then you're gonna run here this command in order to add a component. And once you add a component into your Next.js app, you're gonna see you have the UI folder. And if you want, you can continue adding more components as you want. Okay, that's how we did it, guys. Okay, pretty simple. And okay, we just finished, guys. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to head into first the source folder. I'm gonna show you something. Okay, yeah, I'm not heading to first the tsconfig.json. I'm gonna show you something. You can see we got here the path, and past this here, it was like this, guys. because when you install a brand new Next.js project, we're gonna have something like this. The app folder will be outside. Now I pass it into the source folder, and then I pass the source like this. Do something like this, guys. Now let's head into the app folder, and then I'll pass you the auth folder. It's gonna be a group folder, a group root, and pass you auth/login like this. Yeah, I'm pass here login folder. Okay, like this. We got an error. Let me get rid of the login here. Okay, we are going to pass here new folder and pass the login like this. Inside the login folder, we're gonna pass the page.tsx. Okay, pretty cool. We're gonna pass in our folder private. We're gonna pass the chat in it first, and I'm pass here another folder chat. And inside the chat folder, we're gonna pass here a page.tsx like this. Pretty cool. Now what I'm going to do, I've already passed here a login page. Okay, we're gonna copy this little login page. We're gonna head into in here. We're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, like this, guys. And okay, like this. And let's copy these two. I'm going to pass it into the chat here. And I'm going to get rid of these things in here and pass here chat page for testing purpose. And I'm pass here page like this. Cool, guys. Okay, cool. We just finished like this. We got here the login page, and we got here the chat page. Okay, like this. Okay, we finish in here. Now what I'm going to do next is to run our app here to see if everything is working pretty well. Let me try to run here this command. Okay, I'm now heading to my front end, and then I'm passing npm run dev. Okay, you can see I'm running my app on ports 8000. If you wanna do like this, guys, you can head into the package.json, and then I'm gonna pass here next.dev-p 8000 like this. Okay, actually it's running. We can copy now this URL, and I'm going to pass in here. Yeah, we're gonna pass here /login to head on the login page. Yeah, you can see, guys, actually we head on the login page. Okay, this is a login page. Let me head into in here. Okay, login page. You can see we got here a simple div, pass here h1 and a button in here. Okay, we don't have to spend time creating a login page. You can see we just finished creating the login page. Now we're gonna pass here only a link that redirects on the backend so that we can authenticate, because we already handle the logic on the backend. And what I'm going to do next is to test here the chat page. I'm gonna pass here something like this. Let's try to see if we're gonna head on the chat page. Okay, we don't head on the chat page here. You can see I pass the private. Okay, we don't head on the chat page. Let me see here. Okay, let me tap here chat again. Okay, let's try to see. Okay, we have here private. Okay, chat like this. But we don't run here the page. I don't know why. Let me try to check here again. Yeah, you can see we ran that. Okay, you can see we got it in here. It wasn't visible. Okay, you can see this is the chat page. Let me try to modify here the color so that you can see that pretty well. I'm passing text red. We're gonna pass it text red. I'm passing here 900. Let's try to see what we're gonna have here. Yeah, you can see we got in here chat page. Okay, it works pretty well. Okay, now let's go to the login page, and then we're gonna set a link that allows us to authenticate. Now we're gonna create a function that allows us to redirect us on our backend so that we can authenticate. We're going to pass here this function, and you can see pass here, or we pass the base URL of our backend auth/Google in order to authenticate. If I head inside of our app here, this is our Express server. You can see we got here this. I'm not create a tab here. You can see pass the app.use. Let me do this app.use course. You're gonna comment this line here, and then you're gonna pass here the origin. The origin is our Next.js app. Head into the data, and you're gonna pass here the frontend app URL. You're gonna pass here for /chat. Okay, when we authenticate, they're gonna take us to the page. Now what I'm going to do, guys, we're gonna go back into our Next.js app, and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna take here the function. We're gonna pass it on the back end here, okay, in order to authenticate. Now I'm going to head into the chat page here. You can see we get here the chat page. I'm not heading, and what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to extract user data. Okay, you can see if I move to the backend, and I scroll the bottom here, you can see we got that endpoint in here. Okay, this one here returns an authenticated user. We are going to retrieve it from the front end. Now let's go back here and pass here two states, user and loading. And then we are going to pass here use state, and I pass here function fetch user. Then we are going to make an HTTP request to that endpoint /me, and you have to pass here credentials includes in order to get data. And headers, I pass here application /JSON. Then I'm going to check here if we got the data. I'm going to set it into, I'm not update here the user state here. And then I'm going to else here. If we don't have the data, we are going to pass here this not authenticated, and I'm pass here try catch. We're gonna pass here not authenticated. And then we're gonna pass here catch block, and inside catch block you consider something, and we're gonna pass here finally to modify the state of the loading property. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to invoke here the function fetch user, and then we're going to check here if loading is equal to true. We're gonna run here. We're gonna render the div. Else here, we're going to render here this, and then we are going to render here the authenticated user. Okay, like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do, we're going to head into the browser and we're going to try this. Now I'm going to click here continue with Google, and I'm going to make sure here our Express service is running. Okay, our Express service is running. This is the front end, and this is the back end. Okay, the Express service is running. Let's click here. Okay, you can see actually the tickers on Google. Now we're going to click here. Okay, we are going to authenticate. I'm going to click here continue. Okay, we're going to click continue, and actually you can see we got the user data. You can see we got here the user data on the front end. Okay, we got here the name, email, image. Okay, Google Access token, fresh token. Okay, we got everything from the user. Okay, you can see actually works pretty well, guys. Alright guys, now I'm gonna build the chat in first. We just finished working on the login page. Actually, if I head on the login page, I click on login with Google, they're gonna take me to the backend. I can authenticate and get access to the user data. That's what we did previously. And as you can see, we got here the chat folder. Inside of it, we got here the page. And in here you can see we have here we eat these endpoints base0 of /me in order to get access to the user data. We did it previously. Actually, we are able to get access to the data of an authenticated user. Now we're gonna design the chat interface where the user can start interacting with the agents. And here, let me show you something else in here. If I head into the chat folder, if you notice in here, I've already passed here folder thread ID. Okay, thread ID, this is a folder, and it's going to be a dynamic route. When they're going to take us to the backend, when we are going to authenticate again, they're going to take us to the page here. They're going to take us to base0. You can see in here, I modify here this. They're going to take us to the base0 /chat /thread ID. Okay, and then we're going to render the page. And now let's build it. Now I'm going to head into the thread ID. And then what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here page. Okay, you can see guy page. And this is going to be a dynamic route. And as you can see in here, I import here two components. I import the chat panel and I import here the sidebar. And this component takes here parameter. It takes here params. And then as it's going to be here, a server-side component. As you can see, I don't pass here use clients. I don't pass use clients. It means it's going to be a server-side component. I'm going to get access to the thread ID. You know, we are going to have something like this: base0 /chat /thread ID. We're going to get access to it. Okay, we're going to pass here. Cons. I'm going to pass here the structuring in order to get access to the thread ID is equal to await param. So we're going to get access to that. And then we're going to pass it to the chat panel. The chat panel is a component that takes the thread ID as prop. Okay. Now I'm going to head into the component folder, and then I'm passing these two components. Let's head in. we got here this sidebar. Okay, now let's pass it first the sidebar. Okay, yeah, you can see we got here this. I'm not heading to first the chat component, and then we're gonna pass here the chat input. Okay, this is the chat input. We're gonna pass it at the bottom here. Okay, if I click here, and we got here the chat input at the bottom. Okay, now what I'm going to do, let me pass it. We got the chat input at the bottom here. Now let's pass it in here. You can see pass the component chat inputs. Now I'm going to pass here the input. Okay, here's the prop that we're gonna pass to the chat input. As you can see, we're gonna have here the input, the set input in order to modify the value, set message in order to send a message to the server, and we got here loading property. Then we pass the chat inputs. I pass here memo in order to cache the components. I don't want to re-render every time this component. That's why I pass here memo in order to cache it. Then we're going to return here now the input, and we pass it these props. Okay, like this, and then I'm pass here a little button. Once we click on it, we are going to invoke here the send message function. Okay, like this, and we just finished for that components. Now we're going to create here another component. Let me go back here. I'm going to pass here another component. We're going to pass another component, chat panel. Okay, no, this one is going to be a client-side component. That's why you can see we pass here use clients. We're going to import here this function from React, and we're going to import here the chat input. We're going to import here the chat message and the message bubble. We haven't already created these components. We're going to create them later. And now we're going to pass the chat panel. This is the chat panel, guys. Okay, let me show you. This is the chat panel. Okay, let me show you. Yeah, I'm going to select here everything. Yeah, okay. Let me show you. If I head into the thread folder here, and we got here a sidebar and chat panel. This is the chat panel. Let me highlight it in here. If I select it, we got here the chat panel. Okay. Okay, let me modify here the color. Yeah, we got here the chat panel. This is the chat panel, guys. Okay, this is the chat panel. And as you can see, we got here the sidebar, chat panel, and the sidebar. Now we're gonna go back into the chat panel, and we're gonna pass here these states here, the message states. We're gonna pass here the inputs, loading property, and we're gonna pass the use ref. We are going to attach that state to a div, and we're gonna pass here bottom container ref. We're gonna attach the scroll container ref to a div too. Okay, now we're gonna pass the use effects. When I'm going to tap inner into the chat input, it means I'm going to modify here the message array. When we're gonna modify the message array, we are going to scroll at the bottom. And now I'm going to pass here now these components. We're gonna pass here the message bubble. Okay, like this. And now I'm pass here the chat input like this. Now I'm gonna pass in our file constant, and inside the constant file, what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna basically pass here constants. You can see we have here chat message. Okay, this is an array. We're gonna use it for testing purposes in order to populate these components. You can see we get here the message bubble. This is the component that is gonna hold here the conversation between the AI and human. I'm gonna pass here our constants, which is the menu config. We're gonna pass it to the sidebar, and we're gonna pass here another constants thread list. We're gonna pass this to the sidebar. Okay, I'm gonna go back in here again. I'm pass here another components, convert markdown to text. Okay, we are going to use the components in order to render markdown. Okay, you know AI generate markdown. Now, in order to format these markdowns, we are going to use here these components. Okay, React Markdown. In order to get a component, you're gonna tap npm install React Markdown. You're gonna install React Markdown, and you're gonna install remark.gfm. You're gonna install these two. I'm gonna close this. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to pass here now another component, which is the message bubble. The message bubble holds the conversation between the AI and human. Okay, and here's the message bubble. Let me show it to you. Okay, here's the message bubble. These components right here. This is the component that holds the conversation between the AI and human. Okay, we're gonna use in order to render a list of message. Okay, we're gonna pass in here, and as you can see, pass here again memo. okay, in order to cache these components. I don't want to rerender this component every time. We modify something, and now we're gonna pass in here, and then we're going to pass the message. Okay, you can see here I'm checking if is the user message. We're going to pass into the p tag. If it's a message, we're gonna pass it to the convert markdown to text components, because AI generate markdowns. Okay, now in order to have a better preview, we are going to use the convert markdown to text components. Okay, like this, and we just finished in here, guys. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the sidebar component in order to create the sidebar. We have already created a sidebar. Now we're gonna pass here components, menu arrange. We're gonna use the components in order to run the menu. And I'm pass here now the sidebar like this, and we're gonna pass here this data. Okay, I'm going to pass here this, and we're gonna get here the sidebar. Okay, we just finished in here, guys, and we're gonna pass here to this. Okay, we're gonna pass here the threads array like this, and we're gonna pass here the menu config like this, and we're gonna pass here a little button. Okay, like this. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now let's head into the browser and try this. Okay, you can see we got a beautiful UI. We got here the sidebar. Okay, I can toggle it. If I click here on the button, we have the possibility to open and hide the sidebar. And we got here the chat message components that holds the conversation between the AI and a human. And we got a section that allows us to display the AI thinking. If I click here, you can see we have the possibility to see AI thinking. If I close here, we're gonna hide that section. Okay, beautiful. And we got here, and we got an amazing chat inputs at the bottom. Okay, beautiful. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna add theming. As you can see in here, if I head into here, you can see this is a dark theme. I want to apply it, I can switch to dark or light theme. We're gonna add theming. Now I'm gonna go back here. You're gonna head on npm.js.com, and then you're gonna look for this package here, next theme. You're gonna run here you're gonna run that command in order to get it. Now you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna see the line here. You can see we got here this. In order to use it, we're gonna import here the line into the layer, the TS6. You're gonna pass in this, and then you're gonna wrap all your components into the theme provider. Now let me head into the layer, the TS6, and I'm gonna import it. You can see a passive theme provider. We're gonna scroll a little bit again. We're gonna pass the theme provider, and we're gonna pass these attributes. Then we're gonna pass here theme provider too, like this. And if I head into inside of app, you're gonna see we're gonna apply theming. Okay, we got here a dark mode. Okay, now what I'm going to do next here, I'm gonna at the bottom of the sidebar, I'm gonna pass here a button. When we wanna click on it, we are going to toggle between the light and dark theme. Now let me head into the sidebar. We're gonna head in, and we're gonna pass here another component, account button. Okay, you can see we import it in here. I have already created the components. I'm gonna pass at the bottom here. Okay, account button. Now I'm going to head into here. I'm not heading to the component folder. You can see we have the accounts. Now inside the account folder, I'm gonna pass here account button. Okay, we're gonna pass here the account button, and we're gonna pass here simply the name here. You can see I pass in my name, and we're gonna pass here another component of button. Okay, we're gonna pass the username, email, and image. And in here, I use a drop-down menu. This is a component provided by ChatCN. Okay, pass in here, and then we're gonna pass here the user image. We're gonna pass here the last component, which is the theme switcher. We're gonna use the component in order to toggle between light and dark. And if I scroll at the bottom here, you can see in order to apply light theme or dark theme, we are going to import first here this line. As you can see, I import here use theme composable. I import it from next theme. Then we're gonna import here these icons, moon, sun, and we're gonna import here the button. Then we're gonna invoke the use theme composable, and we're gonna extract theme property, and we're gonna extract here this function set theme, and then we're gonna pass it to the button. Okay, you can see here I pass the set theme, I pass here light. If I want to apply dark, I pass here dark, like this. Pretty easy to use. If you want to learn more about it, you can head on this documentation, head into in here. They explain literally everything about these components, okay? That's where I copy all this code, okay? Now let's head into inside of app and see what we got in here. Okay, you can see at the bottom, we got this section here. We got the account button component. If I click on it, we pop up here a little menu. Okay, we pop up a little menu and I have the possibility to switch between dark and light theme. Now, what we're gonna do next, we're going to take here that object that we extract, that we get from the server of the authenticator user, and then we're gonna pass it into the local storage. You know, when I want to authenticate with Google, we are getting this data from the server. We got here the ID, name, email, image of the user. Now, I'm gonna take the data and pass it into the local storage. Now, let's head into the app folder. You can see we got here private, and we have here chat folder. Now let's head into the page.tsx. You can see I'm adding here that endpoint /me in order to get the data. Then once we're gonna get the data, we're gonna take it and we're gonna pass it into the local storage. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm not heading to the source folder. We're gonna pass here helper. Okay. Now inside the helper folder, we're gonna pass here get use data.ts like this. Now let's pass here this function, and you can see we got here user type. And in here, I'm checking if the type of window is undefined. It means when we're going to invoke the function on the server, we're going to return now. On the client side, we are going to return here the use data. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to go back into the page here. I'm going to go back into the page. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to do this first. Okay, let's head into first the off button. Okay, inside the off button, you can see we got a section in here. Let me head into the account button. You can see in here pass here this name. In here, I'm going to extract. I'm not invoke here the function. Okay, we're gonna invoke here this. Let me show you. We're gonna invoke here get user from local storage. I'm going to take here that, and then we're gonna head into the off button. We're gonna pass in here, okay, account button, okay, in here. Okay, I'm gonna pass here const user is equal to this. We're gonna import here the function, and then in order to get access to the data, I'm pass to the off button. We're gonna pass the component here. We're gonna pass the user. And then I'm going to take here again this property. I'm pass here again this user, and then I pass here name like this. Now let's head into the off button. Now in here, I'm gonna pass here the type. Here the type is gonna be here user, not session. We're gonna pass user, and we're gonna pass here use again. Then we're gonna take here user. We're gonna pass in here in order to get access to the image. And at the bottom here, we're gonna pass here this again. We're gonna pass here use that name and user that email like this, and we just finish. Okay, like this. Let's import here the tab. I'm gonna import here the tab. Yeah, we don't import the tab. Let me import it from the get user data function. Okay, let me import it. I'm not scroll the bottom. And then I'm gonna import it from get user data.ts like this. Okay, now we're gonna head into the page.tsx, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to copy the function fetch user data, and then I'm passing into the off button. You can see at the bottom here, we got here this button. Okay, so now when we're gonna invoke the function, I'm going to eat here that endpoints. Okay, let me show you the endpoint I'm gonna eat. Let me open here the backend. And we're gonna head into the Express server. You can see we got here these endpoints. Let me show you. We are going to eat that endpoints here so that we can authenticate /logout. Okay, I'm gonna add here that endpoints. Now we're gonna move here, and I'm gonna pass here this. This function. Let me do this. I'm gonna pass here this. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff here. And now what I'm going to do, we're gonna pass here sign out like this, and we're gonna pass here off. As you can see, we pass here off /logout and pass here off /logout like this. Okay, and when we log out, we are going to move to the login page and pass here window that's location href and pass here /login like this. Okay, like this. And also we're gonna clear the data from the local storage and pass here local storage that's clear like this. Okay, we just finished. Now I'm going to take here the function and pass it in here. Let me scroll the bottom. We're gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna invoke it here, sign out like this. Okay, you can see in here we finish. Okay, we finish in here, guys. Okay, now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to go back into the private folder. You can see we get here private folder, and we got here this page here. When we authenticate, we move to the page. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to convert the page into a layout. Okay, we're gonna convert it into a layout. Now I'm gonna rename here the page and pass here layout the tier 6, and then I'm gonna pass here the children. I'm gonna take here this. We're gonna take this, and then we're gonna pass edit tab here. We're gonna import here. We're gonna import redirect from next navigation, and we're gonna take here this. We're gonna pass it as a prop to the page, and then we're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass in here. We're gonna pass it the children. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to check here something. I'm gonna check about something here. Okay, when we land on the page, I'm going to check if we are authenticated. I'm going to move at the bottom here. I can pass here another use effect. Pass here use effect. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass here callback. And now we're going to check if we are authenticated and pass here this const user data is equal to local storage. I'm gonna pass here user data is equal to local storage. Local storage that's get rm. We're gonna pass here. Yeah, we can pass here even the function that we got within the get use data. I'm going to take here the function, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. Okay, you can see pass here get user from local storage. We're gonna import it. Okay, we import it. Then I'm gonna check here if use data. If we got the data within the local storage, we are going to take the user to. We're gonna take the user to the chat page and pass here this. Okay, chat. Okay, like this. Okay, we're gonna pass here window that's location href is equal /chat like this, and I can pass here random thread ID like this, and else we're going to pass. Else we're gonna pass here this window and pass here window that's location. We're gonna pass here this that's href. We're gonna move to the login page. Yeah, like this. Okay, great, beautiful. And amazing. We just finished. Now we need to try this and see what we're gonna have here, guys. Now I'm gonna head into the browser. Okay, now I'm gonna click here sign out. Okay, you can see as we click sign out, they take us to the login page. Now let me click here continue with Google. Okay, let's click here again. Okay, let's click here continue. Oh yeah, you can see they take us to the page here. They should take us to this page. You can see actually they take us to this page. You can see they take us to this page of, yeah, you can see base URL /chat. Okay, they should take us to this page here, thread ID. Okay, thread ID. Let's try to copy this first and see if we're gonna have here the use data. Okay, they take us again in here. Okay, they take us again in here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. This is the layout, the tier 6. And in here, you can see if I scroll the bottom here, we are invoking the function and we haven't already passed the use data within the local storage. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that first here. I'm going to take here this. Let me see this, okay? Okay, we got here this stuff. Okay, we got here this. And right now I'm gonna comment here this stuff. We're gonna comment here this and see if we're gonna get the use data. Let me click here again, continue with Google. I'm gonna click here, continue. Okay, we're gonna continue again here. Okay, I'm gonna click here, continue again. Okay, now we're gonna pass here char/thread ID. And then we're gonna get data here. You can see at the bottom, we pass here the name and email. Okay, cool. Now let's fix here that issue. We're gonna go back into the layout, the TS6, and you can see pass here use effects. If we pass here use effects, every time we're gonna move to the chat path, they're gonna take us immediately to the login page. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take here this, and then I'm gonna rename here that to page like this, and I'm going to do this. We're gonna rename it first, and then I'm going to head into the I'm not scroll the bottom here. You can see in here I'm checking if we have the use data. We are going to take the data, we're gonna pass into the local storage. After that, I'm gonna pass here simply this window.location. Pass here window.location / I can pass here this /login. Yeah, we're going to pass here /char /thread ID, something like this. Actually pass here this, we're gonna modify it with a dynamic thread ID later. Okay, now let's head into this sidebar, and then we're gonna pass here this. Okay, I'm gonna pass here this, and we're gonna import here now the get user from local storage function, and we're gonna import here use effects like this. Okay, beautiful. Let me go back into the page, the tier 6. I'm gonna copy something. I'm gonna get rid of this, and you can see we import here redirect from next navigation. We can take here this, and we can pass in here. We can get rid of this stuff here. I'm gonna get rid of this. We're gonna pass here this only. This is amazing. This looks beautiful than window.location. Okay, we're gonna take the, and we're gonna get rid of this function here. I'm gonna take here the function, and we're gonna head into the sidebar, the TS6, and we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this. Yeah, right here, I'm going to check here only if we got data. If we got it, if we don't got it here, we are going to move to the login page. That's what we're gonna check in here. I'm passing only this, and then this, and we're gonna get rid of this line. Okay, beautiful. Now let's import here this from next navigation. Okay, now let's try this again. I'm gonna sign out again here. Let me tap enter here to see. Okay, we display the page. Let me click here, sign out. Let me log in again here. Okay, I'm gonna click here again. Okay, we're gonna click here. Okay, first they're gonna take us to the chat page here. Okay, yeah, you can see they take us to the chat page. But here you can see we got please log in. Let me see why we got this. I'm going to get rid of this property that we passed to the page here. I'm gonna rename here also page and pass here only page. Then I'm gonna get rid of the user state. You can see at the bottom here, I'm checking if user state is undefined. We are going to return the div. We're gonna get rid of this. Then I'm going to pass here this condition if of data. They're gonna take us to the chat page. Let me remove here redirect. We're gonna pass here window.location.href. We're gonna pass here this. Okay, we're gonna pass here this. Else we're going to move to the login page. We're gonna pass here window.location, and then I'll pass here href like this, and I'll pass here /login like this. Okay, we just finished. Now let's try this again. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this and this. Now let's try this again. Yeah, you can see they take us to the chat page immediately. Okay, now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to fix some stuff here. You can see we pass here the base URL. Now I'm going to retrieve the base URL from data. If I head in, okay, you can see we got here next public API URL. Okay, this is the base URL of our Express server. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it in here. I'm gonna head into the page at tier 6, and then we're gonna pass here process data. Okay, like this. That's what we're gonna pass in here. Now I'm going to take that, and then I'm pass it in here. Okay, we're gonna pass here this in order to make it work like this, and then we're gonna wrap that into back tickets. Let me get rid of this. We're gonna take that, and then I'm going to head into the account backend component. Okay, we're gonna head into the auth backend. We're having a function of backend. Okay, you can see we got here Sana. I'm gonna pass here this again. I'm gonna take and pass here this, and we're gonna pass here /logo like this. Okay, amazing, beautiful, beautiful, guys. Everything is working pretty well. Everything is working pretty well. If I click here Sana, and I want to move to the chat page, I think they're gonna take me to the login page. And yeah, you can see they take me to the login page. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna work on the Threads API. So what is a Threads? A Threads is basically collections of message. As you can see, we got a button here. When I click on it, we're gonna create a new Threads. If you head into ChatGPT, you click on new chat, you're gonna create a Threads. Now we are going to head into inside of our Node.js app. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to head into the source folder, and then we're passing shared tools folder. And then we're going to pass in shared tools.ts. Now I'm going to pass here the fs module, path module, to a function. We import it from LangChain. We import here Zod, and we import here the UUID package to generate random UUID. Now we're gonna pass you the current working directory in order to get it. As you know, we pass here process.cwd. Then we pass here the thread there, path.join to resolve the path. We're gonna get here the thread there. Then I'm gonna check if the directory doesn't exist. We're gonna create it. Then we're gonna pass here the threads.json path. In order to get the path, pass here the thread there, and then pass the name of the, and then we pass here thread.json. Now we're gonna pass here the thread schema. To create a thread, we are going to provide the user ID, thread ID. It's gonna be a random string, title, active status, and created it. Now let's pass here our first tool, create thread history tool. We're gonna use the tool in order to create a threads. Okay, and as you can see, pass here the name and little description. Now we're gonna pass here the body that allows us to write into the threads.json file. You can see I'm gonna check here if we have here the thread file. If we have it, we're gonna take the data, we're gonna stringify it, and then we're gonna push it into the threads array. And then we're gonna take that, we're gonna write into we're gonna pull the data into the thread file. Now we're gonna pass here a tool that allows to retrieve all threads for a given user. You can see it takes here the user ID and thread ID. Okay, you can see here's the schema, user ID, thread ID. Okay, retrieve all threads for a user. Now I'm gonna pass here this. I'm going to check here first if the thread file exists. If it exists, we're gonna parse it, and then we're gonna get the data. I'm gonna iterate through the threads ID, and then I'm gonna pick all threads that belongs to a specific user ID. And we are going to take that, and then we're going to return it. We're going to pass here another tool, update thread title. This is the tool that we're going to use in order to update a thread title. Okay, and then I'm going to write into the file again. Okay, you can see here I retrieve here a specific thread, and then I pass it a new title. Okay, you can see I pass here threads, and then I pass here the index. That title is equal to a new title. Is equal to the title, is equal to this title here. Okay, and this is how we're gonna, this is the tool that we're gonna use to update the thread title. We're gonna pass in our tool, generate thread title tool. This is the tool that we're gonna use in order to generate a title for a given thread. It takes the user ID, thread ID, and the LLM. And let me explain you how it works. The tool generate thread title. You know, when you are chatting with the LLM, let's say you start chatting with the LLM. Okay, this is how it looks like. We have here this little box. This is the chat panel. You send a message to the LLM responds here. And after a few seconds, the LLM update here the thread title. This is the tool that we're gonna use in order to do that. As you can see, it takes the user ID, thread ID, and the LLM. Now we are going to pass here fs.existSync history file. We're going to pass here the chat history file. And then I'm going to load the child tree. I'm passing this line. Okay, I'm gonna rate the child tree, and then I'm gonna load only the first frame message. I'm gonna pass it to the LLM, and then the LLM is gonna generate the title. As I showed you here, if you notice in here, the user passes here message, and then the LLM responds. And then here, the user can pass here another message here, and then I'm going to retrieve that from the child tree, this frame message. I'm passing it to the LLM, and then the LLM is gonna generate a title. This is the idea. Now let's go back here. You can see we load here the child tree, and then I'm going to retrieve here first frame message. Okay, I'm gonna check here first if the user ID is equal to the provided user ID, and the thread ID is equal to the provided thread ID. And then I'm gonna check here if the history message. I'm gonna check here for the length. If the length is equal to 3 here, I'm going to get here the message. I'm gonna get here the message. And then I'm gonna take the message, I'm gonna pass it to the LLM. Okay, you can see pass it the raw system and pass it the contents. Generate very short 3 to 6 words title summarizing this conversation. No punctuation, no quotes. This is the prompt, and then pass here the user input. Okay, and then we pass here the conversation, and then the LLM is gonna generate here the title. Generate a title, we get in here. And then we're gonna take it, and then we're gonna update here the phrase. We're gonna pass here the generated title like this, and we just finish in here. And after that, we're gonna return here true. You get the idea, guys. Okay, you learn how it works. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here the history file. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna move at the top here. I'm gonna copy this line here, and then we're gonna pass here child history there, charts. Yeah, I'm gonna pass history there like this, and the child history there, we're gonna pass it into the child history folder like this. Now I'm gonna pass here the child history file. I'm gonna take here this and pass in here like this, and we're gonna take here the child history there. We're gonna pass in here, and right here we're gonna pass in our child history. Yeah, child history.json. Child history.json like this. Okay, we just finished. Now I'm gonna head into the controllers folder. We're gonna head into our folder, ATP. You can see we got here controllers. Now I'm gonna pass here threads. Threads folder. Let me pass here next threads like this. Now I'm gonna pass here threads controller. Threads controller.ts. Now let's head into the threads controller. And we're gonna pass here these tools: create thread history tool, get off threads by user tool, and update thread title tool. We're gonna pass here these tools, and then we're gonna import here to express. Now we're gonna pass here threads roots, and pass here the radius parameter. And then we're gonna pass here an endpoint that we're gonna use in order to create threads. Okay, we're gonna pass here this, and we're gonna extract here the user ID and title, and then we're gonna invoke here the tool, create thread history tool. We're gonna pass here our endpoint to update a given threads. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here. We are going to request for the user ID, thread ID, and title. Then we are going to invoke here the tool, update thread title tool. We're gonna pass in our endpoint to retrieve threads by user ID. And as you can see, we're going to pass here this in order to retrieve all threads by user ID. And I request here for the user ID. Then I check if the user ID is undefined. We're gonna throw here an error. Else we are going to return here a list of threads. Okay, and we just finished, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the Express server, and then we're gonna pass in this function, threads roots. I'm gonna take it, and now let's head into the Express server. Right here, and pass here at the use. Yeah, I'm gonna scroll at the bottom here. I'm gonna scroll at the bottom, and then I'm pass it in here. I'm pass app. I'm gonna pass app.use. I'm gonna pass here /threads. I'm pass here threads. Yeah, I'm pass here thread. Yeah, I'm gonna pass the API /threads, and then I'm gonna pass here roots, and we're gonna pass here the router. If I scroll at the top here, you can see we have here the router. Okay, here's the router. We take here the router, and then we pass it right here. we pass it to the threads root function. Now let's import it in here. And also we're gonna go back into the thread controller and we're gonna pass here return like this, return router. If I get rid of return router here, we're gonna have here typing error. You can see actually I'm getting here typing error because I run return here the router, pass here to return router, and then we're gonna get rid of the typing error. Now I'm not heading to in here, I'm not heading to the threads folder. We got here threads.json. We can copy the user ID, and then we're going to head into the browser. We're gonna pass here apf/threads, and then we're gonna pass here user ID as parameter, and then we're gonna tap enter. We're gonna get here this data. Okay, we're gonna get here the data. It works pretty well. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into now inside of our Next.js app, and then we're going to pass here a store folder in order to fetch a list of threads. Okay, we're gonna leverage Redux. Now I'm going to head into the source folder and I'm passing store folder. Okay, I'm gonna pass the store folder. In order to install Redux, you're gonna head on Redux, tap Redux, head on redux.js.org, head into the installation menu. You're gonna scroll a little bit, you're gonna see here this, you're gonna run here this command, and you're gonna install React Redux. Run here this document in order to get Redux up and running into your Next.js app. Do that. Once done, let's continue. I'm gonna pass here the index.ts, and we're gonna pass here thread slice.ts. Okay, now inside the thread slice, we're gonna pass here create slice, create a sync frank, and we're gonna pass here the payload action type. We're gonna pass here this type. Then I'm going to import here helper function get threads. This is the helper function that we're going to use in order to retrieve a list of threads for a specific user. Now we're going to pass here this interface threads. We have the thread ID, user ID, active, title, and created heads. Then I pass here thread states. We're going to pass here threads array, loading, header, and current thread ID. We're going to pass here the initial states, and I tap it with the thread states. Then we are going to pass here thank in order to make an HTTP request to receiver. And I invoke here the get threads. I pass here the user ID. And then we're gonna pass here create slice. We pass here the name of the slice threads. Then we pass here a reducer. This is an action that allows to set an active thread. And you can set pass the state that current thread ID is equal to the payload. We pass here extra reducers. When we're going to make an HTTP request to receiver, we are going to pass here the value of the loading property to true. And then we're going to pass it to false when we finish getting data. And if we got an error, we're going to set here the value of the loading property to false again here. And then I'm not export here that action. Set current thread is equal to thread slash dot actions. And then we export here to the reducer. Now we're going to head into the index.ts, and then I'm going to pass here this stuff. I'm going to copy this stuff, and then I'm passing it into the index. And as you can see, I import here the thread slice, and I pass it to the config store function. Okay, like this. Now I'm going to head into the layer.ts6, and then we're going to pass here. We're going to import here first the store. We're going to import here the store, and then we're going to pass it to the provider components. We pass in here like this. You can see I've already imported here the provided component from Redux. Now let's go back into the thread slash. You can see that actually I'm getting here an error. The get threads function doesn't exist. Now I'm going to head into the leaf folder, and then I'm pass here another folder. We're gonna pass here API, and then I'm going to head in, and then I pass here threads. Thread.ts like this, and then we're gonna pass here these codes. I'm gonna copy little codes. We're gonna copy these little codes, and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Now I'm going to import here make HTTP rec. I'm gonna head into the helper function. We're gonna pass here the function to make HTTP requests. Okay, I'm using a fetch API inside of it. This is a wrapper. Okay, we use fetch API. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm passing in here like this. You can see make HTTP rec. Inside of it, we pass here fetch API, And for the API URL, we're gonna pass in here. Let me head into the data. I'm gonna copy this environment variable. Next public API URL, we're gonna copy it, and then we're gonna pass it in here, like this. Okay. Now we are going. I'm gonna head into the threads.ts, and then I'm gonna import here the make.hp rec. Okay, we're gonna import it, and then we're going to add that endpoint on our server, like this. Let's head into thread slash. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff here, and then I'm gonna import here get threads. We're gonna import it, and then we're gonna get rid of the typing error. Okay, like this. We just finished in here. Now, what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the sidebar. And in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import here use dispatch in order to invoke our actions. We're gonna pass in here. And then I'm gonna pass here create new threads. When we're gonna invoke that function, we're gonna create a new threads. And as you can see, I invoke here create threads. I'm pass here this helper function. We're gonna pass it in here like this. Let's go back here, and then we're gonna pass here use effects. I'm going to check if we got the user ID. We're gonna invoke here. We're gonna invoke fetch threads function to fetch a list of threads like this. And we just finished. Also, I'm going to get rid of this state here. I'm gonna get rid of these states, and then we're gonna pass here this line. Okay, use selector. We import here. We're gonna comment here this line, and then we're gonna pass here use selector hook. Okay, and as you can see, I extract here the threads array. Okay, and then we're gonna take the threads array. We're gonna pass it right here. Let me look for it. Threads array. You can see we got the threads array in here, and then we pass it to the menu item in order to display a list of threads. Now let me move at the top here. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this line. We're gonna remove it. Okay, I think guys we just finished. Now we're gonna head into the browser to give it a shot. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to the server here, and I'm going to get rid of the threads.json. Let's refresh here the page and see what we're gonna have here, guys. Okay, I think we aren't gonna get here anything because we don't have the you can see we got here something. We have here no threads. Let me click here again, new charts. Okay, you can see we created threads here. If I click here, okay, if I click again, you can see every time I'm clicking on button, we are creating a new threads here. Okay, that's cool. Now, what we're gonna do next is to work on the char controller. Now, you can see we got here a list of threads. Okay, we got a list of threads. If I click on a given threads, I want to load the char history that belongs to the threads. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. And actually, we don't have the char history. Now, in order to create the char history, we need the char controller. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to the server here, and then I'm going to look for, I'm gonna head into the OpenClaw. I'm gonna pass here index. I'm gonna head into the OpenClaw folder, OpenClaw memory. Okay, this is the folder, and then I'm gonna click here index. So we're gonna head in. Now, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to pass here another function that allows us to invoke our memory agents. You can see actually in order to invoke that agent, we use here invoke OpenClaw. This is the function that we use. Now I'm gonna invoke the agents using stream. Now to invoke the agent using stream, we're gonna pass here this function, stream agents. We're gonna pass the user inputs and the config. I'm gonna invoke here the log interaction function. We're gonna pass here the user inputs, and the date. We are going to assemble here the counters by invoking assemble function. Then we are going to pass here agents.stream. This is how we invoke an agent using stream. Then I'm going to extract tool message, and I'm gonna extract here more requests. Then I'm going to check here if the tool name is equal to search memory. We are going to take all the data that we're gonna get from the search memory tool. We're gonna wrap it into the thing tag. Then I'm going to pass, I'm not check here now for the A message. And then I'm going to take the A thinking. I'm going to return it. We're going to return here the A thinking. Okay, is where we got here, right here in the if block here, we got AI thinking. In the else statement here, we have the last AI message. Okay, now I'm going to take all of that. I'm going to pour it into the I'm gonna pass into the short-term memory or the working memory. Now I'm going to return now here the stream agent function. Okay, and we just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into another folder here. You can see I've already passed here. You can see I've already passed here folder collaboration, and we got a file here multi-agent.ts. Now inside multi-agent.ts, I'm going to pass in a graph that's gonna allows multiple agents to collaborate together. We can have the memory agents, we can have the tool selector agents, we can have let's say the deep reset agents, and etc. Okay, we're gonna pass in a graph that allows agents to collaborate together. Now I'm going to pass here the stuff. We're gonna pass here. We're gonna import here some function from LangGraph. As you can see, I import here the end node here. This is a constant. We got here the starting node, and we have here the annotation function in order to define states. I import here the stuff from LangGraph. We import here the Hermes. We import here the OpenClaw, which is the memory agents. Actually, we got only one agent, which is the memory agents. And I import here the LLM class. Now we're gonna pass here the state. We pass here the mess array. And you can see I use here pre-built-in message annotation. In order to get it, we pass here message annotation.spec. And it basically represents an array of message. Okay, it represents an array of message. It looks like this. Okay, as a pass here, message annotation is a pre-built-in array of message that we're gonna pass in here, and we pass here another state, which is the user ID. Now let's pass here the memory agents. Okay, this is the nodes that represent the memory, and this is the node that represent the memory agents. And I extract here the user ID, and I extract here to the last human message. You can see I pass here the message array. Then I pass here message. I pass here get type in order to get a type of message. If is equal to human, we're gonna return it, and then I'm gonna extract the contents. For the LLM, we're gonna use minimax. We pass here now the memory agents, and we invoke here the stream agent function to start streaming the AI response. And then I'm going to return here new command function, and then we're gonna update the mess array. And then we're gonna hit here immediately the end node. You can say pass here go to, and I pass here end. Okay, and now I'm going to pass here this stuff here in order to compile the graph. Okay, we pass here only one node, which is the memory agents, and then we compile here the graph, and we just finish. Now let's head into the chat controller I've already created. Now inside the chat controller, we're gonna invoke the graph. You can see we compile here the graph. Now we're gonna invoke here the graph. Now let me pass here post chat stream. Okay, we pass in here. Now I'm going to pass here, I'm not extract here the message user ID and free ID. We pass here the model, which is minimax. We're gonna use it later. And here we pass here the config. You can see pass the stream mode is equal to custom. You know we're gonna stream custom stream data. If I head into the memory agents, let me go back here. I wanna show something. You can see we got here OpenClaw, and if I scroll a little bit here, you can see I'm returning here custom stream data. In order to return custom stream data, we pass here config.router. This is how we return custom stream data. Config.router. You can see I pass here again config.router. I pass the manager name, memory agents, and pass the contents. Now inside the multi-agent, now inside the chat controller, I'm gonna pass the graph stream mode is equal to custom and subgraph true here. We pass the recursion limit and configurable property user ID and free ID. Now we are going to pass here now the graph, and we're gonna pass it the mess array, and we pass here the user ID and the config object right here. Okay, now let's pass here some headers. We're gonna set here some headers like content type and cache control. And in order to stream the AI, in order to stream AI response to the clients, we're gonna use save as send events. Now I'm going to pass here function save as send events. I'm going to pass here the name of the event and the data, and then we're going to return here the event and data, and I'm going to stringify here the data. Now we're gonna pass here route to child tree. We're gonna pass here the ID, the row, the contents, user ID and thread ID. This is the route child tree tool that we invoke in here. We're going to create it later. We pass here free variable, stream text is where we're going to pass the last a message. Pass here the thinking buffer is where we're going to pass a thinking. And in thinking variable is we're going to use it in order to check if within the data generated by the AI we got think tag. If we got think tag, we are going to modify the value to true, and then we're gonna get rid of think data within the string. We're gonna pass into the thinking buffer variable. Now I'm gonna pass it try catch. In case we got an error, we're going to send that event here, the error event. We're gonna send the error event to the client, and when we're gonna listen to the error event, we're gonna close the connection. And you can set pass here erase that end. Now let's pass here a loop here. We're gonna iterate through the graph data. And then you can see now here, checking here, if we get here this custom stream data, you can set pass here change, manager name. If we head into the memory agents, let me head in. You can see here, I send here custom stream data, config that's router. I pass here this manager name contents. Now in here, as you can see, I'm checking if we got the manager name and we got the content. We are going to head into the if, and then we're going to separate the air thinking. Okay, you know, we may have something like this. Let me show you something. Let's say the A generate a response. Let's say you're using a thinking model like DeepSeek. Okay, as DeepSeek generate think tag, we may have something like this. Like this, we got here think, and we have here thinking right here, and then we got here the last AI message. Now we are going to use that section right here. This loop here, we're gonna use this loop in order to remove a think tag. Okay, we're gonna take the data within the think tag. We're gonna pass it to the thinking buffer variable. We're gonna pass it in here, and then we are going to send the thinking event to the clients. And we got here the message. Okay, and yeah, now we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna check if we got the streaming test. Okay, we got a thinking. We're gonna take that, we're gonna pass it to the child tree. Okay, like this, and we just finished, guys. Okay, we just finished. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the shared tools. Okay, you can see we got here this folder. Let me close here this. You can see we got shared tools. We got here thread tools, the TS. Okay, we got here thread tools. And we're gonna pass here now child tree tools. Now inside the child tree tool, we're gonna repeat the same thing. Okay, you can see in order to write into the phrase.json, we use a tool. I'm going to copy the same logic. That's what we're gonna pass into the write to child tree tool. And in order to retrieve data from the child tree, we are going to use another tool that we are going to use the same logic that we got within a thread tool, like reads a threads history. We're going to use the same logic, guys, in order to retrieve data from the child tree. Now, let me head into first the child tree tool, and then we're going to pass here these two tools. We're going to repeat the logic. You can see we get here the carry we can do. Then we got here the child tree, the JSON file. And then we got here the inputs. We have here the ID, row, user ID, project ID, content, thinking. And then we're gonna pass here the tool, write to child tree. If I head into here, if I head into the threads to the JSON, you can see I use here the same logic. Okay, I use the same logic. That's what I've passed into the write to child tree. Okay, we're gonna pass here this array. And then we're going to write into the child tree, the JSON file. Let's pass here the second tool, read child tree. This is the tool that we're going to use in order to fetch the data from the child tree. We're going to pass here the user ID, and we're going to pass the user ID and thread ID. Okay, I'm going to modify here the name like this. We're going to pass here the user ID, and we're going to pass the thread ID like this. Okay, and we just finished, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the thread tools, the TS, and in here I'm gonna get rid of something here. You can see past here history file. I'm gonna get rid of the file here. Okay, and I'm going to head into the child tree tools, the TS, and you can see I export here history file. I'm going to head into in here, and then I'm going to import it. Okay, like this. Okay, like this. Now we are going to head into the chat controller, and then we're gonna import here these two tools. We're gonna import here the route to child tree. We're gonna import here only one tool. Now I'm gonna pass here another endpoint that allows us to fetch the child tree. Okay, you can see we have here chat controller. Let's pass here another controller. I can pass here child tree controller, like this, that is. Now let's head into the child tree controller, and then we're gonna pass here, we're gonna import here the read child tree tool, and we are going to pass here the user ID and thread ID. And then I'm going to check here if the user ID or the thread ID is undefined. If is undefined, we're gonna throw an error. And then we are going to continue here. We are going to read the data from the child tree, and then we're going to return it. Okay, and that's all, guys. You can see it's pretty simple. Now I'm going to move to the front end. Okay, before we move to the front end, I'm going to register these two endpoints. You can see we get here the child tree. I'm going to take that, and then I'm going to head into the Express server. I'm going to pass here app.use and pass here API. I'm going to pass the API / I can pass here, okay, we're going to pass here char history like this, and then I'll pass here we're going to pass here the function. Okay, let me go back into the child tree controller, and okay, I'm going to pass here this get child tree, and we're going to head also into the child controller. I'm going to take here this, and then I'm passing here. We're going to pass here this. I'm passing here app.use. Okay, we're gonna pass here. I'm passing API. We're gonna pass here / and let me go back into the chat controller. Let me check here. Inside the chat controller, I don't pass here rather. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass here. We're gonna use here get. And then I'll pass here chats like this, and then I'm gonna pass here post chart stream function. Okay, and for the child tree, I'm gonna pass here get and pass here child trees. Okay, like this, and then we're gonna import here the function. And there we go. We just finished. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to start interacting with this endpoint API / child trees. I'm gonna add that endpoint in order to retrieve an array of mess from the child tree. Now let's head inside of our front end. Okay, this is the front end. You can see I've already passed here another chat slice. Okay, create a slice, name it chat slice. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna import here some tabs. As you can see, import here the chat history return tab, the chat message fetch child history tab. We import this tab from the chat.ts. If I head into the lib folder API, you can see I pass here chat.ts. Now let's head in, and then you're gonna pass here the chat message. This is the tab. As you know, guys, we're gonna have the raw content, thinking, user ID, thread ID, loading, and pass here this. When the AI is thinking, we're gonna display a loading indicator. That's why I pass here loading. Then we get here to tabs here. The child history return tab. We are going to return an array of message, and we got here the fetch child history props. These are the props that we're gonna pass to the function here. You can see fetch child history. We're gonna pass it the user ID and thread ID. Okay, pass it in here. I extract here this property, and then we pass in here. And for the endpoints here, in order to fetch a list of messages, you're gonna pass here this. You can see I pass here child histories. Now I'm gonna pass here this child histories like this. Okay, we just finished. Now let's head into the chat slice, and in here I'm going to pass here thank. And as you can see inside the thank, we invoke here fetch child history. We pass here the user ID and thread ID. Then we're gonna pass here the state. We have the message loading and the error. Then we're gonna pass here the initial state, and we create here the slice. Okay. Then we're gonna pass here this function to clear the message array, and we're gonna pass here add user and a placeholder. You know, when I'm gonna type something within the input, I'm going to append. I'm gonna add it into the message array. And as you can see, we're gonna push in the user object and the A object. Then we're going to pass in another function in order to start appending the message. And then we're going to retrieve the last object from the mess array. And then we're going to take here the content property, and then we're going to append the contents. And then we're going to pass the append to assistant thinking. In order to append assistant thinking, we're going to use the function here. And then here we're going to pass here extra reduces. You know, when we're going to invoke the getChildTree function, we are going to modify the state of the loading property to true. When we're going to get data, we're going to modify the state to false. And then we're going to pass an array of message to the message state here. You can see pass the action, that's payload, that's message, like this. Then in case we got an error, we're going to modify the value to false here. Now I'm going to export these actions. We're going to export them so that we're going to get access to them. Now let's head into the index.ts, okay, right here. And now we're going to pass here the chat slice. I'm passing import, pass here chat slice, like this. Pass here from, I'm going to pass here from chat slice, like this. Now I'm going to pass here chat, and then I'll pass here chat slice, like this, guys. Okay, we just finished. Now let me go back in here. See, we got here typing error. I'm going to get rid of this tab. We are going to pass here this tab instead. You can see we got here I fetch ChildTree props. We should take this and pass in here, okay, like this, okay. And then we're gonna get rid of typing error, okay, like this, okay. Everything's working pretty well, okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into now the chat panel. Now inside the chat panel, if you notice in here, we got here this div, okay. Inside the div, we got the mess array. And you can see we got here the mess babel. We use the mess babel in order to display a list of conversation. Now I'm going to pass here an array of message. I'm going to close this stuff. And then I got a function here. I'm going to copy it. Okay, this is the function. I'm going to take it. And then I'm going to use it in order to invoke the getChildTree function. Okay, we're going to invoke here the function. I'm not importing here. Now I'm going to get rid of this. And we're going to get rid of this line here. I'm going to remove that. And now we're going to pass here now the user ID. Actually, we don't have the user ID. To get access to the user ID, you can see we pass here the chat panel. I'm going to pass here to the user ID. Like this, we're going to pass is prop here and pass here user ID like this is a string here. Okay, like this, we get in here. Okay, and when we're going to run the page, we're going to invoke here the function. Now I'm going to head into the app folder. You can see we got something in here. We have the private thread ID. You can see in here we got this stuff here. This is this is a server-side component. Okay, we are going to extract here the thread ID from the roots here. You can see we got here chat/thread. We're gonna extract the thread ID from the roots. Now let me head into the sidebar. I wanna check in something. You can see here we have the user data. Let me scroll the top. We get access to the user ID by using the get user from local storage. Now I'm not do the same thing within the chat panel. Okay, in order to get access to the user ID, I can pass it in here like this because within the server-side component, we can't call that function get user from local storage. Now let's call it in here, and then we're gonna pass here the user ID. We can pass even constant const user ID is equal to, I'm gonna tap it and then I'll pass the user data, and we're gonna pass here underscore the ID like this. Okay, it's gonna be undefined. Let me assert it as string like this, and then I'm gonna remove here this. Okay, to get rid of the error. Okay, yeah, you can see actually we can get data. Okay, actually we can get data. Now what I'm going to do, you can see we have here an input, chat inputs, and if I click here, you can see we need to pass here a function send message to send a message to the receiver. Now let's go back into the chat panel again here, and then we're gonna pass the function. Okay, and pass here const send message. We're gonna pass here the function. We're gonna pass here function send message. Okay, this is the function send message. And then inside the send message function, we're gonna pass the try catch. Okay, in case we got an error, we're gonna catch it, and we're going to modify the value of the loading property to false here, like this. Okay, And now I'm going to pass here this stuff here. You can see pass the user input. Okay, pass the user input. Then I get rid of the space. You can see we invoke here trim. Then I check if the user message is undefined. You're gonna return undefined. We are gonna continue. And you can see pass here user message ref is equal to an array. Okay, you can see we get here a state that we're gonna use for in order to create the tapping simulation effect. You can see we get here the user message ref. Okay, I have already created the state here. You can see we got it in here. Okay, let me show you. We got here the function user message ref. Okay, we're gonna use here the function in order to add the tapping simulation effects. Okay, when the agent is gonna generate a chunk, we're gonna take the chunk and then we're gonna send it to the clients. And once we have a piece of mess on the clients, we are going to use now the function in order to add the tapping simulation effects. I think you get the idea. Okay, this is the goal of the function. I'm gonna use it later. Okay. Now I'm going to continue. We're gonna invoke here add user and a placeholder. Okay, you know when the age generated chunk, we are going to append it. That's why I invoke here the function. Now I'm gonna pass here set loading is equal to true, and then we're going to invoke here the function chat. Okay, now let's head into the chat.ts and we're gonna pass here the function in order to send a message to the server. Now we're going to pass here the chat inputs. We're gonna send a message is ready and thread ID. If I go to the server here, you can see we have here that endpoints API/chat. Okay, post chat stream. Let me head into the chat history controller. Okay, I'm gonna head into chat history. Okay, chat history controller, and you can see we got here this. We got the chat controller. If I head in, you can see we request for the message is ready and thread ID. Now I'm gonna send here the message user ID and thread ID. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, you can see we pass in here. Now we're going to go back into the chat panel, and then you can see we pass here these inputs. Then we're going to start streaming here. In order to start streaming, we're gonna pass here res.body.getReader. Now I'm going to pass here this while loop, and then we're gonna start streaming. Okay, we're going to pass here this. You can see when we're gonna receive here a piece of chunk from the server, we're gonna take it, we're gonna decode it, and then we're going to create here an array. And then we're gonna take the array. I'm gonna iterate through here. I'm gonna get rid of space here. And then I'm gonna retrieve here an event, and then I pass here current event is equal to this. We're gonna retrieve here an event. And then I'm going to start checking here, and then here I'm gonna start listening to an event that we gave from the server. If we got here the mess from the server, I'm going to check if it's different from undefined and is different from now. And then we are going to take that, and then we're gonna push into the user message ref in order to start showing the tapping simulation effect. And now I'm going to check here another event, the end event. If we got the end event, we are going to close the connection. And you can see pass it reader that cancel, like this. Now I'm going to copy this function that we use for the tapping simulation effect. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna pass in here. Let me create a tab here. I'm going to pass it right here. Okay, I'm passing here. And we are going to import here the append last AMS. We're gonna import here this. We're gonna scroll the bottom. We're gonna import the function too, like this, and we just get it over here. Now we're going to invoke the send message function. I'm gonna invoke it. We're gonna pass it to the chat input. Send message is equal to send message. Okay, we pass here the function. If we head into the chat input, you can see here's the chat input. We get here the function. Okay, and you can see we have here handle sent. I invoke here the function and I pass it the value. Now let's head into the browser and see what we got in here. Now I'm pass here hello. Let's pass here hello and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, yeah, you can see we get here the AI response. I'm pass here how it's going. How's it going? Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, my name is Ben. Okay, we're gonna pass here this. And then I pass here I love programming in TypeScript. I'm passing TypeScript and JavaScript. And then I'm passing what is my name, and we're gonna pass here what is my name and okay, what is my name and what I love. I'm passing this. Okay, let's see. Yeah, hi Ben. Based on my memory, your name is Ben. You love programming in TypeScript and JavaScript. Is there any something specific you'd like to work on or discuss? Yeah, you can see the AI saved the data. And you can see here to RAM memory. Okay, every time the AI wants to store a given information by me, it use the RAM memory tool. Okay, it keep the data. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass, threads. Let me pass, I'm not heading to the thread here. Okay, let me click here. You can see select here threads. Let me click here. For this one, you can see we get here values undefined. Let me select this one and pass here hello. This is a new thread, guys. Okay, and then as you can see, pass here hello. I want to update now here the thread title. You can see we get here the thread. Okay, we get here selected thread. I want to update the title automatically. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy here this line. We are going to move to the chat controller. Okay, we're going to head into chat controller and then we're going to pass here this line. Okay, you can see we are going to invoke here the generate thread title tool. We're going to invoke the tool. We already created a tool and we're going to pass it the thread ID, user ID, and the LLM. Okay, now let me head into the multi-agent.ts, and then I'm going to take here the LLM. Okay, you can see pass here the LLM. Okay, you can see we got here the LLM, and I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna pass into the chat controller. We're gonna pass it at the top here. We're gonna pass it even right here. Okay, and then we're gonna get rid of the error. Okay, like this, you can see we get rid of the error. And once we finish updating the threads, we're going to send that event, update threads. Okay, like this, we're gonna send it to the client. And then on the client, I'm going to listen to that event. I'm gonna take this, and then I'm going to head into the chat panel. Okay, the chat panel, and then we're gonna pass in here. You can see pass here this, and then I'm gonna pass here. I'm gonna check here if the current event is equal to update threads. I'm gonna pass here this, and then we're gonna invoke here this. Now I'm going to try this and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, I'm gonna create here new threads. I'm pass here hey, and then I'm pass here. I'm back. Oh yeah, you can see actually the update automatically. It works. It works. You can see hello and project check. Okay, you can see the update automatically. Alright guys, now we're gonna learn how to create a Slackbot. A bot is essentially an automated program that can talk with people through chat. That's what we call a bot. It has some advantages like it can send notifications, schedule meetings, posting updates, and even summarize a meeting. That's what we call a bot. Now that we know what is a bot, we're gonna learn how to get a Slack API key. And before we get into that, I'm gonna explain you first what is a webhook, okay? Because when we're gonna try to get the API key, we're gonna configure a webhook. We have to know what is a webhook. A webhook is a way for one application to provide another application with real-time information immediately when a specific event occurs. Let me give you an example. Let's say I head into the Slack chat interface, okay? And then I select here the Slackbot, I send it a message like hello. When we send it a message, we're gonna trigger specific events like message arrive. And when we trigger that event, we're gonna make a webhook request. We're gonna make a request to our Node.js app to inform us about a specific event which is triggered within Slack. That's what we call a webhook. A webhook is an operation which is triggered by third-party apps when a specific event occurs. Okay, we got at the left, we got Slack here, and at the right, we got Node.js app. Now, let me show you how to get a public URL. That is going to be available on the internet. When Slack gonna make a webhook request, Slack is gonna use the URL in order to point to our Node.js app, which is located on my computer. Now you're gonna run here this command npx cloudflare tunnel. You're gonna pass here this --euro, and then you're gonna pass here the base URL of your Node.js app. You're gonna run here this, and then you're gonna get a public URL, okay, available on the internet. Okay, run here this, and in a matter of seconds, I'm gonna get a public URL. Yeah, I get it, and this is my public URL right here. Okay, let me show you. Is right here. Okay, that's what we're gonna pass into Slack. Now, as we get the public URL, now we're gonna head into Slack here, and then I'm gonna show you how to get the API key. Now, head on docs.slack.dev/app management. Then you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna click here, creating an app from app settings. Click here, then you're gonna see the button here. Create an app. Click here. Okay, once you click there, I'm gonna create an app here. You can see previously I created an app here and name it my bot. Now I'm gonna click again, create app here, and then you're gonna see this pop-up here. Click here from scratch. Okay, I'm gonna pass you the super service. I can pass you the name. Let me select here, but I'm gonna select here first the workspace. I'm pass you Ben, and I'm pass you my chatbot. Like this. This is the name of my app here. Then I'm gonna click here, create app. Okay, once you click create app, they're gonna take you to that interface here. Okay, once they take you to that interface, the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna head into that menu right here. You can see we got here auth and permissions. Head into auth and permissions. Now, once you're in the auth and permissions, here's what you're gonna do. We are going to define some scopes for the token. Okay, let's scroll a little bit first here, and you can see we got a section here, scopes. So scopes are Slack capabilities and permissions, okay, that we're gonna attach to a given token. Now you're gonna scroll a little bit, you're gonna click here, add auth and permissions. So you can see we got a button here, add an auth and scope. Okay, click here, and then we're gonna get these, we're gonna add here these permissions. Let me scroll a little bit again. Okay, it's right here, guys. Okay, you're gonna click here, and then you're gonna select here some permissions. Now, let me show you what are kind of permissions you need to attach to the token. Let me head into in here first. You can see I've already created here an app here. You can see I've named my bots. Okay, now I'm going to head into in here. Let me move here, and then I'm gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna head into auth and permissions, and you can see the name of the app is my bots, and in this window here we got the name of the app is my chatbots. Okay, you can see my chatbots. Now let's move to the window here. You can see my bots, and if we head into the auth and permissions, you can see in here I got a key here, a bot key. Now you're gonna scroll a little bit, and you can see here I've already passed here some permissions. App mentions, assistance rights, calls rate, channels history, channels join. Okay, you can see I've passed here some permissions attached to the token. Okay, I've already do that. Now you're gonna head into in here. You're gonna pick here this, this. Okay, check this, guys, and then pick all of this. Pick this stuff. Okay. Pick this stuff. Okay, pick this stuff, and once you finish, you're gonna scroll at the top here, you're gonna get the token here. You're gonna copy the token, and then you're gonna head into your Node.js app. If I head into my data here, you can see I've already passed you the Slack API key. You're gonna do the same. Okay, if I move here to this app here, you can see I pass in my chatbot. Let me pick here only one permission. If I pick this, and then I'm going to click here. Okay, once I pick here one permission, you can see I pick here two. Now I'm gonna click here install Ben. You're gonna see the button here, install. I'm gonna click install, and then I'm gonna give my API key. You're gonna see I'm gonna get it, and then I'm gonna click here workspace. Okay, for the workspace, they select here Ben, and then I'm gonna click here hello. Okay, they take us back here, and you can see great, amazing. We got a key here, we got a back key. This is the key that you're gonna copy. Once done, you're gonna head into another menu, events and subscriptions. Head into in here, click here. once in here, you're gonna click enable events. Okay, click here and then head into your command prompt. You're gonna copy the URL. I'm gonna copy it and then I'm passing in here like this. And you can see we have to pass something like this. You can see we have to pass here the base URL /slack/action endpoints. Okay, they need to verify this URL. We're gonna pass this /slack/events like this. And let me head into here. You can see I've already passed here an endpoint /slack/events. Okay, if I head into Express Server, I've already passed in here. I've passed it in here, listening to Slack events. This is the name of the endpoint. Okay, create an endpoint, head into the app folder. Head into the app folder, you can see we got here ATP folder, controllers. I've already passed the Slack and you can see Slack events. Create the function and pass in this. You're gonna pass the router that pulls Slack events. Then you're gonna pass here the rector body. We're gonna check here for the tab is equal to URL verification. If the tab is equal to URL verification, you're gonna pass here res.json and you're gonna return here the challenge, body.challenge. Only this, and then it's gonna work. And as you can see, I take here now this, and then I pass in here. Let me try to check here if it's gonna work here. Please use HTTPS for security. I'm getting here this. Let me check here if everything is okay in here. I'm gonna take here that again. I think this is the right URL, guys. Let's try to take here this again, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this. Okay, yeah, you can see request URL verified. Okay, you're gonna pass here this stuff. If you don't pass here this stuff, it's not gonna work. Now, once done, we're gonna scroll a little bit. You can see we got a section here, subscribe to bot events. I'm gonna scroll a little bit, and then I'm gonna add here some bot events, like app mention. Okay, I'm gonna choose here this. I'm gonna scroll channel created. When we create a channel, they're gonna notify us. They're gonna make a webhook request to our Node.js app. We're gonna pass here this channel history change. Okay, you're gonna pick a bunch of events, guys. Okay, I've already do it in here. You can see this is another app, my bot. Let me show you what you need to pick here. I'm gonna head into, let's head into events and subscriptions. Okay, events subscriptions. I'm gonna head into here. You can see I've already passed you the URL previously. We're gonna scroll a little bit, subscribe to bot events, and then you're gonna pick here these events. App mention, channel created, channel deleted, emoji change. If I delete a file, they're gonna notify us. File shared, group left, member join a channel. If you member join a channel, they're gonna make a webhook request. Message channel, messaging. If we send a message, they're gonna make a webhook. Select here these events, guys. Okay, select this. Okay, now let's head into another menu here. We're gonna head into incoming webhook. You can see we got a menu here. Let me copy this, and then we're gonna head into incoming webhook. You can see we got another menu here, incoming webhook. Heading, I'm gonna click here, incoming webhook. Okay, head into in here, and then you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna pass here the URL. Okay, allow my chatbot app to access Slack. Okay, I'm gonna pick here channel. Okay, I'm picking my app, and then I'll click here allow. And then there we go, we just finished. Okay, you can see for the channel here, my bots. Now that we already get the Slack API key, we're gonna install the Slack Web API package. We're gonna use it in order to start interacting with Slack API. Copy this and pass this into your command prompt, and then you're gonna get it. Once done, you're gonna head into the HTTP folder. You can see we got here controllers. Head into controllers folder, you're gonna pass the Slack. And you can see I've already passed here to folder. We got the service folder, webhooks folder, and we got the Slack controller. Actually, inside the Slack controller, we don't have anything. Let's head into the Slack service, and you can see I pass here file Slack service. Let's head in, and then you're gonna import here first the Slack Web API package, and then you're gonna pass here this class Slack service. Now, what we're gonna do in here, we are going to pass here the constructor, and inside the constructor, as you can see, I retrieve here the Slack API key from the data. Then I pass here the Slack web client. Then we pass here the token provided by Slack. Pass in here. Then after that, we're gonna pass here a function that allows us to send a message to Slack. Okay, we're gonna pass here send message. You can see text here, the channel and the text. Okay, text here to property, the channel and text. And pass here the response res is equal to await this client.chat. We're gonna pass here message. We're gonna pass here the channel text. We're gonna pass here in our function get message. It takes here the channel and it takes here the ID. And now we're gonna pass here this client.conversations. I'm gonna pass here history. I'm gonna pass here another function list message to list message within a channel. We're gonna use the function, and you can see text here the channel ID and text here the limit. We pass here wait client.conversation to join. Then we pass here await again this client.conversation history, and then we're gonna return that. I'm gonna return that. We're gonna pass here the last function to list all channels. We're gonna invoke it. We're gonna pass the await that this client.conversation list like this, and then we're gonna return here a list of channel. We're gonna pass here the last one, delete message. We're gonna use the function in order to delete a message, and then we're gonna pass here a res is equal to await this client.chat.delete. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. And we are done. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into Slack controller. Let's head into the Slack controller. I'm gonna pass here this. We're gonna import here Express. We're gonna import the Slack service, and we're gonna pass here some actions. Now let me try to test this function. You can see we instantiate the Slack service. Pass in here, then we pass here an endpoint right at the post Slack. Now I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna check if the action is equal to send message. We are going to send message to the channel here. If the action is equal to list channel, we are going to return a list of available channel. We're gonna pass if the action is equal to list messages. We are going to return a list of messages for a given channel. You can see list messages. The function here takes the channel ID and the limit here. If I click here, you can see it takes here the channel ID and limit. Okay, now let me go back here, and then I'm gonna pass here the message. It takes the channel ID and the message ID. Now let me head into Postman, and then we're gonna try this. We're gonna pass here only this action, and make sure you pass here the URL. Pass here this. Now we're gonna click here send. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you can see we got here a list of channels. Let me copy everything here. I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna head into here. I'm going to, let me take here this, I'm passing here, and then we're gonna pass here this. Okay, you can see we got here a list of channel. You can see this, the channel ID, created it. We got here the name, new channel, we got a channel. Let me check for Ben channel here. Ben, you can see we got here the channel or Ben. If I head into my Slack here, you're gonna see we got the channel here. You can see or Ben. We got a new channel, social. We got here for channel. We got all of them in here. Okay, we got these channels in here. Now let's say I wanna send a message within a given channel. I need here the channel ID. I'm gonna copy it. Let's copy it first, and then I'm gonna head into here. We already test this. It works pretty well. Now we need to send here a message. I'm gonna pass you the ID. I'm gonna pass you the ID of the channel. And then I'm pass here, hi everyone. I'm pass here, hi everyone. I'm pass here, hope you doing well. Something like this. That's what we're gonna send within the channel. Okay, send message. Let me click here. Oh yeah, you can see we send here message. Now let me head into Slack and see if we're gonna get a message here. You can see we send a message to the channel or Ben. Let me click here. Okay, let me see here. Let me see here inside the social. Yeah, you can see we send a message inside the social channel. Hi everyone, hope you're doing well. This is the message that we pass in here. If I want to send a message within Open here, Let me try to send a message within Open and see if we're gonna get it. I'm gonna look for Open. Okay, this is Open. Let's pick here the ID of the channel. We're gonna pick it and then we're gonna pass in here like this. Now we're going to wait a bit because we're gonna restart here our server. Okay, our server is running again here. Now let's click here, send again here. Yeah, we send a message to Open channel. Now let's head into here. Yeah, you can see my bot here. This is my bot here, my app. Hi everyone, hope you're doing well. I send inside the Open channel, I send in a message. Okay, we already test here these two messages. We already test the send message and list message. Okay, we already test here two messages. Now we got another function here, list message. And as you can see, it takes here the channel ID. Let me click here. It takes here the channel ID to list all message within a channel. Let me copy this ID and then I'm passing here. I'm not heading to here. I'm gonna click here list message, and then I'm gonna list here list of message. You can see we got here a list of message. You can see we got here this. Hi everyone, I hope you're doing well. We got this. That's what I sent previously, and we got the stuff here. Okay, great. Now that we finished testing all of this, what I'm going to do next here, I'm going to create tools. Now I'm going to head into here. Now let's pass here another folder. We're gonna name it tools. Now let's head into the tools folder. We're gonna pass here Slack tools. We're gonna pass the Slack tools, the TS like this. Now let's head into the file, and then we're gonna pass the Slack service. Now we're gonna invoke here the Slack service, and then we're gonna get access to all methods that we got within the Slack service. And then you can see pass this send Slack message too. We're gonna pass here the channel and the text, and we invoke here the send message in order to send a message. This is the first tool. We're gonna pass here another tool, get Slack message. We invoke here the function get message. Okay, we're gonna invoke here the function in order to get a list of message within a Slack channel. Let's pass here another tool, list Slack message tool. To get a list of messages from a Slack channel, we're gonna invoke here the function. Okay, we're gonna pass here another tool, which is the list Slack channel tools. To list a list of channel, we're gonna invoke here the tool, and you can see pass the limit. This is the tool that we're gonna use, and then we're gonna pass here the delete Slack message tool. This is the tool that we're gonna use in order to delete a Slack message, and then we're gonna pass here these Slack tools. Now I'm gonna copy the Slack tools, and then we're gonna head into the Slack agents. We're gonna create the Slack agents because actually we don't have the Slack agents. The Slack agents are gonna collaborate with the memory agents. Now let's head into in here. You can see I've already passed the folder. As you can see, I've already passed the folder Slack agent. Now let's head in. You can see we got the prompt.ts and we got the Slack agent.ts. Now inside the prompt.ts, we're gonna pass here this prompt. This is some prompt. You are Slack agents with access to a standard number of tools like this. This is the system prompt. It's pretty basic. Let's head into the Slack agents. Now inside the Slack agents, we're gonna pass here. We're gonna import here these. We're gonna import Slack tools. You can see I pass here Slack tools, and I import here the system prompts. Now let's pass here the function Slack manage agents. It takes the input, config property, and user ID. We pass in here, and then we pass the model as if minimax system prompt tools. We invoke here the function using the stream function. Okay, we invoke it, pass the user input, stream mode updates. Then we pass the full content, and then we're gonna return a chunk of data generated by that agents. And then we're gonna return it. Okay, cool. We just finished in here. Now we're gonna return here the full content. We just finished. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the multi-agent.ts. You can see we got a folder here, collaboration. You can see we got the multi-agent.ts. Now we're gonna head in, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, we're gonna import the Slack manage agent. We're gonna import in here, and then I'm gonna pass here. We're gonna import it first here. You can see we import it first. And then we're gonna define here we're gonna pass here two states, next node and Slack agent context. Now let's head into first the OpenClaw, which is the memory agents. We're gonna head in, and as you can see, In here, we got the context aggregator. We use the context aggregator class in order to assemble the context for the LLM. Now let's head in. I'm not heading, and right here you can see we got here fixed layers. We pass the system layer, profile layer, and the working memory. Now we're gonna pass here another array, and then we stringify it to convert it to string. We pass here the profile layer and the working memory. We're gonna pass the profile layer and the working memory to another agent. You can see pass here context for another agent. If soon we create another agent like the deep research agents, we're gonna pass it this context provided by the memory agents. Now I'm going to scroll a little bit, and then I'm gonna return here context for another agent. We're gonna close this. We're gonna head into the OpenClaw class, and then we're gonna extract it. You can see we got here the stream agents, and inside of it we got here the function. This line here, I pass here context that assemble. You can see we have here the context. It's represented by the context aggregator. Now, in order to get access to the context, we're gonna take here assemble that's context for another agent. We're gonna pass in here assemble here. You can see context for another agent, assemble context for another agent. We're gonna return the context for another agent. The context is built by the memory agents. Now let's head into the we're gonna head into the Slack agent. Yeah, we're gonna head into the malt agent.ts file. Now in here, I'm going to extract now the context. You can see we got here the stream agents. Now we're gonna pass here the context for another agent. So we extract the property from the stream agent function. Now that we have here the context, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here this. Okay, I'm going to pass here this transfer Slack agents. Let's say the memory agents returns here this keyword transfer Slack agents. It means it delegates the task to the Slack agents. And then once it delegates the task to the Slack agents, we're going to route to the Slack agents. We're going to route the input. You can see past here the working memory. We take here the context for another agent, which is the working memory that we pass to the Slack agents and the user input, the current user inputs. We're going to take that, and then we're going to pass the user input to the AI message, and we're going to pass here the context to the Slack agent's state here. We're going to pass in here, and we are going to navigate to the Slack agents. Pretty cool. Okay, pretty cool, guys. And also I'm going to do this. I'm going to update here the next node. You can see we got a property next node. I'm passing next node. I'm not updating later. I'm not create a graph first, and then we're gonna update it later. Okay, now let's pass here first the Slack agent node. Let's pass here last A message. We're gonna retrieve the last A message. The last A message is the message provided by the memory agents. We're gonna retrieve it, and then I'm gonna get it off think tag. We're going to wrap the message within think tag. The message can look like this. Let's say the memory agents give control to the Slack agents. We're gonna have a think tag like this. We're gonna have a think tag, and I don't want to pass think tag to the Slack agents. We're gonna have here thinking, and then we got here the last A response. I'm gonna get rid of think tag. Okay, we are going to create a function here, remove think tag, and then we are going to pass here this. Okay, message from assistant 1 on behalf of the user. We're gonna pass here the Slack agent context. We pass here now the context, and then we invoke here the Slack manager agent. We pass here the inputs, and then we're gonna take the last A message. We're gonna pass it into the working memory. You can see pass here log interaction. We're gonna take the message, we're gonna store it into the working memory. And then we're going to return here, we're going to update the mess array like this, and then we're going to eat the end node. Now let's pass the Slack agent to the graph, and we're going to pass the conditional age. I'm going to check if the next node is equal to the Slack agents here. We're going to navigate to the Slack agents. Now we're going to update the Slack agents, and then I'll pass here the next node. We're going to pass it to the update object, and pass here next node like this, and then I want to pass here this. Yeah, we should pass here Slack agents. Okay, we're gonna take that, and then I want to pass in here Slack agent like this. And now we're gonna create a function, remove think tag here, What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that helper function right here, remove thing tag. We're going to copy that, and we're going to copy that, and then we're going to pass in here. I'm going to head into the helper folder. You can see we got helper folder. We're going to pass here remove thing tag. I pass here remove thing tag like this, that is. Okay, pretty cool. We're gonna get it off. You can see right here, pass it transfer. Now we're gonna pass here this keyword. Okay, we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna copy that, and then we're gonna get it. We're gonna pass in here. Okay, pretty cool. And I think in the future we're gonna create another agent. We're gonna pass here this line, transfer deep reset agents. We're gonna get rid of the keywords. I don't wanna pass it to the deep reset agents. As I pass here this, we're gonna get rid of thing tag, we're gonna get rid of the transfer Slack agent keyword, and we're gonna get rid of the transfer deep reset agent keyword. We're gonna get rid of these keywords. Now, as we pass here this stuff, we're going to modify now the system prompt of the memory agents. Now I'm gonna head into in here. You can see the system prompt of the memory agents was like this previously. Your conversational conversational AI assistant with explicit memory tools. Now I'm gonna pass you this section, collaborating with other agents. Available agents, pass Slack agents, and reset agents. We're gonna create the reset agents in the future. We pass here this stuff, and we get here the tool section. We pass here another tool, delegate agent tool. I didn't pass here this previously. I pass it now. Delegate agent tool. It allows agent to pass control to another agents. Tool uses section. We instruct the memory agent to invoke the tool only once when you want to delegate tasks to another agent. Now let's head into the tools folder of the memory agents. You can see this is the OpenClaw memory. I'm not heading to the tools folder. You can see I've already passed another file, delegate tool, that's yes. Now in here, we're gonna pass the only one tool. Okay, that the memory agent is gonna invoke in order to pass control to another agent. It's gonna pass here the context and the agents, the agent name. If the agent name is equal to reset agent, we're gonna return here this plus the context. Else we're gonna return here the Slack agents. And we pass here the name of the tool and a little description. As we just finished creating this tool, we're gonna take it and then we're gonna pass it to the memory agents. Let's import it in here into the memory agents. You can see we got the OpenClaw class, and inside of it we got here now the memory agents. Let's pass it this tool, delegate agent tool. We pass in here. Once the agent invoke it, we're gonna pass control to another agent. And now if I scroll a little bit, you can see we got a function here, stream agents. Inside of it, in the loop here, I'm checking here if the tool name is equal to search memory. We're gonna take the data that we're gonna retrieve from the memory, and then we're gonna pass into the thing tag. I don't want to return the data I don't want to pass the data to the last AMS. That's why I pass into the thing tag. I'm gonna take to the message that the agent's gonna pass to the thing tool. I'm gonna wrap into the thing tag. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm gonna pass in here like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to head into the Slack agents, and then I'm going to improve here the system prompts, Slack agent system prompts. You can see past here this little system prompts. You are Slack agent with access to extend a number of tools. Now I'm going to pass it another section, tool usage. Okay, you can rate it, guys. Try to rate it. Okay, we got in here. We just added the tool usage section. Okay. I just passed in here. Now I'm gonna head into the browser and we're gonna try this. We're gonna run here our Node.js app, and I think our Next.js app is up and running. Okay, it's running. I'm gonna pass here again hello. Okay, the save is up. We're gonna pass here hello. Let's see what we're gonna get here. Okay, here you can see I'm pass here list me available channels. I'm gonna pass here this. Let's see. Yeah, you can see actually the agents invoke the delegate agent tool. Okay, and yeah, you can see actually the agents have access to the Slack API. We got here social, new channel, or band channel. Now I'm gonna pass you these inputs. Tell me the name of the projects I'm working on right now. I'm gonna pass you this, and then the agent's gonna try to retrieve data from the memory here. Okay, yeah, you can see based on my memory, yeah, I'm working on a computer use agent project. That's what I'm working on right now. Now, list me some features that can try to add to that project. Okay, you can see list here some features. Now, I want you to send these features in the open channel. Let's see here, they delegate here the task again. And then you can see I've delegated your request to the Slack agent to send those features idea to open. Okay, they should be handling it. And here you can see, is there anything else you'd like me to help you with? Okay, you can see actually we got here these features. Now, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to create here a new chat here. I'm going to create here new threads. And then I'm going to head in. I'm going to ask the agents, head into the open channel, and summarize the message history. Okay, summarize the conversation. And pass you this. Head in the open channel and summarize the conversation. I'm gonna pass you this and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, again here, okay, you delegate here the task again. And okay, you can see. Okay, yeah, we got here the conversation, channel summary open, recent conversation, feature ideas for computer use agent SaaS. Okay, 14 feature across 5 categories. And then what's being discussed, the channel currently has too many user message. Okay, we got here this stuff. It summarizes it. Okay, it has access to that. It call it to like list channel message in order to list all available message within a channel. It call that. Okay, you can see. Let me see here again another task that can pass to the agents. Okay, you can see we got here the social channel. Okay, let me ask the agent to send in a message, a welcome message to all members. Okay, I'm gonna pass here, send a welcome message to all new members. Okay, like this. Okay, like this, send a welcome message to all new members. We're gonna send this, and the agent's gonna do it. Okay, let's wait a bit and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, calls here now again the tool. Okay, calls the tool. And guys, in order to see which tool has been called by the agents, I use this middleware, two-man ring middleware. I don't know if you two-man ring middleware. This is the tool that I use in order to know which tool has been invoked by the agents. Okay, you can see it sent here the message. Okay, send here the message, and the agent has renamed here the name of the threads, open channel summary. Okay, he has renamed it. Now let me head into here. We're gonna head into the social here. Okay, I don't see here a welcome message. Okay, I don't see it in here. Okay, social, let me check here. I don't see a message. Okay, I've delegated a request. Okay, no channel members identified. Okay, you can see, I think he has sent a message. Okay, let me try to check a little bit again here. Okay, yeah, this is me. Okay, let me head into, we're gonna head into the social channel. No channel here. Yeah, you can see it sent a message in the no channel. Welcome to my team. We're excited to have you here. Feel free to introduce. Yeah, it sent here a message. Okay, that's great. That's great, guys. Okay, the agent is working pretty well. It's working pretty well. Alright guys, now I'm gonna learn how to interact with our chatbot via Slack chat interface. You can see this is the Slack chat interface. I can head into in here and then I pass here, hello. Let's say I head into in here, I head into my bot here, chats, and then I pass here, hi. Okay, if I pass here hi, I want the agent to respond me immediately. Okay, we're gonna interact with the bots via this interface. Here's how it's gonna work. You can see this is the Slack. This is the Slack app. Okay, this is the Slack system, and then at the right we got Node.js app. When we're gonna send here a message, we're gonna trigger an event. And once we trigger an event, they're gonna make a webhook request to our Node.js app, and then in our Node.js app, we are going to retrieve the data from the payloads, which is the user inputs, and then we're gonna take it. And then we're gonna take it and pass it to the OpenClaw Memory Agents. That's what we're gonna do. Now let's first head into here, and then I pass here hello and pass here first hello to see what we're gonna have here. I'm gonna check if everything is working pretty well. Okay, and then I'll pass here this. I'm pass here actually. Let's pass here. Actually, working on. I'm pass here a computer use agents app. Okay, I'm passing only this that can buy things online without human. I'm passing you without human intervention. Okay, like this, and they're gonna pass you these inputs, and then I'm gonna pass you this update members about ongoing projects, channels. We're gonna pass you these inputs, and actually right now you can see we invoke here this. Okay, it doesn't respond here. I don't know what the agent is doing in the background. Let me check here the memory. Okay, if I head into memory, okay, we don't have anything in here. Okay, we don't have anything here. Okay, we don't have anything into the long-term memory. We don't have anything. Let me check now what the agent is doing in here. Okay, actually the agent is thinking. Let me copy this input, and then we're gonna pass it to the agents. I'm tap in again and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, that's interesting projects. Okay, I'm passing now this input updates. I'm passing informs all members via channels about. I want to pass about the ongoing projects. I'm gonna pass this, and then here the memory agent is gonna delegate the input to the Slack agents, and then it's gonna send a message. Okay, let me check here. If I head into here, if we head into open channel, let me check here. You can see project announcements, computer use agents, computer use app. Yeah, you can see pass here project announcements, computer use app. Yeah, I'm gonna ask is computer use agents app, computer use agent app. Okay, I'm excited to share that I'm currently working on computer use agent app, an automation tool that can purchase things online without human intervention. Okay, this is the message. This is the message sent by the bot here. Let me head into in here too in new channel. Let me head into the social channel. I'm not heading to the social. We can head into the social channel, and you can see that actually we don't have anything. I'm gonna ask sends the message to in social channel. Let's see what the agent's gonna do here. If I head into in here, I think you're gonna have your message from the bots. Okay, yeah, we got the message here. We get it. And now what I'm going to do, if I pass a message like that's cool, that's a cool project, I want the agent to respond me immediately. I want the bot to respond to my inputs. That's cool. And as you can see, as I pass here a message into Slack, they're gonna make a webhook request to our Node.js app alongside with the payload. And then we're gonna take the user input from the payload, we're gonna pass it to the OpenClaw agents. And then the OpenClaw agent, it's gonna respond here immediately. Now here's how it's gonna work. Okay, let me show you how it's gonna work. Now we're going to head into the Slack event.ts. Okay, in here you can see we got the routes here that allows us to listen to incoming events. And also I've already get here my public URL. by running here these commands, I got in here and this URL is registered within my Slack dashboard. Now I'm going to move here. What I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to import here the graph. You know, we use the graph in order to invoke the agents. Then I'm going to pass here this. If body type is equal to even callback, we are going to head into the if. Then we're going to pass here events is equal to body.events. Payload is equal to this. We're going to extract the text, channel, and the user. And then here I'm going to check here if the received message is a bot message, we aren't going to react. A bot cannot respond to his message. I'm not going to react here. I'm not going to invoke here the graph. I'm not checking again if the event type is equal to message and events.subtype and events.bot ID. If we got here the bot ID, okay, if the message is the bot ID here, if is the bots, I'm going to head into here and then I'm going to take here the user ID. Okay, we're going to retrieve the user ID from the config. You can see in here, if I head into the memory folder, you can see we use here the user ID. Okay, here's the user ID right here. I've copied the user ID from here, and then I'm gonna pass it in here for testing purposes because I want to load the memory. And then I get in here, and then I'm gonna pass here this input, user input from Slack, and then I'm passing these to the agents. Here's the user inputs. He responds from Slack chat app. Forward this input to the Slack agent with the right context. We pass you the user input, and then I pass you this. You will send a message on this channel info. Okay, we pass the channel info. Now let's pass you the graph config. We're gonna pass the stream mode is equal to custom subgraph true recursion font rate configurable. We're gonna pass you only the user ID. We aren't gonna pass you the thread ID. Then I'm gonna invoke here now the graph. Okay, and that's it. Okay, we just finished. We pass you the user content. Okay, we're gonna pass that to the graph, and then the agent's gonna react. Now we're gonna try this. I think I finish in here. I finish in here, guys. Now we're gonna try this. Okay, that's what I passed in here. Only this. Now I'm going to head into inside our Express app, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to tap again here npm run starts like this. Okay, as we tap here npm run start, everything is gonna work pretty well, and you can see this is the webhook. Now we're gonna try this, okay, and see if we're gonna listen to an event. If we listen to an event, we're gonna have here something received events, and I think okay, received events, we're gonna get something. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into in here. Let's head into in here, and I'll pass here. Can you list some features of the project? I'm tap this, and then I'm gonna check if we're gonna make a webhook request. Okay, let me head into in here, and you can see that actually they don't make here any requests. Okay, they don't make here any requests. It doesn't work. I don't know why it doesn't work. Now, what I'm going to do, in order to make it work, I'm going to modify the URL. Okay, we're gonna modify the URL. I'm gonna rerun here this. I'm gonna cut this, and then I'm gonna run here this command in order to get a new URL. Okay, we're gonna run here this, and in a matter of seconds, we're gonna get here a new URL. Let's wait a bit. Yeah, you can see we got here another URL. I'm gonna take it, and then I'm gonna take it. And then we're gonna pass in here. We're gonna head into the Slack dashboard. You can see my app here. Let's head into right here. You can see we got here the section. I'm gonna click here change, and then I'll pass here the new URL. I'll pass here Slack/events like this. Okay, we're gonna change it, and then I'll click here save. Let me try to copy that, and then I'll pass it in here. Valid URLs only. Okay, we're gonna pass this the valid URL. Let me click here. I'm gonna click here again. I'm gonna change it. Okay, let me try it. Okay, let me try to change it. Okay, actually it doesn't work. Now let me move here. We don't have here any requests. Now let's click here, change again. We're gonna pass in new euro, valid euros only. Yeah, it doesn't work. Now let me copy this again. I'm gonna take this again, like this. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, like this, and then pass it Slack/events, like this. Okay, they're gonna try to check it. You can see it works, and then I'm gonna click here, save. Okay, now you can see actually we got here a webhook request. It works. You can see we got the token, the challenge, and the tab here. Now let's head into in here. We're gonna head into the Slack chat app here, and then I'll pass here. List me some features that we can have for these projects. I'm tap inner. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, yeah, you can see actually I'm getting here webhook request. And then you're gonna see in a matter of seconds, yeah, you can see, list me some features. Okay, yeah, you can see we got here the response. Feature ideas for computer use agent app. My bot respond immediately. Okay, hi team, we are building computer use agents. Core features. Okay, we got here core features. Okay, AI automation feature, management features. We got here a lot of stuff, guys. Okay, and okay, you can see guys that actually we can send a message. Okay, via Slack I can interact with the bots here. Let me go in here, and then let me head into the social here again. You can see we got here the message. Now let me pass here. That's great. Let's see what we're gonna have here. This is the message, and then I'm tap inner, and as you can see in here, I'm making here an HTTP request to the server. Okay, you can see. Okay, I'm getting here that events. And now let me see what we got in here. That's great. Yeah, you can see we got here. Thank you so much for this positive. Thank you so much for the positive feedback. We are excited about the computer use agent app projects and look forward to sharing more updates. You can see again it passed here. Thank you so much. Okay, you repeat here again the message. Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate your positive feedback about the computer use agents. Okay, and again here you respond here again. Thanks. Glad to hear that. If you have any more questions about the computer use agent app projects, feel free to ask anytime. You can see the agent responds 3 times. It means we pass the input 3 times to the agents. Now what we're gonna do, guys, I'm going to add the bounce. Here's how it gonna works. As you can see, we got his Slack right here. Slack make an HTTP request here to our Node.js app. It makes here another one. I'm not gonna respond here. I'm not gonna open the door here. It make here an HTTP request. Here I'm gonna close the door. I'm gonna close the door here. I'm not gonna open it. It makes here another one. And when Slack finishes making this request to our app, now I'm gonna open here the door. Now we're gonna open the door. This is the strategy. It makes a lot of HTTP requests to our Node.js app. I'm not gonna open though. When it finishes, I'm going to open the door, and then I'm gonna retrieve here only the last message. This is the strategy. Okay, that's what we're gonna work on right now. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here. We're gonna head into the text editor again here, and then we're gonna fix that. And as you can see, we're going to head into the Slack controller. We're gonna head into the webhooks. You can see I've already passed here another file, post message to Slack.ts. I'm not gonna put in anything right now. Let's head into first the Slack event.ts. And then what I'm going to do, you can see we got here the section that allows to send a message to bots. You can see this is the section. We invoke here the graph. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this section here. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to get rid of it. And then we're going to pass here a new code. We're going to pass here a new if. And as you can see, making here a check, if the type here of the message is equal to message, and we have here a undefined for the subtype and undefined for the board ID, we are going to head into the if block here. We're going to run the logic within the if block. Now I'm going to pass here the payload. And then what I'm going to do next here, I'm going to check here if we get the text here, en isn't undefined. I'm going to continue. I'm going to pass here. I'm going to define here a key, Q key. This is the key that we're going to pass to the queue. And then I'm going to pass here. I'm going to try to retrieve here the key. You can see I pass here the channel ID and the user ID in order to create a key. And then I'm going to try to retrieve here the key from the message queue array. Okay, this is the map. If the key exists here, I'm going to take here the message and then I'm going to push it into the queue. I'm going to take the payload, we're going to push into the queue. And then we're going to clear out the timeout. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to send here a message. We are going to head into in the else block. It means the key doesn't exist. If the key doesn't exist, what I'm going to do, I'm going to send here a message after 2 seconds. Because we're gonna define here the timeout. After 2 seconds, we're gonna send a message, and then I'm gonna take the message and then I'm gonna push into the queue. You can see pass here message, this array, and then I pass the payload. Okay, we just finishing here. Now I'm going to head into the post message to Slack.js. Now I'm going to define here the type Slack message. We get here the text, channel, user ID. And the TS, this is a random ID. And then we're going to pass here the map. And you can see we pass here the type. We're going to have here a string and an object right here. Okay, here's the type. Okay, the message is an array and the timer property is a random string. And then I'm pass here the bounce timer. After 2 seconds, we're going to send a message. And then we're going to pass here process latest message. We're gonna pass here the QID. Okay, and then I'm gonna check here. I'm not retrieve it from the queue. If we get here undefined, we're gonna return here undefined, and then here we're gonna get access to the last message. And then we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it to the graph. You can see we pass here the user ID, and then we're going to pass the message to the graph. Okay, last message, that text here, last channel ID. We take that and then we pass it to the graph like this. Okay, like this. And now we're gonna try this. We are going to head into the browser and then we're gonna try it to see if it's gonna work. I'm gonna import here this. I'm gonna head into here and then I want to export here the type. Let me export here the type. I'm gonna export it, and also we're gonna export here the message queue. We're gonna export this. And we're gonna export here this constant and pass here export like this. Now let's head into the Slack event.ts and then we're gonna import here this stuff. I'm gonna import this. We're gonna import this, and we're gonna import here the message queue. We're gonna import here that, okay, like this. And we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Let me get rid of this array right here. Let me get rid of these objects. And yeah, like this, and we just finished right here, guys. Okay, now we're gonna try this again and see if it's gonna work. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Okay, yeah, let me pass you the payload. Okay, we're gonna pass you the payload. We got here another payload at the top. I'm gonna get rid of this. Now let's head into the browser and try this. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass in our message. Okay, let's try to pass in our message. Okay, you can see I run here the server. And now let me pass here this. Okay, I'm gonna delete here this message. Okay, I'm gonna delete here this too. Let me pass here even hello. And then I pass here how's it going. Let's pass here only this. Hello, how's it going? Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. I think they're gonna make here webhook request. You can see they make here webhook request here. And then we respond here. Okay, let me check here. Okay, processing last message. Hello, how is it going? Okay, we got this. Now let's check here. Okay, hello, everything is going great here. How can I help you today? And you can see, guys, that actually we don't pass the input again to the bot. Okay, we don't pass twice. It works. Okay, it works, guys. And you can see this how we can interact with the agents, with the bots via Slack. And let me head into in here. I'm gonna head into the app here, and then I'm passing this. Okay, let me pass you this input. Let's pass you this input. Now I'm pass here. Here's the deadline of the project. Here's the dates. I'm pass deadline of the project. I'm gonna pass here this, and I'm pass here October 10. October, like this 10th. This is the deadline. You can see, okay, here's the deadline, and you can see the agent respond here based on the information. I have the start date of the computer use agent app. The start date is June here, but I don't have here the information about an October 10th deadline. Okay, now let me head into in here and ask the agent what is the deadline of the projects. What is the starting date? Let me pass starting date and ending date of the project. I'm gonna pass you this. What is the starting date and ending date of the project? You can see if I head into in here, you can see previously I passed here, we're gonna start the projects on June 10th. And then I've passed here here's the deadline of the projects. I pass you this. Now let's head into in here, and then I'll pass you this. What is the starting date and ending date of the projects? Let's pass you this, and you're gonna see the bot is gonna react immediately. We get here the response from the bot based on the project information. Starting date June, ending date. Unfortunately, I don't have information about specific ending date for the project. The project is still in its planning phase. Let me pass you this. Okay, here's the let me pass here. The ending date is October. Let's pass you October 10th. October 10th. Okay, the ending date is October 10th. And then I'll pass it, save that into the memory. I'm passive and save that. Okay, save that. I'm gonna pass it this. Now let me head into in here, and then I'll pass you this. What is the starting date and ending date of the project? Okay, let's pass here only what is the deadline. Deadline of the project. Let's pass here this. Okay, the agent respond again here. The deadline of the computer use agent app is October 10th. Okay, you respond here, guys. Okay, we got here the deadline. Let's say I head into the open channel and I pass here. What is the deadline? The agent is going to react again. Now, what I'm going to do here, let's head into in here, and then I'm going to ask the agents, pause the starting date and ending dates and ending dates of the projects in open channel. I pass you this message, post the starting date and ending dates of the project in open channel, and it's gonna do it. Okay, here's the message, pass you this. Now let me head into the open channel. You can see actually we don't have here message. We get it in here, and you can see pass it calendar, project timeline information, starting date and ending date. Okay, succeed here. Let me go back here. You can see it posts here this information. Okay, that's great. As you can see in here, if I pass here a little message, we're gonna invoke the bot. Okay, I type a little message, we invoke the bot. Now what I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna show you how to invoke the bot when we mention only the bot. If we don't mention the bot, we aren't gonna invoke the bot. This is the no rule. If I pass here at and I pass here my bot, it means we mention the bot here. As we mention the bot, we're gonna invoke it. Now let's learn how to do it. Now in here, we're gonna pass here, I'm gonna pass here bot user ID. Then to get access to that ID, we're gonna pass here authorization. That's we're gonna select the first item, and then we're gonna get here the user ID. And then we're gonna scroll a little bit, and right here we're gonna move here. We're gonna pass is bot mentioned. We're gonna check if the bot is mentioned. If it's mentioned, if it's isn't mentioned, we're gonna return here this response. And then we're gonna take the bot ID. We're gonna take here the bot ID. You can see in here, I'm checking if inside the text here, we got the @bot user ID. I'm going to check if we got it. And then I'm going to take the bot ID. I'm going to pass it to the function here. Process lattice message. We're going to pass it right here and right here. Now let's head into the, we're going to head into the process lattice message function. And then I'm pass here the bot user ID. And then I'm going to pass here this line, okay? I'm going to clear out the text. You can see I take here the last message and then I remove here this syntax. We're gonna have here this @bot ID. We're gonna get rid of this syntax, and then I'm gonna take here the clean text. That's what I'm gonna pass to the Slack agents. I'm passing here like this, and we just finish. Actually, if I send a message to the bots, okay, and I don't mention, we aren't gonna invoke it. Let's see how it works. Now, let me restart here the server, and then you're gonna see how it works. We're gonna tap here npm run start, and then we're gonna head into the Slack chat interface, and then I'm passing a little message, okay, like this. I'm trying to pass here hello, and see what we're gonna have here. The server is up here. Let's try to test this. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit until the server is up. Now let's head into here, and then we're gonna try this. Now I'm gonna pass here hello everybody. You're gonna pass this, and as I pass here hello everybody, you can see actually the bot doesn't react here. The bot doesn't react here. Hello everybody, the bot doesn't react. So what if I mention here the bot? I'm passing we're gonna pass here my bot, and then I'm passing hello, and I'm passing how's it going, and here's the message, and then I'm tap enter here. You're gonna see the bot is gonna react. Let's see. Yeah, you can see actually the bot reacts. As I mentioned bot, the bot reacts. Hey, oh good here. Thanks for asking. How can I help you today? Let's mention again here the bot. I'm gonna head into another channel. Let me head into the social channel and pass it at give me and pass. We're gonna mention here again the bot. We're gonna pass my bot. Give me update. Yeah, we're gonna pass a give me update about ongoing projects. I'm gonna pass this, and then we're gonna tap enter to see if the bot is gonna react again here. And as I pass here this, the bot is gonna react in a matter of seconds. Let's wait a bit, guys. Yeah, you can see actually the bot react again as I mentioned bots. Hey, here's a quick update on the ongoing projects. We got here 2 projects. We got computer use agent app, and we got a SaaS app. Okay, that's cool. That's cool, guys. You learn how to invoke the bots on mention only. When we invoke the bot, we're gonna invoke it. If we don't mention the bot, we aren't gonna invoke it. This is the new rule, guys. Okay, I think you get the idea. Now, in order to understand how this works pretty well, I invite you to practice. Alright, guys, now we're gonna learn how to build a self-improving agent. So what is it? A self-improving agent is an advanced artificial intelligence system designed to autonomously evaluate its own performance, learn from its execution outcomes, and update its own strategies, prompt or code without requiring human intervention. That's what we call a self-improving agent. It means when a user passes an input to the agent generates an output, and then it reflects on it. It means it tries to identify gaps. And as it has gaps, it's going to try to put in place some strategy that it will apply in the next iteration. That's how a self-improving agent works. As you can see on this image, you can see we got the first stage here. The user passes an input to the agent, and then the agent is going to try to retrieve a skill. If it doesn't have a skill, it's going to execute the task. And when you're going to finish executing the task, it's going to reflect on the output. It's going to try to identify gaps. And then it's going to, if it identifies gaps, it can create a skill. And then once it has hit the skill, it can try to decide even to persist the data in the long-term memory. That's how it works, okay? In order to understand this pretty better, we're going to get into the practice and we're going to build this. I'm not sure how to build this, guys, okay? You can see the user passes an input to the agent generates the output, then the agent have the initial response, it reflects on it, and then the agent can try to identify gaps and put some strategy that we'll use in the next iteration. That's how it works, okay? That's how it works, guys. Now, in order to understand this pretty better, we're going to head into the practice. Let's head into our VS Code, guys. And as you can see, we got the tools folder. You can see tools folder. I've already passed here another tool. Yeah, another file, skill tool. And you can see we got here Slack tools. Let's head into skill tool.ts. Now, inside the skill tools.ts, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass here some tools that the reflection agent is going to use in order to create a skill. Now, we're going to pass here this. Okay, you can see import here the tool function, Zod, FS module, path module, and I import here skill handler. The skill handler, it's gonna be a class where we're gonna pass some CRUD operation that allows us that we can apply on a given skill. We can create a skill, update a skill, modify a skill. Let's say I head into the memory agents. Let me head in, and then I'm gonna show you something. You can see if we head into the memory agents, we got the memory handler. Here's the memory handler. So inside the memory handler, we got some function that allows us to write the data within the memory. Okay, if I head into the memory handler, let me click here. You can see we have here init. We have here the function that allows us to initialize memory files. If I continue here, you can see we have here log interaction. We use that function in order to write into the memory. We use log to archive. We have here other functions. Yeah, you can see inside the memory handler, we pass in some CRUD operations functions that we use to apply on memory files. Now we're gonna do the same thing into the skill tool.ts. We got the skill handler. We're gonna pass in some function that allows us to create a skill, update a skill, edit a skill, and read a skill. Now we're gonna invoke these functions into tool function. Now you can see we pass here function. Create skill tools. We pass it the user ID and we pass it the skill handler. Actually, we have already created the skill handler. We're gonna create it later. Now we're gonna pass here list skills tool. And then we init here. We are going to create the skills folder. We're gonna initialize here. Let's head into the public folder. I'm gonna show you something. You can see in here, inside the public folder, I've already passed here another folder, skills. And here's how this skill gonna looks like. Okay, when the agent creates a skill, express root payload limits, it's gonna pass you description, it's gonna pass you the tags, express security, webhook, it's gonna pass you trigger pattern, webhook, express endpoint, it's gonna pass you agent source, memory, context, ID, created A, updated A. I'm not explaining you literally everything about this, okay? Right now, we're gonna focus on creating tools, and then we're gonna come back to this later, guys, okay? We're gonna come back to this later. Now, we're gonna initialize here the skills folder. And then, we're gonna pass you handler, read all. We're gonna use the tool in order to read all skills. We're gonna return all skills. This is the first tool. You can see we even have here little description, list skills, list of skills currently in the skill library. Okay, this is the goal of the function. Let's pass here the second tool, create skill tool. It has here the name, description, steps, tags, trigger parents, agent source, context. You can see we get here the name, create skill, description, create a new reusable skill, and I'll pass here the input, the name, little description about the skill, description, already step-by-step procedure. We pass it tags, keywords for retrieval, Slack, channel, messaging. We pass it trigger patterns, short phrases in the user input that should activate this skill. We have here the agent source. We have here the agent source. Which agents this skill is for? Memory, Slack, researcher. We're gonna pass in our tool, patch skill tool. This is the tool that we're gonna use in order to update a given skill. It takes here the skill ID, steps, description, tags, trigger pattern, context, patch reason. It takes here the name, description, skill ID, patch reason, steps, description. Okay, now let's pass here the data. Okay, here's the body of the tool, handler, init. We pass here update. We invoke here the patch skill function to update a given skill. Now we're gonna return here these skills. List skills tool, create skill tool, patch skill tool. Okay, we just finished here. you can see we only got here 3 tools that we're gonna pass to the reflection agent to create skill, update a skill, and read a skill. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the skill handler. You can see we got the skill handler right here. Now let's head into the source folder, and then I'm gonna head into in here. You can see I've already passed here another folder. You can see we got here this folder, handler. Okay, handler, this is in our folder. Now what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to pass here this. We're going to import the FS module, path module, UUID. And then I'm going to pass here some type. Okay, you can see we pass here the path, skill roots, and we pass here the counter vector. We get into the public folder, skills folder. And then we have here create skill inputs. This is the structure. And a skill, we got here the type here. To create a skill, we're going to have here the ID, name, description, steps, tags, trigger patterns, agent source, usage counts, success rate, version history. Okay, we got here this stuff. Okay, for the version history, let me see here. We got here version, steps, description, update A, and patch reason. Okay, you're gonna understand all this properly later. We're gonna try to test the agents. Okay, you're gonna understand that later. Now let's head into the skill handler. Now inside the skill handler, what I'm going to do in here, we're gonna pass here now this helper function. You can see if I head into in here, you can see we invoke here these tools. We invoke here this helper function. We invoke here these functions. Now we need to create them. Now let's go into the skill handler, and then I'll pass here the constructor. We're gonna pass here first the user ID. And then we're going to pass here a path.join, skills roots, user ID. And then to create the skill.json, we're going to pass here skilldir, and then we're going to pass here the skill.json. As you can see inside the skills folder, we have here the user ID and then the skill.json. Okay, that's why you see that there. You can see we text here the user ID, we pass here path.join, and then we're going to get this stuff, this format. And then we're going to invoke here inits, and then we're going to create a skilldir. Okay, we're going to create a skilldir alongside the skills.json file. And we're going to head into the skills file. We're going to pass in an array. Now let's pass you our function, read a skill. To read a skill, we're going to pass here the skill path. Okay, and then we're going to return here the contents. To write a skill, we're going to use the function. You can see pass here the skill path, the skill file here, and then I'll pass the JSON.stringify. We're going to pass in our function create skill. It takes here the create skill inputs. We have the name, description, steps, trigger patterns, and add property. And then we're going to invoke here, first read skill. We're going to read the skill. Then we're going to parse it, and then we're going to inject it. We're going to push in a new object. You can see we get here new object. We take it and then we push it, and then we write into the skill file. This is the function here. Let's pass in our function patch skill. We use the function in order to update a given skill. It takes here the skill ID, and it takes here the patch skill inputs. We're gonna, if you want to update a given skill, you're gonna pass description, steps, tags, trigger pattern, and counters. It takes here this. Let's pass here another function. Find by ID, you can find the skill by ID, by name, and so you're gonna pass here another helper function. We're gonna pass in our function search by tags. We can invoke here the function in order to search a skill by tag. We're gonna pass here this final function format for counters. When we're gonna invoke it, we're gonna pass a formatted skill to the agents. Okay, that's how it works. You get the idea, guys. Now, what I'm gonna do next here, I'm going to head into the reflection agent folder. You can see we got a folder. Now let's head in again, and then you can see we have here a reflect prompt.ts. Let's head in. We're gonna pass here the system prompt that we're gonna inject into the reflection agents. Now here's the prompt: build reflect prompt. Now you can see here's the system prompt. You are a silent background learning agent. The user has already received their response. You run entirely in the background to analyze conversation and make the system smarter for the next time. Core schema alignment. When creating or patching a skill, It means when creating or updating a skill, your two arguments pillar must strictly conform to the structure. Name, name, description, counter steps, trigger patterns, tags, agent source. Reflection process. Strictly follow this order. Initial analysis. Strictly follow this order. Initial analysis. Open markdown block formatted as thinking on and evaluates what patterns did the user's request follow, what micro agents handle it, and did it succeed or struggle? Was there any delegation or handoff? What specific repeatable procedures was used that is worth saving? Did the user review long-term memory? Info, preferences, set of constraints. We got here the step 2, check existing capabilities. Invoke the list skills tool. You must inspect what skills currently exist before attempting to route or modify any to prevent duplication logic. You have to invoke here the tool first. Execute obligation layer. Okay, we pass you this, and we pass you long-term memory evaluation. You have to evaluate the long-term memory. And we pass here skill rules, create a skill one, and we pass here this other stuff. Okay, this is the system prompt that we're going to pass to the reflection agent. Now let's head into the reflect agent.ts, and then we're going to pass here the reflection agents. And once we finish creating the reflection agents, we're going to test it, and then we're going to integrate it into the system. Okay, we're going to integrate it, and you can start doing stuff in the background. Now I'm going to pass you this. I'm going to import here the human message. We're going to import here the LLM, create agents, create skill tools, and we're going to import here the memory. And then I'm passing skill handler, reflection inputs, build reflect prompt, run memory. We're going to import here that tool. We're going to pass it to the reflection agent. The reflection agent is going to have the possibility to write into the long-term memory. We pass here memory handler, two-man ring middleware to know which tool that has been invoked by the reflection agents. Now here's the function. It takes here the inputs, reflect inputs, and then we're gonna extract here the some property from the inputs: user ID, message, agent response, execution path, and traces. And then we're going to pass here skill handler. We initialize it in here. We need here the skills folder, and then we pass here this function, create skill tools, and I pass here the user ID, and then I extract here the list skill tool, the create skill tool. We extract here these three tools. I import here run memory tool. This is the tool that we pass to the memory agent to write into the long-term memory. If I click here, you can see here's the tool. If I head into the memory agents, OpenClaw, okay, you can see here's the OpenClaw, and you can see we got here the memory agents. We pass it the tool, run memory tool. Now I take the tool I pass it to the reflection agents. The reflection agents can read the long-term memory and analyze it and decide if it can add in data, can add in something about the user. Now we are going to pass here create agents. We pass here the LLM. We're going to use Minimax. Pass here the system prompt, tools. Okay, actually pass here only four tools: list skills tool, create skill tool, patch tool, wrap memory tool. And then pass here the two-man ring mirror. And then here, I'm gonna pass here this line. You can see pass here memory handler. I pass here the memory roots and user ID. And then here I'm gonna load here the long-term memory. If I head into the public folder, you can see here's the long-term memory, and then if I scroll a little bit, you can see here's the long-term memory. We're gonna load it. And then we're gonna pass it to the agents. Now here's the inputs, the reflection inputs, transition telemetry, execution path. I'm not explaining you literally everything how it works. We got here tool used. Okay, you know, when the memory agents run a tool, we are going to track that. We're going to store that into an array, and then we're going to pass all of this to the reflection agents in order to analyze everything. We're going to pass the tool used. If the memory agents or the Slack agents run, let's say, 3 tools, we're gonna inform the reflection agents. We're gonna pass here these tools, If handoff occur, let's say the memory agent pass control to another agent, the reflection agent is going to analyze that. If the session success, if when the memory agent was working, everything going well, we're going to inform the reflection agents. We're going to pass even the duration. Now we're going to pass here the user message and the agent response. When we pass an input to a given agent, it's going to take the input and then it's going to generate the response. When it generates the response, we're going to take the initial user inputs and then we're going to take the output of the agent based on that input. We're going to pass that to the reflection agents. We can say I pass the user message and I pass the agent response. And then we're going to continue, and here we're going to pass it to the user profile. The user profile is the long-term memory data. Okay, you can see we got in here user profile. We're going to take that, and then we're going to take that and we're going to pass it to the agents. Try catch. Now I invoke here the agents and I pass here the inputs. And then we pass here this. We're going to console here the results. Now let's head into the Express server to try this to see how it works, so that you can get an idea of what the reflection agent is going to do. Okay, you're going to get an idea. Now let's head into here. And as you can see, I pass here this endpoint. Let me get rid of this stuff here. You can see we pass here an endpoint. Then I pass here user message. We're going to consider the memory agent has already generated response to the user. Okay, you can see, let me first explain you this visually in order to get a big picture of it. As you know, we got the memory agent. Okay, the memory agent is right here. The user is right here. The user crafts an input, he passes it to the memory agent. And then the memory agent generates an output here. And once it generates here this output, we're going to take this output, we're going to pass it to the reflection agent. I'm going to take here the initial, we're going to take the initial user input alongside with the output generated by the memory agents. We get here the output. We're going to take that, we're going to pass it to the reflection agent. And then the reflection agent is going to analyze that. And then it's going to create a skill. We have here skill creation here, and also the reflection agent can update a skill or improve a skill, and it can write into the long-term memory. That's how it works. Let's say again here the memory agents. The user pass here another input. The memory agents here invoke here another agents. Okay, you can see we got here the Slack agents. Let me pass here Slack agents. The memory agent pass control to the Slack agents. And then the Slack agents generate the output. We got here the output. We're gonna take that output. We're gonna pass it to the reflection agent again. We're gonna pass you that, and also we're gonna take the initial user inputs. We're gonna take the initial user input, we're gonna pass it to the reflection agent, and then it's gonna reflect on it, and then it can create a skill, update a skill, or improve it, or you can decide to write into the long-term memory. Okay, I think you get the idea. You get the idea, guys. Now let's go back here, and then you can see I do here a simulation. I pass here a user input. Hey, I need to optimize a slow aggregation query on our MongoDB cluster. The current query pulls data from the orders and users collection using heavy lookup, and it's taking over 4 seconds to execute on production. Can you take a look at our existing strategy and rewrite the aggregation stage to make it faster? Okay, let's say the agent's response, the memory agent has a response here. Okay, you can see I pass here the database agent has a response to these inputs. Handling complex database optimization, index management, and heavy MongoDB aggregation queries falls under the specialized domain of our database architecture agents. To ensure this query gets optimized with current sizing metrics and indexing strategies, I am transferring this entire session context over to the database agent now. They will be take it from here and provide the optimized aggregation pipeline. You can see this message here is for the memory agent. And this here was the user input. The user is interacting with the memory agent, then the memory agent pass control to the database agents. Now we're going to take the inputs and the outputs of the memory agents. We're going to pass it the user ID, the message, agent response. Execution path is the agents. The agents which is generate the output. That's why I pass execution path. It can be a memory agent like agents or say agents. We're going to pass it some traces. We're going to pass it to use list collections tool. Or in our case, the memory agent has write memory tool. I'm not check if the memory agent has core header tool. We're gonna check that. We're gonna pass that to the reflection agent so that it can analyze it. Now we're gonna try to test this. You're gonna see it works. I'm trying to test this. I'm gonna close this, and then I'm gonna run here my Express server. I'm pass you the base euro, okay, /test r. Let's check here. You can see we run here the reflection agents. We run it. And then the reflection agents analyze it. You can see we pass here this function. Executing tool. It invokes here the tool. List skills. And then here's the human input. And then here the agents. We got here reasoning. Let me analyze this interaction. What patterns did the user's request follow? Okay, I pass here the user asked about MongoDB query optimization, specifically a slow aggregation query with lookup. We pass here this stuff. Then you can see it has made here a tool call. It has invoked here the tool list. It has invoked here list skill tool. And then here it analyzes here that inputs, and then here it generates here the final answer. But the agent here, as you can see, it didn't invoke here the create skill tool. It didn't invoke it. It didn't create any skill. Okay, it simply analyzes it. Let me pass here another input and see what the agent's gonna pass here. Let me pass here another input. Okay, I'm gonna pass here this. Okay, I'm gonna pass here now this. Let me pass here different inputs. Okay, I'm going to pass here memory, and I'm gonna pass here now a new input. Let me move here, and then we're going to move right here, guys. I wanna show you something. Let me head into here. You can see here's our app. I'm gonna click here new. Let's head into the thread here. Let me pass here hello and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, I pass here hello, and then the agent responds immediately. How's your day going? Okay, and you can see list me here some projects. I see you're working on some exciting projects, computer use agent app. Okay, and I'm pass here. Let's brainstorm about. Gonna pass you this input. Let's brainstorm about the second project. Okay, if I pass you this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. And we're gonna take here the output of the agents. Okay, I'm gonna take that. Great. Let's brainstorm about, I'm gonna take that here. Okay, we're gonna pass it as the output. And let me check here at the bottom. You can see the agent here is core here tool, search memory. Now I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna pass it in here. We're gonna take that and pass it right here to use. It is used here too. Handoff false here. It didn't pass control to another agent. And now let's try to run here this. In order to see everything pretty better, I'm gonna cut here the server and then I'm gonna rerun it. Now what we're gonna do, let's head into the browser and run here this again and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we're gonna tap inner here and let's see what we're gonna have here from the reflection agent. Oh yeah, you can see it didn't call here any tool. You can see it didn't call here any tool. You can see it didn't call here any tool. We got here again, this is the memory. And then here passive thinking. Okay, user request pattern. It didn't do here anything again. And as you can see here, every time, okay, you can see it didn't create here any skill. Okay, now let me try to pass it another input. Okay, you can see again it passed here. Let me enlarge this interaction. What happens? User said, let's brainstorm about the project, a very briefing, and then at the bottom here, the user's second project was already known to be Next.js SaaS app. This is skip case simple. Okay, he passed this stuff, but he didn't create a skill. He didn't create a skill, guys. Let me try to pass here this. Okay, let me try to pass here this. Okay, great. Let's brainstorm about Next.js super base SaaS app. Now, what I'm going to do here, architecture. Yeah, you can see the agent passes some options: authentication module, architecture, feature, tech stack. Now, what I'm going to do, pass here authentication module. Let's pass here authentication module. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, it passes some authentication module. It passes some data. Okay, it passes this stuff. Okay, let me see here again. I'm gonna go back here. You can see. Okay, it calls here another tool, search memory. Okay, now let's take here this input again, and then I'm gonna pass it to the reflection agents. I'm gonna take here this. Okay, let's brainstorm by the second project. This was the inputs. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna pass it to the reflection agent again. Let's head into the Express server. We're gonna take that. This is the input, authentication module. Now we're gonna copy here the outputs. The outputs. Okay. Okay, let me pass you this again here. Okay, let's take here this. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna pass here this to the agent. Let's pass here this and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, I'm gonna pass this. Okay, now let's run here this again. I'm gonna run here the reflection agent again. We need to cut here our server, and then we're gonna rerun it. Now let's head into the browser, try this. Okay, I'm tap enter here. Okay, and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, you can see it calls again the tool list skills, and then it didn't do anything in here. It didn't do anything. Okay, it simply analyzed here, but it didn't do anything in here. Now let me try to trigger now the reflection agent to create a skill or to write into the long-term memory. Now what I'm going to do here, you can see previously I passed here authentication module, and then the agent passed here this, and then this. Okay, and then he pick here, and then he passed here this. What all features do you need? Okay, pass here email, social logins, Google Auth, and then I'm gonna pass here this. I'm gonna pick here this email. I'm gonna pass here this for features, authentic. Yeah, I'm pass here for auth features. For features I need. I'm going to take here this email, social media. I'm gonna take that. And then I'm passing here. Let me pass here the inputs. Okay, we're gonna pass here the inputs. We're gonna pass here this for feature of I need email, password, and social logins, Google and GitHub. And then I'm gonna ask the agent to publish the message into the open channel. Publish the message into open channel about these projects. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm gonna pass it to the agents. Now we're gonna pass it in here like this. I'm tap enter. Now I'm going to take that here. I'm gonna head into the Express server, and then for the inputs, we're gonna pass here. This is my inputs. This is my input right here. Okay, now let's take here the output. Okay, you can see for all features I need. Okay, you can see this the outputs. Then I've delegated this to the Slack agents, and then I'm gonna check here. I'm gonna take here this. I'm gonna take that. Okay, this is the output of the memory agents. Let's go back here. We're going to pass here now the output of the memory agents. Okay, we're gonna pass in here, and then we're gonna pass here this, and pass here a tag here outputs memory memory agents. Now we're gonna pass here, close here outputs, we're gonna pass output memory agents like this. I'm gonna take that and pass in here. Now let's head into the console here. We're gonna copy something. You can see in here, the memory agent has invoked the delegate agent tool, and here's the inputs, Slack agent inputs here. I'm gonna take that. Okay, this is the input that was passed to the Slack agents. Slack agents, you can see we got here the context. The user wants to publish the following message to all band channels about their Next.js plus Superbase projects. And then we're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it to the reflection agents. This is gonna be here the inputs. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna pass here this again. Yeah, I'm gonna take that and pass that here, and then I'm gonna wrap it into a tag here. For this, we're gonna name it. Let me copy this tag first. We're gonna name it. We're gonna pass it. We're gonna pass it Slack agent input. Okay, we're gonna pass it this a Slack and pass here this Slack agent inputs. And we can take here this again. We're gonna take that, then pass here user inputs. I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna duplicate it, and then I'm gonna close here. We're gonna close that here. We're gonna take that here, and then we're gonna pass in the tag. And let's copy now these Slack agents inputs. Yeah, we're gonna close that here. Okay, we're gonna take that, and then I'll pass here something. We're gonna pass here there's something, and we're gonna pass here this. The Slack agent inputs is the context provided by the memory agent to the Slack agents like this. Now let me head into here and see what we got in here. Okay, in a graph. Okay, let me scroll the bottom here. Okay, we don't have here anything. Let me scroll the bottom. Okay, let me scroll again here. We don't have here anything. Okay, now you can see this is the output. Let me head into the chart history so I can see the output of the Slack agents. Now let's head in. We're gonna head into the memory folder here, and then I'm going to head into here. I'm gonna scroll the bottom here, and then you can see we got this Slack agents here. This is the assistant. And then here's the Slack agents. Okay, you can see Slack agent has said this, done. I've published your authentication features messages to our band channel. Okay, and we're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it in here. Let's head into the Express server, and then we're gonna pass here another tag. Let me do this. I'm gonna pass here these outputs, and I'm gonna copy this tag here, and then we're gonna pass in here. Like this, we're gonna pass here Slack agent output, Slack agents outputs like this. Let's take here this, and then I'm gonna pass in here. Now I'm gonna take here this stuff, gonna pass it right here like this. Okay, you can see pass in here. Now let me pass here end of a curve, gonna pass it through. Tool used here tool use transfer. We're gonna pass here delegate agents. This is the tool used, and we got here another tool used here, which is send list. Yeah, we got here another tool used for the Slack agents. Here's called here the tool. We're gonna take that, we're gonna pass in here. I'm going to come back here, send Slack message. We're gonna take that too. Okay, we're gonna pass it in here like this. End of a true. Okay, everything is working pretty well. Now let's try this again. I'm gonna close this, and then we're gonna run here the app, and then we're gonna head into the browser to see what we're gonna have here when we're gonna run the reflection agents. Okay, the reflection agents, we're gonna think about this. Okay, yeah, I can see execution path tool used, and then handoff occurred. I'm gonna pass handoff occurred. I'm gonna pass here parentheses. I'm gonna pass here agents delegates a task here like this. And here I'm passing here executor. The end of target is the executor agents. I'm gonna pass it this. Okay, now let's try this again and see how it's gonna look like. Okay, now I'm gonna try this again. Let's run here again the server, and then I'm gonna run here this in the browser and see what we're gonna have from the reflection agents. Okay, and if I head into the Slack here, the Slack channel, you're gonna see in the open channel, the agent has sent here the message. You can see it has sent here the message for all features I need, this and this. Okay, the bot has passed here this. Now let's see here the save is running. Now let's head into here and try to run here this. I'm gonna tap in again. Now let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, and again here the agent's running. It lists here skills. Okay, and again here it didn't do anything. Okay, let me analyze this interaction. What happens? Okay, it didn't do anything. Here again, you can see, let me analyze this interaction. What happens? User wanted to publish a message about all features to all Slack channel. We've been in the name memory agent to all channels. We've been in the name memory agents delegated a task to the Slack agents. Slack agent found only one channel or ban and posted the message. Session succeed analysis. Okay, this is not a repeatable procedure that needs a skill. It's one-off messaging task. The user has their profile updated. Computer use agents. It checks here the memory, Next.js plus Superbase, and then you can see Next.js plus Superbase SAS, and then it pass here job it's memo. Okay, we have here other stuff, guys. Okay, we have here other stuff. As you can see, the agents didn't create a skill because this is not a repeatable pattern. It doesn't involve a repetition. That's why it don't save here this. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this data here. Let me get rid of this. Okay, in order to make things clean here, let me go back here again, and then I'm gonna get rid of these inputs here. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this data here. Let's remove everything here. And then what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to take that, I'm gonna pass it to Gemini, and then I'm gonna ask Gemini to pass here a user input and an agent response that can trigger the reflection agents create a skill. Okay, let me take here this, and then I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna pass it to Gemini. Let's head into here, and then I'm gonna head into here. I'm gonna select here Pro, and I'll pass here a user inputs and agents, and I'm passing user inputs and agents outputs that triggers the reflection agents creator skill. Okay, or save data into the long-term memory like this. I'm gonna pass it this, and then Gemini it's gonna generate here the inputs. You can see we got here new inputs. Now let's copy this, and then I'm gonna remove here this, and I'm passing this. Let's try to rate it a little bit. You can see what we got in here. Okay, you can see it pass here. Whenever I asked you to scaffold a new LangGraph workflow in TypeScript, always follow this exact procedure. Okay, pass here this. You can see create a state, the TS file with the state graph interface. And then we have here human approval. We have here step 3, never skip the human loop step, and save this workflow. And then the agent has generated here response. I have successfully registered the workflow constraints. And then whenever you ask me to scaffold a LangGraph agent, I will strictly follow these steps. Creating the state.ts. Okay, it's gonna do here this, and always inject a human loop approval node before the end state to ensure human loop verification. Now let's head into the browser and try this. Okay, now we're gonna tap in again here, and again you can see, okay, it didn't call here, it didn't save here this key. Yeah, you can see, yeah, actually it saved here that data. You can see it invoked here the list skill tool, and then it created a skill here about LangGraph. Yeah, you can see skill name LangGraph-TypeScript scaffolds. Now let's head into the skills folder and see what we got in here. Actually, we got here two skill. Okay, we got here two skills. Okay, we got here this, and we got here another skill, LangGraph-TypeScript scaffolds. Okay, let me pass here this again. We're gonna ask Gemini to generate another input. I'm gonna pass to the reflection agent that allows the reflection agent to update a skill. I'm pass here, give me another user message and agents outputs that trigger the reflection agents update the skill. We're gonna pass you this. Okay, you can see actually Gemini is working on it. Okay, we got here this again. Yeah, we got here this again. This is the second input that's gonna trigger the agents update the skill. Okay, let me copy this again. We're gonna pass again in here. Let's head into the Express server. Okay, take that, and then let's say the users pass here this. I need to update my standard procedure for Express payload limits. From now on, whenever we apply the root level JSON parser, and then I pass here this, and then the agent is respond here this, understood. I've noted the modification to Express payloads. Moving forward, whenever I set up a root level payload limits, I will always pair the express.json middleware with a custom error handler. Okay, this is another input that is going to trigger the reflection agent to update a skill. And as you can see, actually, I got two skills here, LangGraph-TypeScript scaffolds, and we got here the express root payload limits. Okay, let's try this again. I'm gonna move here and then I'm tap in again. Let's try to see what the reflection agent is gonna do. It calls here the skill list skills. Okay, it invoked here another tool. As you can see, it invoked here to patch skill. Okay, it patches skill. It means it updated skill here. Okay, patch reason, pass the reason. And then continue here. Okay, oh yeah, it saved it. It saved the data. If I head into in here, the agent has updated here the skill. Okay, it updated. Okay, I think you get the idea. Now, here's how it's gonna work. Now, when we're gonna pass the inputs to the agents, we are going to load first here a skill. We're gonna load a skill. It means we're gonna pass the inputs, then we're gonna load a skill. And here we're going to modify the system prompt for the memory agents. Let me head into the index memory agents. You can see here's the memory agents. Now let's head into within the memory agents. And as you can see in here, guys, I've passed here another layer to the system prompt of the memory agents. You can see I've added here this layer. If I remove it, then I'm gonna add it. Skills layer, auto injected, skills guidance, and you can see when relevant skills from the past session are available, they will appear in your counters under the skill layer section. Skills are a reusable procedure that worked well in previous sessions. When you see them, follow their steps and guidance. Adapt, don't copy blindly. They represent proven patterns for this type of request. They may include delegation ints. You do not need to manage, write, or think about skills. You know, when you want to pass the input to the agents, first it's going to call a tool, list skill tool. It's going to try to list all skills. It's going to see the ID, name, and a little description about all skills. Then it's going to try to identify the most relevant skill to call. If it sees that this skill is relevant, it's going to use another tool, read skill. and then it's gonna rate it, and then it's gonna execute now the task. That's how it's gonna work. Now let me go back here, and then I'm passing this section. Okay, you can see tools. We're gonna pass here that section. If the user enforces a strict technical rule, a repeatable workflow, or step-by-step coding instructions, first call list skills tool to check if a similar procedure already exists. If a relevant skill exists in the outline, call read skill to inspect its current steps, then formulate your patch. Okay, this is what we pass to the agent. First, it's gonna call the list skills, and then it's gonna use the read skill tool in order to read a given skill. Now let's head into the skill tools, and then right here I'm gonna pass here another tool. I'm going to comment here first this tool here. You can see this is the tool that we use when we were testing the reflection agents. When the reflection agents calls the tool, it gets here an array of JSON. Now I don't want to pass an array of JSON to the LLM. We're gonna consume a lot of token. I don't want that, okay? I don't want that happen. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna pass here this tool. I'm gonna replace it. I'm gonna get rid of it. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this, and then I'm passing this one. This is an improved version. Okay, as you can see, this is an improved version. We are going to take here the skills. As you can see, I pass the skill ID. I pass here the name and the description. Okay, let me go back here. Let me get rid of this. Let me pass here the stuff. As you can see, we're gonna pass here the skill ID, the name and description. And I use here XML formats. Okay, this is a better way than passing JSON to the model. Okay, now we're gonna pass here another tool. Okay, we're gonna pass here read skill tool. I've already created it. Let me copy it in here. Read skill tool. Let me copy it at the bottom here. Okay, let me look for it. Okay, we get another tool. Read skill tool. Let's copy it in here, and then we're gonna pass in here like this. This is the read skill tool. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that. I'm gonna take that, and then I'm pass it try catch in case we get an error. We're gonna catch it. Let's pass it this, and I'm going to pass here return error occur. Okay, try again and pass it try again. And yeah, I'm gonna pass here this, pass here return, I'm gonna pass here JSON string. If I'm gonna pass an object and pass here a message like this, and then as error, I'm gonna pass here the message like this. I'm gonna take that and pass here error message like this. We're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it into the tool here. You can see we got here another tool, list skills tool. Okay, let's pass it try catch. Okay, let me pass here, let's pass it try catch and pass it try catch like this. We're gonna pass it this. Now we're gonna copy here this stuff, and then we're gonna pass into try catch like this. Okay, like this. Now let's move at the bottom here, and then we're gonna pass here the tool, read skill tool. Let me pass in here like this, and we finish in here. Okay, read skill tool. Now let's head into the reflection agents, reflect agent.ts. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna copy the function, and then we're gonna head into the memory agents. I'm heading to the memory agents, OpenClaw. Let me close here everything here. I'm gonna close everything. Let's head into OpenClaw index. I'm gonna head into here, and now we're gonna pass here this line. And in here, I'm gonna extract here to tool. We're gonna need here list skills tool, and we're gonna need here another tool, read skill. Let's import first this. Now we're gonna pass here read skill tool. Okay, now we're gonna take here these two tools. We're gonna pass it to the memory agents like this. Okay, list skills tool and read skill tool. We pass here two tools like this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do next, I'm going to pass here another section. Okay, we're gonna pass here, I'm going to track here tool used by the memory agents, and pass here const tool used tool used. Okay, tool used is equal to string. I'm gonna type it. It's gonna be an array of string. I'm gonna pass here this, and I'm gonna copy other stuff. Like I'm gonna copy this line, and then we're gonna head into the section here. We use the section in order to track the tool name that is being invoked by the memory agents. Now I'm gonna pass here this line too. Once I get here this, once the agents invoke here too, I'm gonna take it and then I'm gonna push it into the tool used array. You can see we got here the tool used array. We're gonna push in the name of the tool. And I'm gonna copy it to this object right here. We're gonna pass it at the bottom. Okay, let's scroll at the bottom. We're gonna pass it right here to the return statement. I'm gonna return it. Okay, I should copy it, right? I should pass it in here. Okay, I'm pass it right here. Okay, trace this object. We're gonna return it. You can see we're gonna pass in tool used. If the memory agents invoke a pass delegated task to the Slack agents, we're gonna track that. Hand of targets. Okay, if we got here transfer Slack agents, we're gonna return here this. We're gonna return Slack agents. If we get here this, and you can see passive full contents includes transfer reset agents. We're gonna return here reset agents else undefined, and we're gonna pass here else. We're gonna pass here memory. Let me pass the memory agents. Okay, let me see here head of targets. Okay, we're gonna pass here undefined because we aren't gonna pass control to another agents. I'm passing undefined like this. And this is the traces that we're gonna pass to the reflection agents. If I head into express here, you can see if I scroll at the bottom here, when we were testing the reflection agents, we pass here these traces. We pass here the user ID, message, agents, response, execution path, and these traces. We're gonna pass that, all of that to the reflection agents. Now let's head into the multi-agent.ts where we got the graph. Okay, right here. Now what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to do this. You can see we got here the stream agents. We're gonna extract here traces, and then we're gonna pass it right here. Okay, we're gonna pass it these traces. We have already created a function. Okay, you can see this is another function, schedule reflection. Now inside the function, I'm gonna invoke the reflection agents. I'm gonna head into the app folder. You can see inside the app folder, I've already passed in our folder agenda. You can see. Now let's head into the agenda.ts. Now we're gonna import here agenda. Agenda is a package that we're gonna use in order to run background jobs. In order to install it, you're gonna head on Google and then you're gonna type here npm agenda, click here, and then they're gonna take you in here. Okay, you're gonna see this. You're gonna run here this command npm install agenda. Okay, you're gonna run here npm install agenda. Let me go back here and show you the right package. Okay, you can see I pass here agenda, I import here agenda. Let me head into my package.json file. We're gonna see, I'm gonna check here something. You can see, let me copy this line here, agenda.js. Let's pass it in here. I'm pass here npm, you're gonna pass here enter, and then you're gonna click here. Okay, you're gonna install the package npm install agenda.js /mango backend. You're gonna install the package, and then you're gonna head into in here. Okay, I've already installed here agenda.js /mango backend. I've already installed this. Let me check here again another package agenda. Yeah, you're gonna install only this package. Install only this. And then you're gonna head into agenda.ts, and then we're gonna import here this line, and this line it's gonna work. Now let's pass here this. We're gonna instantiate agenda. In order to instantiate agenda, we're gonna pass here new agenda. We're gonna pass here new Mango backend, and then we're gonna pass here the base URL of our MongoDB, and then we're gonna pass here the name of the job. We're gonna pass here jobs. Now let's pass here this line here in order to start agenda. Okay, we're gonna import it into the index.ts. You can see at the root of the bootstrap folder, we got here 5 index.ts. Now what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. I'm going to get rid of this line here. I'm gonna import here start agenda, and we're gonna import here jobs. And now we're gonna pass here away promise.row. We're gonna run here these two promise in parallel. We're gonna run here DB connection and start agenda. like this. Now let's head into the agenda. We're gonna head into the job.tiers, and then I'm not defining some jobs. We're gonna import here first this type, reflection inputs, agenda. Okay, we import here agenda and reflect agents. Let's define here job agenda that define. That's what is said on the documentation. If you come here and you want to learn how to define a job, this is how we do it. Okay, agenda that define. We're gonna pass it the name of the job, and in order to get access to the data, we're gonna pass here this line like this. And now I'm gonna do the same thing. I pass here this line in order to get access to the job, in order to get access to the data. Then I'll take the data, pass it to the reflection agents. And then I'm going to define here the function schedule reflection, and inside the function I pass now to the agenda reflection job. I pass it the data. Okay, this is the data. I pass it the data, and then in here we get access to the data. You can see we take the data, we pass it to the reflection agent right here. Now let me head into the multi-agent tiers. If we head into in here, you can see in here I invoke here now the function schedule reflection. We pass it the user ID, the user message, okay, agent response, execution path, and the traces. Now as I pass here this, we are going to head into in here into the jobs folder. As you can see in here into the jobs folder, we're gonna take the data right here, and then we're gonna pass it to the agenda reflection. This is the job here, and in here we're gonna take that, we're gonna pass it to the reflection agents. Okay, pretty cool. We just finished. Now let's head into the multi-agent tiers, and what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to copy the function schedule reflection. We're gonna copy this function, and then we're gonna pass it at the bottom here. Okay, we're gonna pass it right here, and also we're gonna head into the Slack manager agents. We're gonna pass in the traces. Okay, let me head into first the memory agents and pass index. We're gonna head into OpenClaw memory. You can see we got a section here, traces. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna head into the Slack agents, okay, like this, and we're gonna pass it right here. I'm gonna return here an object. I'm gonna do this and pass you this, and now we're gonna pass here these traces. Okay, we're gonna define here an array. We're gonna name it to use. Let me go back here. I'm gonna go back into the memory agents. I'm gonna copy something and pass here this, and so we're going to scroll the top here. You can see we got a section here in order to pass all tool used into the tool used array. We're gonna copy this, and so we're gonna head into the Slack agents. I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, you can see we got a section right here. I'm pass here, and then I'm take here the tool used. We're gonna pass in here const. We're gonna define the array, and is an array of string. We're gonna pass is equal to this. Now for the duration, let me do this. I'm gonna go back into the memory agent again here. OpenClaw. We're gonna scroll at the top here. I'm gonna copy here. We're gonna get the current dates, and we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, we're gonna scroll at the top here. Let me pass it in here, right here. Okay, let me pass it in here. Okay, like this. Okay, we just finished. I'm gonna get rid of this line. We just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now let's head into multi-agent tiers, and what we're gonna do in here, we are going to extract this data right here. You can see Slack agents, and I'm going to extract here the full content. We're gonna extract it, and then we're gonna take it, we're gonna pass it right here, and we're gonna extract also the traces. Okay, let me go back in here. I'm gonna go back into the Slack manage agents. I'm not checking something. about handoff. You can see handoff occurred. I'm gonna pass here false, because here the handoff it's not gonna occur here. Handoff targets, I'm gonna pass here undefined. Okay, like this. Handoff occur, you're gonna pass here false. You know, the Slack agents, it's not gonna pass control to another agent. Actually, it's not gonna pass control to another agent. That's why I pass here handoff occur false. Okay, like this. Let me go back here, and then I'm checking something. Okay, we're gonna take here the full contents, and then we're gonna pass in here like this. You can see actually we got typing error. Okay, and we just finished, guys. We just finished. Now we're gonna try this, and we're gonna see it works. Okay, we're gonna run here our save and pass here npm run starts. We're gonna run here this command, and then we're gonna try this. Yeah, you can see actually the app is running. Now let's move here and try this. I'm gonna click here, no charts, and now let's head into in here. Let's pass here first hello and see what we're gonna have here. As I pass here hello, let's see what we're gonna get from the agents. Okay, yeah, you can see we got here this hello again. I see you've said hi a couple of times. Everything okay? I'm here to help you with any projects. We got here these projects. Now what I'm going to ask the agent here, I'm going to ask the agent to create us a blog post about computer use agent app. I'm going to copy this and then I'm passing this input. Create me a blog post for these projects, I'm going to take that and pass here this. This is the inputs. Create me a blog post for these projects. Let's see what we're going to have here from the agents. Yeah, you can see in here we pass here the inputs. They invoke here the reflection agent. It ran in background, and then it didn't do anything in here. You can see it didn't do anything. It just invoke here these tools. Okay, it just invoke here this tool. List skills, red skill. Okay. And again here, it runs here again. Let me see here, it runs here again. Okay, now you can see the reflection agent is working backgrounds. Okay, let me see what we got in here. I'm going to go into the public folder and then we're going to check the skills folder. Let's head into the skills.json file. And you can see, guys, that actually we got here a new skill, blog post rather. Okay. Previously, we have here express routes payload limits. This was the previous skill when we were testing the reflection agents. And we got here another skill, LangGraph TypeScript scaffolds. I'm going to get rid of these two skills in here. We created these two skills when we were testing the reflection agents. We aren't going to use them. Now we're going to care about the blog post rather skill, okay? This skills is created by the reflection agents, okay? We pass here the inputs. You can see, guys, we pass here the inputs. You can see, create me a blog post for this computer use agent app. And then the agents come up with this. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna pass here these to the agents. When you are writing a blog post, I'm pass here the introduction should have only two paragraph. I'm passing this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. So let me head into first here, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to close everything in here, and then I'm gonna rerun here the server so that you can see the log pretty well. We need to see the log pretty well. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, let's wait a bit again here. Yeah, you can see again here the server is running. Now let's go back here, and then we're gonna pass here this input. When you are writing a blog post, the introduction should have only two paragraphs. We're gonna pass here this. Let's see the reaction of the memory agents and the reaction of the reflection agents. As I pass here this, you can see a reflection starts here. It lists here skills. And then let me see the next move here. It patches a skill, it updates a skill, okay? It updates the skill, and then pass here the version v2. As you can see, it call here to patch skill, it updates a skill. Because next time when I'm gonna ask the agents to create a blog post, it's gonna, for the introduction, it's gonna pass only two paragraphs. It's gonna respect the rule. Let's go back here. Let's continue the bottom here. You can see, continue. And then we got here this stuff, okay? As you can see, actually here, for the introduction, it's gonna use here two paragraph. Okay, now what I'm gonna ask the agents, okay, let's pass here another inputs. You can see pass here this, okay, this is a blog post. And also I'm pass here this. We're gonna pass here this for the conclusion. Okay, we're gonna pass this. Let me try to check here something here. Okay, let's try to pass this for the conclusion. Yeah, for the conclusion, always pass only one paragraph. After that, create a blog post about the second projects. And yeah, we're gonna pass this. Let's see what we're gonna have here for the conclusion. Okay, or follow these block formatting rules. You can see we have the introduction, 2 paragraphs only, and conclusions in here. Let's go back here and see what the reflection agent says does here. Okay, the reflection agent says pass here this, and then it update here the skill blog post. It update here the skill again, version 2, and it pass here this. It didn't do anything else. Let me head into the skills folder. Yeah, the skills folder you can see. Okay, create a compelling title that reflects the project's milestone or announcements. Write a 2-paragraph introduction that sets context and previews the content. Okay, as you can see, the agent has saved the rule. Next time when I'm gonna ask the memory agent to create a blog post, it's gonna use the skill. It has hits in here. Okay, now let's go back here. Okay, you can see now I'm gonna pass here gone. I'm gonna take this for this app, and pass this for this, and pass it for these projects. I'm passing this because the agent has asked for clarification. I'm gonna pass this. Okay, let's pass this. You can see this the new input for these projects, Next.js plus Superbase. I'm gonna pass here this one. I'm gonna pass it. This one is a web automation app. Okay, I'm passing this. Yeah, for this one, I'm pass here is, yeah, we're gonna look for name here. I'm pass here e-commerce website. E-commerce. Yeah, you can see for these projects, I'm gonna pass here Next.js plus Superbase app. It's an e-commerce website. I'm pass here. It's an e-commerce website. I'm pass in again. Let's see what the core. Now let's see what the memory agent is gonna do in here. Okay, as I pass this, let's head into the console and see the logs here. Okay, you can see again reflection starts here at the bottom. As you can see, it invokes here the tool list skills. Okay, you continue. Okay, you continue here. Okay, now you can see we got here new. Yeah, we got here new blog posts. Now I'm gonna pass here this input again. Did you use the skills? Okay, did you use the did you use the blog post skill to write a post? I'm passing this. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Let's come back here. Okay, it invoked here the tool list skills. And then here, okay, the memory invoke here this. The reflection agents invoke here these two. It invoked here that tool too. You can see it invoke it in here. It didn't write into the long-term memory. Okay, let me check here. No, I didn't. Apologize. Yeah, you can see pass here. No, I didn't. I apologize for that oversight. It didn't use here the blog post writer skill. It didn't. Now I'm gonna ask the agent to save that. Okay, I'm pass here always save. I'm pass here always check the skills when you wanna do a specific task, and try to, yeah, we're gonna pass in try to decide if, yeah, we're gonna pass it, try to decide if it's, I'm passing, it's better to use it. It's better to use it. Okay, you're gonna pass here. Always check the skills. Okay, Gary or make this standard practice. Yeah, Gary or make this standard practice. Okay, list available skills when starting any specific task. Read relevant skills to understand the proper workflow. Okay. Next time I'm gonna ask the memory agent to create us a, let's say, blog post. It's gonna use the skill. Okay, I ask the memory agent to save that into the memory, and then here we got here this stuff. Okay, we got here this stuff and pass here. Now use the blog writer skill. Then pass here this. let's see what we're gonna have here, guys. Okay, again, it rewrote here. It wrote here. Let me check here. Now, as you can see, it invokes here list skills, and then it reads here the skills in order to follow the instructions. And then here we invoke here the reflection agents. The reflection agents doesn't do anything. Okay, it doesn't do anything here. Okay, we got here this stuff. Okay, we got here this stuff. He rewrote here the blog post. And guys, as you can see, everything is working pretty well. We got the reflection agents in the backgrounds. Okay, the job of the reflection agents is to improve the next iteration. And I think you get the idea how it works. You may improve these agents. Okay, as you get the idea, you may improve it. You may make it better. Okay, guys, you may make it better. Okay, you get the idea how it works. Okay. Alright guys, now I'm going to show you how to create a Telegram bot. First and foremost, we're going to get the package. We need to install it so that we can start interacting with Telegram API. You're going to run here npm install telegraph. When you finish, you're going to head into Telegram desktop app, and then you're going to type here something into the search bar. You can see I've already passed here this bot fodder. You're going to type here bot fodder, and then you're going to click here. They're going to take you in this conversation. Okay, they're going to open the conversation window. Once they open it, you're going to run here this starts. Okay, you're going to run here this. As you can see, I've passed here starts. And then they're going to show you this stuff here. I'm going to scroll a little bit. And then you're going to pass here / new bot in order to create a new bot. Once you tap here this, you're going to see here this little message. All right, a new bot. Okay, how are you gonna call it? They're gonna ask you the name of the bot, and then the name of the bot that I've provided is WizBot. As you can see, I've passed here WizBot. Let's scroll a little bit, and then we got here another little message. Good. Now let's choose a username for your bot. It must end in bot. Okay, now you need to provide the username for your bot, and as you can see at the bottom here, I've passed here this. This is the username of my bot, WizEngineerBot. I've passed you this. Then once you pass this, you're gonna get here the token. You're gonna copy the token, and then you're gonna head into that app, and then you're gonna pass in here. You can say pass here Telegram bot token, and you're gonna pass here the webhook URL. Okay, let me show you. Okay, you can see I pass here the Telegram bot token, and I pass here the webhook URL. And to get the webhook URL, you're going to run here these commands. You're going to run the command in order to get the public URL. npx cloudflare tunnel -- URL, and you're going to pass here the base URL of your Node.js app. And then you're going to get here this. Take that URL, and then you're going to head into the app. You're going to pass in here like this. Now, what we're going to do next, we're going to head into the app folder. Okay, app folder right here, controllers. And as you can see, I've already passed here Telegram. Now let's head into Telegram folder. You can see I've passed here 3 files. Here we got Telegram service, Telegram controller, and webhook.ts. Let's first head into the Telegram service. We're gonna pass here some functions that we're gonna use in order to get access to the Telegram, that we're gonna use to interact with the Telegram API. Let's pass here Telegram. We import it from Telegraph. Then we're gonna pass here this interface cached message, and we have mess ID, chat ID, text, date from. We get here the cached chats ID, title, and tab here. Then we pass here the Telegram service, and we get here one property here. Okay, we have here this. I tap it with the Telegram. Okay, this is the tab that I import from Telegraph. We pass it in here. We pass here to property. Okay, message cached. When Telegram is gonna make a webhook request to our Node.js app, we're gonna take the message, and then we're gonna push it into the cache. Okay, we're gonna push it into the cache, and if we get a channel, we're gonna take that too. We're gonna push it into the channel cache. And for these two properties here, we're gonna use them for testing purposes. Later, I'm gonna get rid of these two properties right here. I'm not gonna use them later. We're gonna use that only for testing purposes. Let's pass here the controller, and then from inside the controller we get access to the Telegram bot token. We take it, and then we pass it to the Telegram class. Now we're gonna pass here function handle incoming updates. Okay, I'm gonna use the function in order to update here the message cache and to update the channel cache. Let's see the logic here. You can see the update here is the payload. Then I take here the message. We get here the message. Okay, you can see if we get a message, we're gonna take the message and then we're gonna, you can see first here. First, I pass here a message. Okay, is equal to update the message. If we don't have here the message, we're gonna have here the channel. Then we're gonna take that and we're gonna push into the channel cache, and then we're gonna take that and we're gonna push into the channel cache array. As you can see, then we're gonna take that and we're gonna push it into the channel cache map. Okay, we're gonna take that, we're gonna push into the map, channel cache. We got here a message. I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna push it into the channel map here. Yeah, we're gonna push into the message cache map. Okay, as you can see in here, we get here this logic. I use here the line in order to retrieve a message or a channel. If we got a message, we're gonna push into the message cache. If we got a channel, we're gonna push into the channel cache map. That's how it works. Okay, now we pass here to another function, send message. We're gonna use the function in order to send a message. It takes here the channel ID and it takes here. And then we invoke here the function handle incoming updates. We're gonna pass the message, and once we pass the message, we're going to update here a map. We can update the message cache or the channel cache. Okay, we're gonna use that for testing purposes. Okay, we're gonna pass here only two functions. Pass here send message, and we pass here handle incoming updates. We pass here only this. Now, what I'm going to do, we're gonna head into the tools folder, and then we're gonna pass here. We're gonna invoke here the function send message. Okay, let's head into Slack tools. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then I'm gonna pass here file. Let's pass here Telegram tools. Okay, like this, the tiers, and then let's head into in here. We're gonna pass here this stuff. I'm gonna get rid of these functions here. I'm gonna stay only with one function. I'm gonna stay only with one tool, a tool that allows us to send a message. I'm gonna get rid of this tool. Now remove this. We're gonna scroll a little bit here. We're gonna get rid of this one here. I'm gonna scroll a little bit again here. We're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna get rid of this. And you can see we got here this. We're gonna remove here these two. Now we're gonna stay with one tool. In here I'm gonna get rid of this, and we're gonna import here Telegram service. Telegram service like this. We're gonna pass it here, and then I'll pass it Telegram service like this. We're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, in order to send the message, the agent's gonna pass here the channel ID and the text here, and then we're gonna return here this. And now you can see send Telegram message. You're gonna pass it send. Pass here send Telegram message. Where we got Slack here, I'm gonna click here Control F, and then I'm gonna pass here Telegram like this, and then I'm click here like this. Telegram tools, send Telegram message tool. Let's move at the top here and see what we can here. Send Telegram message tool like this. We just finished in here. We just finished. Now what I want to do next, I'm going to go back here, and then I'm going to head into you can see we get here Slack agents. We're gonna pass here another folder. Let's pass here another folder. I'm gonna name it Telegram agents. Let's pass here Telegram agents like this. Now let's head into the Slack agents, and then I'm gonna copy everything here. You can see we got here this. Yeah, let me copy everything in here. I'm gonna copy everything in here, and then we're gonna head into the Telegram folder. I'm gonna pass here prompt the tiers. Let's pass here this. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff here, and we're gonna pass here UI Telegram agents with access to a extended number of tools. Okay, right here I'm gonna pass here Telegram agent system prompt like this. We just finished in here. Now we're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna head in, and then I'm gonna copy everything here. We're gonna pass in here and pass it Telegram. Okay, we're gonna pass Telegram agent.ts. Like this, we're gonna pass everything in here. Let's head in and then we're gonna modify his stuff. For the system prompt, we're gonna get rid of this. Okay, let me head into the prompt.ts. We're gonna take that and then we're gonna pass it in here. Like this. Okay, we're gonna import it. Okay, we're gonna import it in here. And right here, we're gonna modify here the name and pass here Telegram manage agents. It's gonna take you the inputs, config property. We're gonna pass it only the user ID. And then you can see we pass this. You can see pass the Slack tools. We're gonna get rid of Slack tools. Let me move at the top here. Now we're gonna pass here Telegram tools. Okay, like this. And pass it Telegram tools. Okay, like this. We pass here the tool monitoring middleware. Then we scroll a little bit, we pass this stuff. And then we scroll a little bit. Okay, we're gonna scroll a little bit. Where you can see pass the manager name here, we pass here Slack agents, we're gonna pass the Telegram agents like this. Okay, like this. Pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. Like this. We just finished in here. Now we're gonna take the Telegram agents. We're gonna pass it into the graph. I'm gonna take it and then we're gonna head into multi-agent here. And then I'm going to pass it in here. Okay, you can see we got here the memory node here, Slack agents. We're gonna pass here this. I'm gonna comment here this. We're gonna copy this stuff. And then we're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna pass here this. Let's copy the Telegram manage agents. And pass here Telegram agents right here. Okay, like this. Okay, we're gonna stay with this stuff, with this stuff. Okay, let's scroll a little bit. I'm gonna get rid of this. And we're gonna pass here now Telegram manage agents. We're gonna import in here like this. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna pass here Telegram and pass here Telegram agents. Like this. Okay, like this, guys. And okay, I think we just finished in here, guys. Now we're gonna take here the Telegram agents. We're gonna pass it into the graph. Okay, we're gonna take that and then we're gonna scroll a little bit. We're gonna pass into the graph. Okay, we're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it here like this. Okay, right here like this. And I'm going to head into in here. You can see we got here condition node here. I'm gonna check if the next node is equal to Telegram agents. We're gonna return here Telegram agents. Okay, I'm gonna take that and pass here like this. Telegram agents. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna head into the memory agents. Okay, here's the memory agents. We're gonna head in. And what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to modify his stuff. You can see in here, I'm checking here if, you can see we got here this line, should handoff. I'm checking here if we got transfer Slack agents. Now we're gonna get rid of this line here. We're gonna remove it and we're gonna pass here new line. Now let me first head into the remove thing tag and I'm passing this. We're gonna pass here transfer Telegram agents. We're gonna get rid of it inside the content. And also pass here another function. You can see we got here helpers. Let's pass here another function. I'm gonna name it getNextNode.ts. Like this, we're gonna head in and then we're gonna pass here stuff. Okay, here's the function. Okay, getNextNode. In here, as you can see, I'm checking if we got transfer Slack agents. We're gonna return here next node is gonna be here Slack agents. If we got Telegram agents, we're gonna get here Telegram agents. Okay, we're gonna return here this stuff. Else we're gonna return here next node. We're gonna pass here empty, and I'm pass here should handoff is gonna be here false. Okay, let's export a function and then we're gonna import it. Okay, we're gonna pass this here and then I'm gonna cap that. We're gonna head into multi-agent tiers, and now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna pass here this line. Okay, like this. And what we're gonna pass it is the full content. I'm gonna import in here, and then we're gonna pass the full content. Okay, now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna extract here should handoff, and we're gonna extract here next. Then pass here next node like this. Let's take here the next node, and then we're gonna pass in here. You can see pass the next node. We're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this, and we just finish. If should handoff is equal to true. Okay, they're gonna take us to a given node, and you can see pass here go to let me pass here the value of next node. I'm passing next node like this. And we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now, what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into in here, we're gonna head into the app folder again. Okay, you can see app folder. You can see we got here Bootstrap folder. We got here controllers. Now let me head into Telegram, and I'm not heading to Telegram. We're gonna head into first webhook. Okay, now we're gonna pass here an endpoint that allows us to create a webhook. And now I'm gonna pass here this first. We're gonna import here Telegram service rather from Express. Then we're gonna pass it the Telegram service. And then we're gonna pass it Telegram events. When Telegram make a webhook request to our Node.js app, we're gonna get here the payload. You know, it's gonna send the payload. I pass it try catch. Then we are going to get here the body. And then we're gonna console here the payload. The payload contains the message. And now I'm passing if update. If we get the payload, we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, we're gonna pass in here. And I'm gonna pass it to handle incoming updates. We're gonna take the data and then we are going to pass in here. You can see we use here the handle incoming update function in order to update the message cache map and to update the cache channel map. Okay, we're gonna if we receive a message, we're gonna push it into the message cache map. If we receive a message from a given channel, we're gonna push it into the cache channel. Okay, let's go back into the webhook that is. Now what I'm gonna do next here, I'm gonna pass here a function, set up Telegram webhook. You know, with Slack to set up a webhook, we have to head into the Slack dashboard, and then we can pass there the link. With Telegram, we use a different way. We are going to make a HTTP request to Telegram API, and then we're gonna set up the webhook. Now, as you can see here, we get access to the bot token here. We take the bot token. Then if we don't have here the token, we're gonna return here an error. And now, as you can see, I pass here webhook URL is equal to process.env webhook URL, and then /telegram/webhook. If I head into that env, you can see I pass the webhook URL. And to get the webhook URL, we run here this command npx cloudflare tunnel, and then we're gonna get it. You're gonna copy that, and then you're gonna pass it right here. Once you pass it in here, let's go back in here. We're gonna take it in here, and then I'll pass it /telegram/webhook. And then you're gonna pass it Telegram API. You're gonna pass it https /API.telegram.org/bat. You're gonna pass it the token, and then I'll pass it set webhook is equal to webhook URL. Then you're gonna make an HTTP request to Telegram API, and then you're gonna set it. This is how we set the Telegram API. Okay, like this. And then I'm gonna check if the status, and then I'm check if we got an error. We're gonna throw it. Else we're gonna return here this. I'm gonna return here the tab Telegram webhook initialize, and I'm passing target webhook, and then I'm gonna return here this stuff. Okay, we just finishing here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna take here the setup Telegram webhook. We're gonna head into the Express server, and then I'm gonna pass it there, and then I'll pass here app use. Okay, let me pass here app.use, and then I'm gonna pass in here setup Telegram webhook. Okay, I'm passing here. Okay, now we're gonna import it. Okay, we're gonna import it. You're gonna pass it here. Okay, like this. Let me move at the bottom here. You can see Telegram roots here. I'm gonna get rid of this line here, and I'm passing Telegram events, which is the function here. If I click here, you can see we get Telegram events. When Telegram is gonna make a webhook request to a Node.js app, it's gonna eat here that endpoint Telegram/webhook. I take here the Telegram event route and I pass it into Express. You can see I pass it in here Telegram. I've already passed in here like this. Now the next thing we're gonna do, we are going to head into the Telegram controller, and what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna pass here an endpoint that allows us to send a message to a Telegram channel. Now I'm gonna pass here this. We're gonna pass the Telegram service, and then we're gonna import here Telegram roots here. Okay, Telegram roots here, and then we're gonna pass here rather that get /Telegram send. When I hit that endpoint, we're gonna send message. Now we're gonna invoke here Telegram service that send message. Okay, we pass here. Now what I'm gonna do here, we're gonna pass the channel ID and the text here. Let me get rid of this stuff here. Let me show you how to get the channel ID. Now to get the channel ID, here's what I'm gonna do here. I'm going to head into Telegram. As you can see, what I'm gonna do here, first I'm gonna create a channel. Okay, I'm gonna click a new channel. I'm passing with channel number 2. I'm passing number 2 like this. And now we're gonna click here, create. So once you click create, you're gonna see the menu here, public channel. You're gonna select public channel, and then you're gonna pass here the link of your public channel. I'm passing with 002, and then I'm passing 0082 like this. This is the link here. You're gonna pass this stuff, and then you're gonna click here save. So once you click on save here, what we're gonna do here, I'm going to head into the channel here. Okay, I'm not heading to the channel. You can see we got here with with channel 2. We're gonna head into the channel, and what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna click here subscribe, and then I'm gonna click here administrator. I'm gonna click here, and I'm gonna click here add administrator, and I'm gonna pick here the bots. Okay, let me click here add administrator. Now let me see here, I'm gonna click here add, and I'm gonna look for with bots here. Let's see what we're gonna have here. You can see we got here with bots. Okay, this user is not a subscriber of this channel. Add them to a channel to promote them. Okay, I'm gonna click here this, and then when you head into here, guys, you're gonna see this little menu. You're gonna click subscribe, and then you're gonna add the bot as administrator, and then the bot can change channel info. Okay, change channel info. I can send message. Okay, post message, edit a message of others, delete message of others, and then you can see we got here add member. You can add member, manage live stream. Okay, these are permissions that we're gonna pass to the Wiz agents. I'm gonna click here save. Okay, and once you click save, you're gonna see this. Okay, actually you can see we got here the owner, and the Wizbot is an administrator. Okay, like this. Now you can see actually we got here 2 subscribers. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to head into the channel, and I'm pass here hello. As I pass here hello, we need to get the channel ID. We need to get the channel ID. So how to get the channel ID? In order to get the channel ID, I'm gonna copy something. You can see at user info bot. I'm gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it in the search bar. Okay, you can see we got here user info bots. We're gonna look for these bots here. Show JSON bots. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing here. Let me pass you this. You can see we got here show JSON bots. Now I'm gonna forward the message to the show JSON bots. I'm gonna click here, and then I'm gonna send here. And once you do that, you're gonna get here the ID of the channel. You can see right here, guys, we got here the channel ID and the title. Okay, you can see with channel 2. Okay, I got it. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take that ID, and then I'm passing here. Okay, I can pass even this config. I'm pass here something like this, const telegram config. I'm pass the config, and then I'm gonna pass here. I'm pass here first channel is equal to this ID. You're gonna pass the ID, first channel ID. I'm gonna pass this, and then I'm gonna take that, and we're gonna pass it right here like this. That's first channel ID. Okay, like this, you get access to the channel ID, and then we are going to interact with our channel. If you want to add another channel, you want to interact with another channel, you can just do something like this. Okay, let me show you something. You can just head into here and create another channel and get that ID and pass it into an array. Okay, like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to do this. You can see we got here this stuff. Telegram sent. Now I'm gonna try to attempt to send a message in Telegram. Okay, we get here this. Now let's take here the Telegram roots, and then we're gonna head into the Express server. We're gonna pass it. Okay, we get here Telegram. We get here Telegram events. And pass here the Telegram roots like this. We're gonna take that. I'm gonna pass in here like this. Okay, we need to import it. Okay, we're gonna import it like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Let's go back here and see what's next here. Let's go back into the Telegram controller. You can see I pass here this stuff. Now we need to try this. Okay, let's head into the console here, and what I'm going to do here, I'm gonna run here npm start, and also I'm going to run here these commands. Okay, I'm gonna run here this in order to get a new public URL for this here. I'm gonna cut here this first. Once we get here a new public URL, I'm gonna take it and then I'll pass it into data. You can see we got here another URL. I'm gonna take that and we're gonna head into the data. We're gonna pass it in here. Okay, let's head into data and pass it data, and then I'm gonna get rid of this URL. We're gonna pass a new one, and as we get a new URL, we're gonna write it. And as we get a new URL, we're gonna run here our server. I'm gonna type here this. Okay, now let's head into the browser and try this. Okay, we're gonna pass here /. I'm gonna pass the Telegram sent. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Yeah, you can see we got here this stuff. You can see we got here that endpoint Telegram webhook initialized, and we don't send here a message. We should send a message, but we don't send it. I know why. Now let's head into the Express server, and as you can see at the top here, I pass here this. You can see I pass here set up Telegram webhook. Yeah, we're gonna pass here little endpoint. Init Telegram like this, init Telegram like this, and then we're gonna try this again. Yeah, let's try this again. I'm gonna take that and then I'm gonna pass it right here. Let's run here the server first, like this. We're gonna run here the server is running. Let's try this. Okay, we're gonna head into the browser, and if I pass here the base URL, you can see we got here the server's app. Now let's pass here this / init Telegram. We're gonna initialize the webhook here. Okay, we just set up the webhook. You can see we got here the mess Telegram webhook initialized. Okay, we got here this. Now let's try to send a message. To send the message, we're gonna copy here that endpoint. We're gonna take it and then we're gonna pass it in here like this. Okay, I'm gonna take that and then we're gonna tap enter. And as you can see, we got here a little notification at the bottom right corner. Hello everyone, and we send it. Telegram message sent. You can see we get here message ID. Sender. Okay, here's the sender and the chat here. Okay, we just sent a message. You can see we got here the date and the text here. Let's head into Telegram. You can see I sent here hello everyone. So what if I pass here in our message? Like you can see I pass hello everyone, and if I pass here how it's going, you're gonna see we're gonna send it. How's it going? Pass here is going like this. Let's run the server and try this again to apply modification. I'm tap npm run start, and then we're gonna head into the browser again. I'm gonna tap here send again. Okay, we just sent here another message. If I head into in here, you can see how it's going. You got here how it's going. Okay, everything is working pretty well, guys. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna try to check here something. Okay, we're gonna try to check here something. Okay, as you can see, actually we haven't already make a webhook request to our app. Okay, as you can see, if I head into the controllers folder, you can see we got here webhook inside the Telegram folder. Now you can see we got here that endpoint right here. Okay, a / Telegram / webhook. We use it in order to get access to the payload sent by Telegram. Now let's try to console here the payload. I'm going to head into in here, and then we're gonna look for the bot here. You can see we got here WizBots. Let me pass here hello bots. If I tap enter, they're gonna make a webhook request to our Node.js app. You can see they make here a webhook request. You can see we got here hello. Let me pass here. I'm working on computer use agent app. I'm pass here. I'm working on computer use agent app. If I tap inner and if we head into in here, you're gonna see we got here another webhook request. I'm working on a computer use agent app. You can see it works pretty well. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take the message, we're gonna pass it to the graph, and then we're gonna invoke the Telegram bots. Now let's head into the memory agent, and then I'm passing in that section. I'm gonna head in. You can see OpenClaw Memory, and as you can see, we got here this stuff here. As you can see, we got here to delegate agent skill 2. You can see we have here only reset agents, and we got here Slack agents. Now, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna copy here this else if. We're gonna pass here in our agents, Telegram agents, and then we're gonna pass here Telegram. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of it and pass here Telegram like this. I'm gonna take that, and then let's scroll a little bit again here at the bottom here. You can see we got here enum. I'm gonna pass here Telegram. Okay, Telegram agents like this. Okay, it's gonna pass here Telegram agents, transfer Telegram agents plus the counters. Okay, that's what they're gonna send here. Okay, we just finishing here. Now let's go back here. You can see we pass here system prompt to the memory agents. Now what we're gonna do in here, guys, you can see UI conversation context aware system with explicit memory tools, collaborating with other agents. Available agents. We got here available agents here. We got here available agents, Slack agents, reset agents. Okay, I'm passing Telegram agents. Okay, Telegram agents. Okay, I'm passing manage Telegram channels of the user. Only this. Let's scroll a little bit again here. Okay, we're gonna pass here only this stuff. Okay, Telegram agents manage Telegram channels of the user. Only that. Okay, now what we're gonna do, we are going to take the graph and then we're gonna pass it there. Okay, we're gonna take the graph. Now, in order to get access to the graph, I'm gonna head into Slack here. I'm gonna head into post message Slack. Okay, we're gonna take this stuff here. You can see this is the graph that we invoke here. We're gonna take it. Let me copy the graph. Okay, we're gonna copy this stuff, and then we're gonna take that. We're gonna pass it into the Telegram controller. Let's head in. Let's head into the webhook here, and then what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna create here a function. I'm gonna pass here a sync. Okay, we're gonna pass a sync function, invoke graph. We're gonna pass you this only, and then we're gonna pass you this stuff. Okay, and what we're gonna pass to the graph, we're gonna pass here the message, only the message and the channel ID. Okay, let's pass here the message. It's gonna be a string here, and we're gonna pass here the channel ID. Okay, yeah, let's pass here only the message first. I'm gonna take that and I'm passing message. We're gonna get rid of this here. For the channel ID, we're gonna retrieve it. Okay, let's pass here to the channel ID. Channel ID, and pass here string. It's gonna be a string here like this. Okay, and we're gonna pass the message. Okay, and here I'm passing channel ID like this. Now you can see this is the input. We're gonna modify the input. Ask the we're gonna ask the Telegram agent to handle that. Pass you the user input. If the Telegram agent wanna respond to user, should use the following channel information. Okay, we're gonna pass that to the Telegram agents, and then it's gonna send a message into the channel. Okay, let's import here the graph. We're gonna pass in here like this, and we just finish. Now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna invoke here now the graph, and we're gonna pass it the message. And as you can see, we got here these objects. We got here the text here. This is an object, and inside that object, we got here the message, and inside the message, we got the text here. Where we got it, where we got the data. Now let's invoke the graph. We're gonna take the graph, and then we're gonna pass in here. You can see if we get here updates, what I'm going to do in here, I'm going to head into in here. Okay, I'm not heading to in here, and then we're gonna pass here a wait, and then we're gonna pass here the message to get access to the message. We're going to pass here. We're gonna pass here the message. Okay, like this, post data.text, and also we're gonna pass here the channel ID. To get access to the channel ID, we're gonna head into the Telegram controller. Okay, let's head into Telegram controller. You can see we got here the ID. Okay, here's the ID. Now I'm gonna take that ID of the channel and we're gonna pass into that. I'm not heading to that, and we're gonna pass it in here. Okay, you can pass it Telegram, channel. Let me do this. I'm going to create a config object here. Let's go back here. You can see pass it Telegram config. Okay, I'm gonna take it, and then we're gonna head into the app folder, and then we're gonna pass it config. Okay, you can see we got here this source folder. We're gonna pass it config, and then inside config, I'm gonna pass here app config. I'm gonna pass here this that tiers, and then we're gonna pass here that object. I'm gonna export it. And Telegram config, I'm passing app config, and then we're gonna pass here Telegram. Okay, we're gonna pass here first channel ID, and also we're gonna pass here the user ID. I'm passing user ID. Okay, let's head into the Telegram controller. We're gonna head into webhook. You can see if I scroll at the bottom here, we need to pass here the ID. Let's scroll at the bottom. You can see we got here this. You can see we got here this section. We take here the user ID, and then we pass it to the graph so that we can get access to the memory. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that. I'm gonna take that here, and then we're gonna pass into the app config. Let's head in, and then we're gonna pass in here like this. Okay, now we're going to export the app config. We're gonna head into the Telegram controller, and then we're gonna pass in here. Now I'm passing cons is equal to app config. We're gonna extract here the Telegram, pass here Telegram like this. We're gonna import here app config. Okay, we're gonna import it in here, and then in order to get access to the channel ID, we're gonna pass here only Telegram like this. Okay, like this, app config like this. Okay, like this. As you can see, I pass here app config, and then we get access to the Telegram channel ID. Okay, now we are going to copy this, and then we're gonna head into the webhook here, and we're gonna pass you the user ID. And then I'm gonna extract here user ID like this from config. I'm gonna get rid of this, and then I'm gonna get rid of this line here. We're gonna import here app config. Okay, like this. We're gonna copy app config. We're gonna head into the Slack folder. As you can see, we got here Slack folder, post message to Slack. We got here that. We're gonna remove here this, and then we're gonna import here. We're gonna import the app config right here. Okay, we're gonna import it right here, and I'm gonna remove here this line. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's move right here. We're gonna copy this, and then we are going to pass it in here in order to get access to the ID. We're gonna pass the Telegram, and then we're gonna get access to the channel ID, first channel ID like this. Now let's head into the browser, and we're gonna try this. Okay, I'm gonna move here, and I'm gonna ask you the agent to send a welcome message into the channel. Send a welcome message into the. Okay, let me pass here. Into the Telegram. Send a welcome message into the Telegram channel. If I pass you this, let's go back here. You're gonna see delegate message here. It invokes here the Telegram agents. Okay, it invokes here the Telegram agents. You can see finish here. You can see pass here this. I've sent a welcome message to your Telegram channel. Okay, pass here this. As you can see, the agents asked me to provide the channel ID because the agent is trying to invoke here the tool, send Telegram message. And as you can see, the tool here takes the channel ID and the text here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass here the channel ID because we got the channel ID here into the config here. You can see if we head into config, okay, I'm not heading to app config. You can see we get the channel ID. I'm not extract the channel ID from the app config. Let's do this. We're gonna head into the Telegram controller and we're gonna copy this line. And so we're gonna head into now Telegram tools and then we're gonna pass you this. Okay, we're gonna pass you this. Okay, I'm passing this. Let me check here. Okay, I need to pass here the tool right here. Okay, like this. We're gonna import here the app config, and so we're gonna get rid of this. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this property at the bottom here. Okay, I'm gonna comment here this line, and we're gonna remove here channel ID. Okay, like this. Let's extract here that. We're gonna pass the Telegram that's first channel ID like this. Now we're gonna ask the agents again to send a message, and it's gonna work. Okay. I'm gonna ask here the agent, pass here this again, try again. Let's see what we're gonna have here. As I pass it, try again, the agent's gonna try to send message. Okay, let's first restart it here the server. We're gonna restart here the server, and then we're gonna ask the agent to try it again. Okay, let's move here again. I'm gonna pass here, I have already fixed that. Try again. I'm gonna pass you this, try again. Let's see what the agent's gonna do here. Okay, it invoked here the Telegram agent here. Okay, let me check here. Okay, you can give me either the username, your channel name. Once you provide the channel ID, or send a welcome message right away. Okay, it asked me again here the channel ID, and I've already passed it. You don't have to provide the channel ID. Okay, let me check here again. Okay, yeah, you can see at the bottom here we get a message. Welcome to, yeah, let me head into Telegram, and then you can see welcome to our Telegram channel. We are excited to have you here. Stay tuned for updates, news, and exclusive content. Feel free to introduce yourself. Best regards, the team. Okay, it sends here a message, and let me pass here the name here. I'm passing the name of the Telegram. Okay, the name of the Telegram channel is with channel number 2. We posting updates about projects. Save that. Save that. I'm passing this. Let me check here again what the agent's gonna do in here. Okay, let's check here. Okay, let's check here. Okay, save that. Let me head into Telegram. You can see it sent here another message. Welcome to Wiz channel 2 here. Okay, we got here this stuff. It works. Now what I'm gonna do here, I'm not heading to the Wiz bots here. Let me see if it's gonna work here. We're gonna pass the hello. Okay, let me check here if we're gonna invoke here the bots. We invoke here the bots. Okay, let me go back here. Okay, we invoke here the bots. Okay, the bot doesn't respond here. Let me try to pass here another message. How's it going? Okay, the bot doesn't send here. Okay, let me check here. Again here, it sends here a message. I'm here to help you with, I'm here to help you with your projects. How can I assist you today? Okay, we got here this. Let me pass here, hello. How's it going? I'm not checking if you're gonna post a message in here. You can see Telegram post here message. And now let's try to see if they're gonna respond me. Okay, I didn't pass here hello. Let me pass here again hello. Okay, you can see I pass here hello. Let's try to see if we're gonna have a message. Okay, the agent doesn't send a message. Let me try to check here again. Yeah, you can see we got here response. Yeah, you can see I've passed here hello, and then here the agent respond. Hello, welcome to Wiz channel 2. I'm here to help you. I'm pass here. Tell me about ongoing projects. I'm pass here this. Let's see what we're gonna have here, guys. Okay, and again here the agent is working. Yeah, we got a message again here. Okay, we got here this. Hey there. Here's a summary of the ongoing projects. Computer use agent app. We got here automation tool that can purchase things online autonomously without human intervention. I'm passing list me available features of the first projects. And yeah, you can see we got a message here. Computer use agent app available features. We got here a little message from the agents. Okay, the agent pass you this. Now let me pass you what is the deadline. Yeah, what is the starting date? You're gonna pass the starting date and ending dates of the first projects. Computer use agent app. We're gonna pass you this message. What is the starting date and ending date of the first projects? And guys, if I head into the public folder, you can see we got here the skills folder. Okay, the agent response here. You can see we got here the skills folder. We have here skills.json. And if you notice in here, guys, the agent has already created other skills here. Previously, we got here only one skill. It was blog post rather. Actually, I noticed you already create here skill check before us. It passed here another skill here. Okay, it passed here another one. Config check before prompts. Before prompting user for configuration values, API key, channel ID, credentials, check stored config, memory first. Okay, we got here another skill here. Let me check here. We got another one here. Cross-platform message relay message between platforms, Slack, Telegram. It created a skill again here, and we got here Telegram, Slack, cross-platform. Okay, that's cool. Let me check here. Okay, we got here I think we got here 1, 2, 3, 4. We got here 5 skills. It already created 5 skills so far. Let me head into Telegram. You can see we got a message here. I pass here that input. What is the starting date and ending date of the first project? We got here the starting date and ending date. Beautiful. Okay, it works pretty well. Actually, the agent is working pretty well. If I head into the app here and I pass the same input, you're gonna get the same thing. Okay, it has access to the memory. Okay, I can interact with the chat via my telephone and it's gonna work pretty well. Alright guys, now we're gonna learn how to build deep reset agents. So what is a deep reset agent? A deep reset agent is an advanced class of autonomous AI system designed to conduct comprehensive, multi-step online investigation, synthesis, and reporting on complex topics, unlike basic chatbots. These kind of agents have the possibility to run long horizon planning, iterative browsing, and use specialized tools to find, evaluate, and summarize information from multiple sources. That's what we call a deep reset agent. Now that we know what is a deep reset agent, we're going to have a look to some key characteristics of a deep reset agent. We have here autonomous operations. They operate in loop. They utilize tools like web search, code execution, PDF readers to gather, analyze, and synthesize information without constant human supervision. They have here iterative planning. They break down complex queries into smaller subtasks. Deep reasoning and synthesis. They don't just find links. They read contents, evaluate relevance, and compile findings into structured reports, often with full citations. Okay, that's how a deep reset agent works. Okay, we already know literally everything about a deep reset agent. Now we're gonna have a look to this little diagram right here. As you can see here, the user pass an input to the deep reset agents. Before diving into the research, the deep reset agent is going to ask for clarification questions. And then once it gathered the context about the research, it's going to start by spawning sub-agents. And then it's going to pass for each sub-agent an input to make research on. And when a sub-agent finish working, it's gonna give feedback to the main agents. And then the main agent can compile all the findings into a single repo that the user can read. That's how it works. Now you can see in here we got context offloading. Context offloading is when an agent may call it tools and then store the data on a disk, on a storage, on an external storage, instead of passing all the data to the managed agents. Let me give you a practical real-world example. As you can see, we got here the managed agents. It spawn here the sub-agents, and then the sub-agents make research. It spawn here another one, and then once the sub-agent finish working, it's gonna pass control to the managed agents. Let's say it make a research, and then it gets here, let's say 60K token of data. Okay, that's what it gets here. Let's say we pass here this data to the managed agent. It's gonna store that within the context window. This agent at the left here makes to the research. It get here the data. Let's say it got here 30K tokens of data, and then let's say it pass all of this to the managed agents. The managed agent is gonna take the data and store the data within the context window. If the managed agents continues spawning here sub-agents, and each sub-agent return the data to the managed agents is gonna break. It's gonna start working. Okay, it's gonna start hallucinating. Okay, because of a lot of data, it's not gonna work pretty well here. Okay, now in order to make it work pretty well, we're gonna leverage context offloading. Okay, it works like this. We got here the managed agents. The managed agents here spawn sub-agents. It spawn here another sub-agents. It spawn here another one. It can spawn even 7 or 10. It's spawning here another one. Once a sub-agent get data, it's gonna store the data on the disk. It's gonna create a file. We got here a disk here. And then it's gonna pass here a file where the data is kept. This one is gonna pass on the disk the data. This one is gonna pass on the disk the data. It's gonna create a file and pass the data. And then here, instead of returning here, let's say 60K tokens of data to the managed agent, it's going to return only the name of the file where the data is kept. It's going to say, hey, managed agents, I finished research. The data is kept in file name xx.txt. Read it. That's what the sub-agent is going to pass to the managed agent. It's going to inform solely the managed agent that it just finished and the data is kept in this file. Read it. Only that. And with this kind of strategy, the deep research agents can work for a long period of time. It cannot break, guys. Cannot break. And that's what we call context offloading. You can see we pass an input to the managed agent, spawn here sub-agents. Then sub-agent can call here a search tool. And then once it gets data, it's going to store the data within on disk here. It's gonna take that, write a file, it's gonna pass in here, and so on. And then at the end, the managed agent is gonna read all these files, and then it's gonna compile it into a single report that we're gonna pass to the user. And that's how it works. Okay, beautiful, amazing. Okay, that's how it works. And also we're gonna talk about human loop. We're gonna use human loop because we're gonna pass a delete file tool to the deep research agents. Sometimes I can ask the deep research agent to delete some files. Now, in order to supervise this operation, we're gonna integrate human in loop. Okay, I can approve this operation or I can reject it. Okay, that's what we're gonna learn. Okay, without further ado, let's get into the code now, guys, and learn how to build it. And as you can see in here, guys, we have here the tools folder. We're gonna start with file system tools. You know, the deep research agents needs to create a file, edit a file, create a to-do. Okay, we're gonna pass here these tools. Now, let's pass here the first tool. Okay, here's the first tool. I pass here first the working directory. We name it a deep research. Then we're gonna pass here the first tool, write file. It takes here two inputs. It takes here the file name, that is the contents. And as you can see, I pass here detailed description. Now we need to pass here the body of the tool. The body of the tool is the logic. Okay, let's pass here this try catch in case we got an error. We are going to return here this. Okay, and you can see I pass here away fs parameter make there. I make sure we got a directory and then we pass in a file. And then I'm going to return here these to the manage agents or a sub agents. And then we're going to pass here a second tool, which is the grep tool. Yeah, in here you can see text field pattern path. The agent can use a grep tool in order to search for a specific word within a string. Okay, you can see pass the name, grep, search for a string or regex pattern inside file content. It can look for the specific word. It's going to use here the grep tool. Now let's pass here the grep tool. We pass in the body of the tool. This is the body of the tool. Okay, here's the body. Now let's pass here another tool, which is the read file tool. It takes the file name, offsets, and limit. And then it passes here a detailed description. Now let's pass the body of the tool. Okay, we're going to pass the base here of the file that we want to read. And then we're going to return the content to the agents. Okay, this is the body of the tool. Now let's pass in another tool, which is the edit file tool. In order to update a file, the manage agent is going to pass the file name, all string, and no string. And then it's going to update a file. Pass in the body again, like this. Let's pass here another tool, which is the ls tool. In order to see all the files within a given directory, it's going to use the ls tool. Okay, pass the name and a detailed description. Default to project root. Okay, pass here this detailed description. And then let's pass here the body of the tool. We're gonna pass here this, and then we are going to list all files within the directory. Okay, let's continue. Let's pass here the glob tool. Okay, the glob tool the agent can use in order to search for files in the project directory using glob wildcard patterns. Use this tool when you need to locate files before reading or modify them. The exact file path is unknown. You need to list files of a specific type. You need to inspect project structure. We pass here important rules. Okay, this is the tool which is the grep pattern, which is the glob tool. It takes only the pattern as input. Okay, pass here this. Okay, now we're gonna pass here another tool, which is the delete tool. You know, sometimes I can ask the manage agent to delete some files within a directory. You can use here the tool, delete file. It's gonna pass only the name of the file that we wanna delete. And then we're gonna pass the body of the tool. We're gonna pass here the browser, and here I'm gonna pass here the path, and then we're gonna pass here, and then we're gonna pass here f that's access, and then I pass here fs that's unlink to delete a file. And then once we delete a file, we're gonna return here the message. Okay, and these are file system tools. We have write file, read file, edit file, ls, grep, glob, delete file. Okay, we got here file system tools. Now I'm gonna pass here search tool like this. .ts. Let's pass here search tool, and also let's pass here first search tool. For search tool, we're gonna use an API. Okay, we're gonna head on exact search. Let me head on exact search, and then we're gonna get here an API key. I'm passing here exact search. Okay, so once you head on exact.ai, you're gonna create an account, and then you're gonna get your API key. Head into API keys, and then you're gonna click here create key. Click here, and then you're gonna click enter, and you're gonna get your API key. Now let me go back here, and what I'm gonna do in here, guys, I'm gonna head into the search tools, and in here we're gonna import here exa. As you can see, I pass here this line exa, and in order to install exa, you're gonna run npm install langchain /exa, and you're gonna install to exa.js, and then you're gonna get it. Import here Cheetah web-based loader. You're gonna import it from langchain community, and then we are going to pass here now the first tool, search tool. Okay, this is the tool that we're gonna use in order to make a web research. And as you can see, I pass here the exact search API key. I pass in here. Okay, I can copy that, and then I pass in here. And for my key here, I'm passing here like this. Okay, let me go back here. We're gonna pass here the query, and we're gonna pass here now the tool. If I click here, if I put my cursor here, right here you can see we even got here the documentation how to use a exact search. Yeah, we can copy this stuff, and then I'm gonna pass it into a tool function, and it's gonna work. Okay, you can see we're gonna make a research, name result tool, tab order, and here we are going to invoke it, and then we're gonna return here the results. Okay, let's pass here the second tool, which is the web scraping tool. We're gonna use it in order to extract data from a web page. Web link, we're gonna pass the web link, and the name of the tool is read URL. Okay, like this. And then we're gonna pass here to the web-based loader, we're gonna pass here web link, and then we're gonna get here the data, like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Now what I'm going to do here, okay, we just finished in here. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into to-do tools. Now, inside to-do tools, we're going to pass in some tools that allows the agent to create a to-do. You know, this is a deep reset agent. It can take a lot of time in order to finish. It may take even 30 minutes, 1 hour working. Now, we have to pass a tool that allows it to create a to-do so that it can know what to do next. If it doesn't have a to-do list, it can stop working. Now, it works based on to-do. Once it finishes the first step, it have to move to the second one. Okay, that's how it works. It works based on a to-do list. Now we're gonna pass here this tool that allows it to create a to-do list. Okay, tool name. I'm gonna pass there the birthday and to-do file name. Let's pass here the input of the to-do. We're gonna pass the task assigned to the status. It can be pending, in progress, completed, blocked. We're gonna pass here the input to create a to-do. We're gonna pass the ID of the task name assigned to, the deep reset agent, which is the manage agent, can assign a task to a given sub agent. Okay, it's gonna pass the name of the task. It's gonna pass the name of the task. It's gonna pass here the name of the task of a sub agent. If it assign a task to a given sub agent, it's gonna pass the name. Okay, the status and other stuff. We're gonna pass in now the tool write to-dos. It's gonna take the file name and the to-do. Okay, here's the input. The input looks like this: task assigned to status, parent ID, and dependencies. Okay, and I pass here config because we're gonna stream to-dos. Once the created to-do on the backend, we're gonna stream the response to the front ends. That's why I pass here config. Now let's pass here the body of the tool. As you can see, I pass here this. And then we're gonna take that input, we're gonna write a file. Okay, we're gonna create a to-do like this. And once we create a to-do, we're gonna stream this to, and once we create a to-do, we're gonna return a created to-do. We're gonna stream a to-do, okay? We're gonna pass in a tool that allows the agent to read a to-do. We're gonna pass in only the file name and the content. Okay, read to-do, read a workflow to-do list. Okay, like this. We're gonna pass here the path, and we're gonna pass here this. Okay, this we're gonna pass only the file name, and then once you're ready to do, we're gonna parse it and we're gonna return a JSON string. Let's pass here update to-dos. Okay, this is the tool that the manage agent can use in order to update to-do. As you can see, it takes the file name, updates, and config to stream a given updated to-do. We're gonna pass it this update to-do, and then we're gonna continue. We're gonna pass it try catch. We're gonna pass the body of the tool. Okay, here's the body. And then we're gonna stream here an updated to do. We're gonna pass here to config the router, and then we're gonna return that. We're gonna pass another tool, get next runnable task. And as you can see, we're gonna pass here only the file name. So what is the get next runnable task? The get next runnable task is a tool that allows the manage agent to know what is the next task. We have something like this. The manage agent can create the first task. We got here the first task, the second, the third one. Now you already finished working on the first task. You already finished. Yeah, you already finished here. Now in order to get the next working task, here, it's gonna use the tool, and then it's gonna get here the third task. Okay, it's gonna use the tool, get next runnable task. Now let's pass here the content of the tool. Okay, you're gonna pass here a wait if it's promised the read. We're gonna read the content, and then we're gonna return it. Okay, here's the body of the tool. Now I'm gonna scroll at the bottom, and then we're gonna export all these tools: read to do, update to do, write to do, get next runnable task. Okay, we just finished in here. Okay, and as you can see, I'm getting here some error. Now we need here, as you can see, we need to import here the birthday. In order to import the birthday, we're gonna head into the FS tool, and then we're gonna pass edit tab here. Let's move edit tab here, and then we're gonna pass here the birthday. Now we're gonna export here. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the, yeah, you can see this is the car working there. I'm gonna export here this birthday. Okay, we're gonna export the birthday. Let's head into here, and we're gonna import it like this. Okay, as we import here the birthday, we get rid of the error like this. Now we're gonna pass in our tool here, and pass here the reflection tool, reflection. Okay, reflection tool.ts. Okay, reflection tool.ts. We're gonna pass here a task tool. This one, it allows the deep reset agent to spawn sub agents. We're gonna pass here the TS like this. First, let's finish with the reflection tool. Let's head in. And what I'm gonna do in here, guys, we're gonna pass here the reflection tool. The reflection tool, it allows the supervisor agent to reflect back on its own output. You know, the supervisor agent can generate an output. Now it needs to think about it. Okay, it can reflect about it, try to identify gaps into the outputs, and see if it can improve it. And also, if a sub-agent generate an output, it's going to reflect on it. It's going to try to identify gaps and see if the agent can start working or it can continue working. That is the goal of the reflection tool. As you can see, I pass here only single input, reflection, and then you're going to wrap here reflection into the think tag. You know, reflection are basically thinking of the AI. You're going to wrap that into the think tag. We get here the name, reflection tool. Okay, you can step past here a little description, strategic reflection tool for research planning. Use this tool after each search file, rate to analyze the results and plan next steps systematically. This creates a daily report in the research workflow for quality decision making. When to use? After receiving search results, what information did I find? Before deciding the next steps, do I have enough to answer comprehensively? When assessing research gaps, what specific information am I still missing? Before conducting research, can I provide a complete answer now? Okay, and we pass here reflection. Your detailed reflection addressing analysis of findings. Okay, this is the inputs. Now let's head into the task tool, and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, now we're gonna pass here create task. Okay, this is the tool, and then as you can see, this is a function. And instead of it, I'll return here the tool function. I pass here the sub-agent name and the task here. We're gonna pass here and make here a little check. And then we're gonna pass here create agent to create an agent. And then we're gonna pass here the system prompt of the sub-agents. And we're gonna pass, and we're gonna return here the output, okay, like this. Okay, pretty cool. Now I'm gonna head into here. I'm gonna copy the system prompts that I'm gonna pass to the sub-agents. And what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna head into the tools folder, and we're gonna pass here task here. We're gonna pass the task. Now we're going to take the task tool, we're gonna pass into the task folder, and then we're gonna pass here prompt.ts. Prompt.ts. We're gonna head in, and then we're gonna pass here the system prompt. Okay, you can see I pass here default sub-agent system prompt. In order to complete the objective that the user asked of you, you have access to a standard number of tools. We're gonna take the default sub-agent prompt, we're gonna pass in here. Okay, default sub-agent prompt, and then I pass here this line. Once you finish the reset, you should only return this, and then I pass you this. Once you finish the reset, you should only return the name of the file where the data is stored. Only that, only the name of the file. Let me explain you why I pass you this. You know the agents, this is the sub-agent. It can make research and then get here data into a file. Let's say here we have 30K token, okay, of data. Now, if the agents pass all the data to the manager agents, we're gonna take a lot of space within the context window of the manager agent, of the supervisor agents. Now, in order to avoid taking a lot of space within the context window of the supervisor agents, it's better to return only the file. It's better to return only the file. It's better to return only the name of the file where the data is kept. It's gonna pass this kind of a mess to the manager agents. Hey, I just finished with research. Okay, like this. The data is kept in this research. Okay, something like this, research.txt file, like this. And then once the manager get that, it's gonna read it later. Okay, this how it works. It's now better to pass the content to the context window of the supervisor agents. If we do so, we're gonna consume a lot of token. We're gonna consume a lot of space within the context window of the supervisor agents. Now let's go back here. Okay, you can see pass this. Let's import it. And as you can see, we need to pass here tool description. Let's go back here. Task tool description. You know, when we're going to pass the tool to the supervisor agent, it's going to read it. It's going to read the content of the tool. Launch an ephemeral sub-agent to handle complex multi-step independent tasks with isolated context windows. You know, why it's better to spawn sub-agents? If we pass an input to the manager agents, if we pass an input, when he is working, when he's working, you have to generate here sub-agents so that it cannot consume the context window. If it doesn't generate sub-agents, the context window it's gonna fill up early. Okay, in order to avoid filling up the context window early, it's better to spawn sub-agents. That's why I pass here this line. Okay, launch an ephemeral sub-agent to handle complex multi-step independent task with isolated context window. Okay, I pass you this line to tell the supervisor that it's better to spawn sub-agents so that it can know how to deal with its own context window. Okay, and then I pass you all sub-agents. We pass you this line. All sub-agents has access to file system tools and to-do list tools. When you use the task tool, you must specify a sub-agent type parameter to select which agent. When using a task tool, you must specify a sub-agent type parameter to select which agent type to use. And we pass here usage nodes. Launch multiple agents concurrently whenever possible to maximize performance. Okay, we pass here this line. We pass here some example of usage of the general purpose agents. We pass here this line, this line here, this line. Okay, this is the detailed description I'm gonna pass to the task tool. I'm gonna take it and then I'm gonna pass it right here like this. Okay, cool. And as you can see, it takes here two input. It takes here the sub-agents, but also the task provided by the manager agents. Okay, and I'm gonna import here this. Okay, pretty cool. And also I'm gonna pass to the sub-agents a middleware tool output summarize middleware. So what is the tool output summarize middleware? Let me explain you what is it. Let me go back here. As you can see, we got here the supervisor. Here's the supervisor. It is here a tool. It is here a task tool. When invoke here the tool, it's gonna spawn a sub-agent. Okay, it's gonna spawn a sub-agent. It can spawn here a next sub-agent. It can spawn here another one, and then it can spawn here another sub-agent right here. Now, each sub-agent has here a search tool. Okay, a sub-agent has a search tool. Okay, a sub-agent has file system tool. It is here search tool. It is web scraping tool. Okay, it is here this tool. Let's say the manager agent pass an input to a sub-agent. Let's say it pass an input right here. I'm gonna select here the sub-agent right here. And then this sub-agent go ahead and retrieve data from a link. It takes here a link and retrieve data. Now, once it retrieve data from a link, it retrieve here a lot of data from the link. Let's say it get here 45 token. Okay, it get here 45 token. So as it get here 45 token, I'm not gonna take this 45 token and pass it into a file. The goal here is to offload the context window of the supervisor agents. Now, what I'm going to do in here, first guys, the goal is to take the data and pass it on the disk. We're gonna take the data and then I'll pass it on the disk. We got here the disk here. Okay, right here we got the disk. We need to create a file. Let's say we're gonna store the data into a research file.txt. Okay, before we store the data into a file, I'm going to summarize the data. We're gonna take the data, we're gonna pass it to a summarization agent here. Right here we got a summarizer. Let me pass here a summarizer. Okay, we're gonna take the data, we're gonna pass here to a summarizer. If I take this data here, okay, if I take your data and I pass it to a summarizer, let's say we get a 45K token, we're gonna consume a lot of token. Now, what I'm going to do here, my strategy is to take only, let's say, 15K token from a given file, 15K token only, between 15K token and 30K token. Okay, this is my strategy. I can take 15K token. This is the minimum, and the maximum is 30K token. And then I'm not ignore the rest here. It means I'm gonna take here only 15K token, and max here it's gonna be 30K token. And then you're gonna pass it to the model. Let's say we're gonna pass here now to the model. We can pass even 20K token. We can pass here 20K token, and then we can pass here 20K. We can pass here 25 token, and then we are going to ignore the rest. We got here 45K token. I'm not gonna take all of this. I'm gonna take here, let's say I can take even 25K token. We're gonna pass it to the summarize agents, and then we're gonna pass the data, a summary of the result into the result file.txt. Okay, this is the goal. Because a file, a web link can contain a huge amount of data. That's why it's better to pass it to extract a portion of the file. It's not better to take everything. If you take everything, you're gonna consume a lot of token, and a lot of token is equal to a lot of money, guys. Let's go back here. Now we are going to create a middle layer. Okay, now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to head into, you can see actually we got here right here. We need to create the middle layer. Now let's head into the middle layer folder. You can see, first continue scrolling. You can see we got here middle layer, we got tool monitoring middle layer. This is the middle layer that we use in order to track which tool has been invoked by the given agents. Now let's head into the tool output summarize middle layer. Okay, this is the tool. Now what I'm gonna do here, we're gonna pass it tool output summarize middle layer. It takes you the name, grab tool core. If you don't know what is a middle layer, I invite you to go check it out my LinkedIn course. And then we're gonna pass here this. We're gonna give here the response. Then we're gonna take that, and we may have here an array. I'm gonna pass the contents of that tool. When we're gonna invoke the tool, we are going to take the content of that tool before we return the content to the LM. I'm gonna take the content, I'm going to convert it into a string. Then once we convert it to a string, we are going to take that, and then we're gonna pass it to the summarizer. We got here. Okay, we got here this function, summarizer search tool results. This is the agent. Okay, we're gonna pass it to that agent here. Summarize browse results. We're gonna take that, and then we are going to create a file. You can see in here, I pass a current date. I get here time in milliseconds, and then we're gonna create here reports. We're gonna create a random file name. And then we're gonna take that, we're gonna write into a disk. I'm gonna offload the contents. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna return here this to the sub agents. Okay, return response and pass here search results. And you can see I pass here search results as saved in file name. We're gonna return here only this. Okay, and now let's pass here this function normalize contents. It allows to convert the content to a string. Okay, now you can see pass here the line here. The line, I'm not get rid of it, I'm not add it again. You can see this is the summarize search result tool. We have already created it. Now let's create it. I'm going to head into helpers. You can see we got here helper folder. I'm gonna head into helper folder. You can see we get here summarize the TS. Okay, now we're gonna head into the summarizer. It is an agent. We're gonna pass here React agents. that allows to summarize the contents. Now we're gonna use here minimax, and then I'm passing max contest tokens. Max contest token, we're gonna pass here 15k. As I told you earlier, I've said this, if the agents take a link here and it's write the content, we may get here, let's say 60k token from a page. I'm not gonna take all of this. I'm gonna take here only 30k. We're gonna take only 30k token and we're gonna ignore the rest 30k token. Okay. Now I'm going to check here if we got the inputs here. I'm gonna take the inputs. First here, I'm gonna estimate the number of token. I import here the function. Then I'm gonna clean the data. I'm gonna get rid of HTML, scripts, styles, symbols. I'm gonna remove all of this. Okay, to avoid a high usage of token consumptions. We're gonna get rid of this HTML, scripts, styles, and symbols. Then we're gonna take the contents right here. First, I'm going to estimate here if the estimated token is greater than max contest tokens. I'm going to take here. I'm gonna take here this max contest tokens times 2. It means here for the max tokens is 30k token. We are going to take the text here and then we're gonna slide it. We're gonna take here only 30k token. Okay, this is the logic. Then I'm gonna take that. As you can see, pass here summarization model. Okay, you can see we get here the model here. We're gonna invoke here the model summarization model, and then you pass here the system prompt. You summarize large browser tool output, return only markdown. We pass here the goals, rules, okay, and then we're gonna return the output. Okay, this is the function. This is the summarize search tool results. Okay, I can pass even this little description. Let me pass you this little description. Okay, I'm gonna pass you this. Okay, agent summarizer. Okay, like this. Now let's go back into the tool output summarizer. You can see we pass here the line here. We're gonna get here summarize browser results, and then we're gonna take that, we're gonna pass it into a file, and we're gonna store the data into a disk. Okay, we're gonna pass the data onto the disk. Now let's head into the task tool, and right here we're gonna import now the tool output summarizer middleware. We're gonna import in here like this. I'm gonna pass it in here, guys. Okay, like this. You can see we import in here. Okay, and we just finished. That's cool. We just finished right here. Okay, and I think you guys understand what is context offloading. I think you understand what is context offloading. Let me do this. Okay. Okay, yeah, you understand this. Okay, if I move right here, I think you understand. I hope you understand context offloading. Okay, you can see the supervisor can spawn a sub agent and then call the tool, and then we're gonna get here the results. We're gonna pass it a summarizer. I forgot to pass here summarizer. Right here we got a summarizer. Okay, we got here summarizer. Okay, like this summarizer. We're gonna take that. We're gonna take the summarized content, gonna pass into a file, and then we're gonna take the whole data, the whole findings, we're gonna pass back to the supervisor agents. That's how it works. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, now what I'm gonna do here, I'm going to create here. You can see we get here Slack agents. Now we're gonna create the deep research agents. Let's pass here new folder. I'm gonna pass you deep research. I can pass you deep search. Deep research. Okay, this is deep research. Okay, this is another agent. Now we're gonna head into in here, and we're gonna pass you the system prompt the tiers. Okay, like this. I'm passing you deep research agents. I pass you deep research agents like this, the tiers. Like this, guys. Now let's head into the deep research agents, and then I'll pass you the logic. Now I'm gonna import here the two function create agents. We're gonna import here the middleware, and as you can see, I import here the summarization middleware. You can see we pass here the summarization middleware. we're going to use the summarization mirror in order to summarize the context window of the reset agent. Okay, you're going to see it works. And now let's pass here first this sub agent config. You can see I pass the tools. For the tool, pass the file system tool, and I pass the set tool and web scraping tool. We pass this, and then we define here the LLM, pass the minimax. We're gonna use minimax as model for sub agents. And then here we pass the function deep research agents. It takes here the input and the config property. Now we're gonna pass here create agent to create a React agent. For the supervisor, I'm gonna use here GLM as model, and we're gonna pass it the system prompt, and we're gonna pass the tools. For the tool, pass it to-do list tool, reflection tool, create agent tool, and we pass the set tool and web scraping tool. Okay, and I pass it to file system tool. These are tools that are passed to the supervisor agents. Now we're going to pass the middleware. You can see I pass here to middleware. First, we got here summarization middleware. We're going to use the middleware in order to summarize the context window of the supervisor agents. You can see you're going to pass here, we pass here the model, and then here we're going to trigger the middleware when we're going to have 15k token within the context window of the supervisor agents. We're going to trigger the summarization middleware, and we're going to keep here 20 message. We pass it to another middleware, to output summarization middleware. If the supervisor agent calls here the tool, the set tool here, we're gonna take the results and then we're gonna summarize it. Okay, as you can see, it has here set tool. Let me try to fix here something. I'm not heading to the tool summarization middleware. Okay, you can see past this. Okay, yeah. Okay, you can see past this. Now what I'm going to do, I'm gonna make here check. Every time we're gonna call here a tool. Let's say I call here a to-do list tool, and the to-do list tool returns the output. I think we're gonna invoke here the tool output summarization mirror. Now, in order to not invoking every time the tool output summarization mirror, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a little check into the tool. I'm gonna check only if the tool name is equal to set tool or web scraping tool. We are going to run the logic into the middleware. Now I'm gonna give here the name. Let's first do this. You can see we got here the tool monitoring middleware. In order to give the tool name, I'm gonna take here this, and then I'm gonna pass in here. And what I'm going to do in here, I'm gonna pass you this little check here. Okay, we're gonna pass you this little check. I'm passing this if I'm gonna pass you tool name. Okay, if request tool call that's name, we're gonna get here the tool name. We're gonna head into the search tool. Okay, we got here set tool. We're gonna take here the name here, red euro. We got here the tool and web search here. We're gonna copy this to tool. I'm gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass into the tool output summarization middleware. And right here, I'm gonna check here if the name is equal red euro for the tool name. We got here red euro, or we got here web scraping tool. Okay, or we got here this. I'm passing, I'm gonna take here this, and then I'm passing here cons. I'm gonna pass it tool name, like this is equal to this. Okay, yeah, is equal to this. Okay, tool name. We're gonna take the tool name. If the tool name is equal to red euro, which is the web scraping tool, we are going to run into the, we're going to run here the logic. Or if the tool name is equal to web search, we're going to run the logic and pass here this. And then I pass here if, then we're going to take here all of this. I'm going to take all of this here. Okay, I'm going to take all of this, and then I'm going to pass in here like this. Okay, like this. Okay, I think in here we just finished. Okay, you can see actually we got an error. Okay, you can see we got here an error as we don't return here anything. Let me take here, we're gonna take here the response here of the tool. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it right here like this. And then here, what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna return here the tool. Let me head into the, we're gonna head into in here. You can see we got a tool monitoring mirror. You can see we return here the response of the tool. I'm gonna take here return, and then we're gonna pass it into the tool output summarize middle area. We're gonna take it, and then we're gonna pass it at the bottom. Okay, I'm gonna close here this. We are going to return here the response. I'm pass here response like this. Yeah, like this. Okay, like this. If we don't return here the response, we're gonna get an error. If I comment here this, you're gonna see we get here an error. Okay, now in order to get rid of that error, we're gonna pass here this. Okay, cool. Now let's go back into the deep reset agent. You can see I pass here these two mirror. We use one mirror to summarize the context window of the LLM, and we use here the tool output summarizer mirror to summarize the output of the set tool and the output of the web scraping tool. Now we're gonna pass here now. We're gonna invoke here now the agents. We're gonna use stream, and I pass here the human input. Before start working on any task, I want you to follow these steps. I pass here use instructions. First, identify the right skill to use in the skill folder, and follow all skills instructions step by step. You should read every folder or file for a specific skill you wanna use. We pass here some obligations. Then we move here on step 2 here. Before creating a to-do list, identify if a task is complex or needs multi-steps. Breaking down a task by creating a to-do list. On step 4 here, you must update the to-do list when task is completed. Rule step, use ls to list the file name. Step 2 here, read it, identify the task to update. On step 5 here, you shouldn't work alone. It's better to spawn sub-agent to be efficient for complex inputs. On step 6, this is about research. When researcher sub-agent finish, do not read the research files immediately. First, update the to-do list. Then here, first it have to update the to-do list. Then read research files during the synthesis phase. On step 7, once you finish working, you should export files to researches folder. Then we're gonna pass here the full content. We're gonna retain it. Okay, we're gonna retain it, and then here we're gonna pass here this if, and then we're gonna extract here two calls, data, and the last a message. We're gonna retain all of that. Okay, we're gonna retain that. We're just finishing here. Now we need to pass here the system prompt. You can see actually we have already passed here the system prompt. Now let's pass it in here. Okay, now I'm gonna pass here the system prompt. Okay, like this, and I'm passing another section like this. Yeah, we're gonna pass the system. Yeah, we're gonna pass the base system prompt like this. Yeah, base system. I can pass here base system prompt like this. Well, I shouldn't pass here. I can pass here only system. Okay, and then I'm pass here this. Yeah, we're gonna take here this. Yeah, I'm gonna pass here this system. We're gonna take here this, and then we're gonna pass here / system tag. Okay, like this. And here I'm gonna pass here another tag. We're gonna pass in a task tool instruction, task tool instructions. Okay, task tool instructions. I'm gonna take that, and then I'll pass you this. Okay, like this. Now let's head into the prompt that is, and then I'm gonna pass here the system prompt. We have already passed in here. You can see here's the best system prompt. Current date and time. I pass here the current date and time to the agents. You are deep research agents collaborating with memory agents. Memory handles the memory and transfer you the user inputs that you cannot, and transfer you the user input that it cannot handle. You have access to a certain number of tools. And then we pass here the system prompt. We pass here the role and responsibilities. Okay, we pass here explicit instructions. We're gonna pass here the task system prompt. Okay, this is the instruction that inform the deep research agents how to use the task tool. Now, as you can see, I pass here this task sub-agent spawner. You have access to a task tool to launch short-lived sub-agents that handles isolated tasks. These agents are ephemeral. They live only for the duration of the task and return a single result. Okay, when to use a task tool? When a task is complex and multi-step, and can be fully delegated in isolation. When a task is independent of other tasks and can be run in parallel. Okay, this is the instruction that we're gonna pass to the supervisor about the task tool. I'm gonna take this and then I'm gonna pass it to the deep reset agent. Okay, let me pass you this section, this, and I'm gonna pass you the base system prompt. Let me pass in here base prompt like this. Okay, I'm gonna import it. This is the base prompt like this, and we're gonna import here the task system prompt. Okay, yeah, like this. Let's import it. Okay, like this. Okay, we just finished, guys. We just finished. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the multi-agent.js. We're gonna head in and we're gonna pass in another node. We're gonna import here first deep research agents, and we're gonna scroll a little bit here. We're gonna pass here researcher agents, and as you can see in here, we're gonna pass it to the context provided by the memory agent in order to get it. Let me move here, and you can see pass a Slack agent context. I'm gonna remove here. I'm passing only. We're gonna pass here a worker agent context. I'm passing this. Then I'm gonna take it. We are going to scroll a little bit. You can see inside the memory agents, we got here Slack agent context. I'm gonna pass here this worker agent context. We're gonna head into the Slack agent and we're gonna modify here things. You can see in order to get access to the state, we pass the state Slack agent context. I'm passing here now worker agent context. We're gonna head into the Telegram agent here and we're gonna pass here to this worker agent context like this. We're gonna head into the reset agents. We're gonna pass here the state that worker agent context. And also I'm gonna go back in here. We're gonna go back into the memory agents. Okay, let me close this. Here's the memory agents. You can see in here we got here this line here. We got the line here. Okay, should handoff. And then here we get the next node. I'm gonna click here. You can see I pass a little condition. And then what I'm checking here, I'm checking if we got here the keyword like transfer Telegram agents. We're gonna return here next node Telegram agents, and should handoff is gonna be here true. I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna head into. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm passing another line. I'm gonna check here if we got reset agents. Let's head into the function here, remove thing tag. I'm gonna take here this transfer deep reset agents. I'm gonna take that. And then I'm gonna pass in here like this. For this, we're gonna return here. Researcher agents. Okay, like this. Now we're gonna take that. We're gonna head into the task tool. Yeah, let's head into the delegate tools. This is the tool that the memory agents used in order to delegate a task for a given agent. You can see it's gonna pass here researcher. And then they're going to return here this. Now let's head into the multi-agent tiers. And then we're going to fix here some stuff here. Okay, I'm pass here first. To extract the last A message, let me check here. I'm going to copy this line. And then I'm passing here. Okay, you can see right here, I'm getting here this typing error. We're going to pass here this line like this. And then we're going to take here reset agent. I'm going to take the name. And then we're going to pass to the graph. Let's pass in a node. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm take that, I'm passing here like this, and then we're gonna pass in our condition. If the next node is equal to reset agent, they're gonna take us to the reset agent node like this. Okay, like this, and we just finish. Okay, now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna create a skills folder. Okay, we're gonna work on the skills folder, and we're gonna create a to-do list components. And before we get going, I want to invite you to go check out this video. I show how to train the agent to create a skill. Okay, go check out this video. You're gonna learn how to train an agent to create a skill for you. Now let's head on Google, and then you're gonna type here this clone skill. Once you type here this, you're gonna see the line. Click here, and then you're gonna clone this repository. Once you clone the repository, you're gonna head into the public folder, and then you're gonna pass here this folder. Okay, you can see I've already passed here deep research. You're gonna pass here the skills folder, and you're gonna pass the skills folder. Okay, you're gonna pass in here, and I'm gonna scroll here a little bit. I want to show you something. You can see I got here the web research skill. This is the skill that the deep research agent is going to use in order to make a deep research. Okay, I pass here these instructions. I explain the agent how to do a deep research. You can see in here we got the skill web research. You can see pass a little description, conduct deep online research to answer complex questions with enhanced query decomposition. We have here source verification and structured reporting. Use when the user asks for current facts. Okay, this is the skill that the deep research agent is going to use in order to make a deep research. When you're going to clone the repository, you aren't going to see this. You aren't going to see this, guys. Now, in order to create a skill, you're going to ask the deep research agent to do it for you. And it's going to use here skill here. You can see skill creator. First, it's going to make research, how to do deep research, and then it's going to use the skill creator in order to create the web research skill for you. It's going to do it, okay? I'm not sure how to do it. Don't worry, guys, if you don't know how to do it. I'm not sure how to do it. Okay, I'm not sure how to do it, okay? First, pass here the folder, skills folder, into the deep research folder. Once done, you're going to head into the chat controller, and then here, we're going to pass here this line. Okay, I'm gonna check here if the deep research agent created to do. We're gonna return the to do to the front end. If it updated to do, we're gonna send that to the front end. And also, you're gonna head into the to do tools, and then you're gonna pass in this line. You can see we got here tool right to do, and I pass here tool config, and then I pass here tool config that's router in order to return custom stream data. Okay, we pass here to do's, to-do list, and then in here inside the chat controller I pass here I'm checking here if the agent created to do, we're gonna return it. If it updated to do, we're gonna return it. I pass here these two, I pass the tool config router into the update to do's. You can see in here I pass here this line update to do. If the agent updated to do, we're gonna send here this, we're gonna return this stream. If the agent updated to do, we're going to return this custom stream data. We're going to pass it into the chat controller like this. Okay, we just finished in here, guys. We just finished. Now what we're going to do next, we're going to move to the front end and we're going to create a component. To-do list component. We're going to create it. Now let's head into here. Now let's head into inside of app. Okay, this is our Next.js app. I'm going to head in. We're going to head into first the store folder, chat slash. And what I'm gonna do in here, I'm gonna pass here two tabs here. We're gonna pass here to-do status, in progress, pending, completed. And I'm gonna pass here to-do list tab, this is an array. Now I'm going to pass here the to-do list to the chat state tab here, and we're gonna pass here an empty array like this. Let's scroll a little bit. We're gonna pass here an action that allows us to add to-dos within the to-dos array. Okay, add to-dos. You can see here I pass a state that to-dos that push. I push in an array of to-do, an object. Then we're gonna pass here another action here, update to-do. We're gonna pass here a to-do. We're gonna pass here the ID and the status. We're gonna update given to-do here. Now what I'm gonna do here, let me get rid of this left panel here. Okay, and also I'm gonna pass here another function, clear to-do. And pass here this action and pass a state that's to-dos. We're gonna pass is equal to an empty array. When we're gonna invoke that function, we're gonna clear the to-do array. Okay, like this. Okay, now we're gonna take here these three actions, we're gonna pass in here. We're gonna export them and pass here clear to-do, and pass here add to-do and update to-do like this. Okay, everything is okay in here. We just finished in here. Now let's head into the chat panel. And inside the chat panel, what I'm going to do, I'm gonna head into the while loop here, and then I'm gonna listen here to the to-do events. And then I'm pass here if we get here to-do list, if the agent created to-do list, we're gonna take here the to-do list, and then we're gonna pass it to the add to-do function. We're gonna pass here another function, update to do. If the agent updated to do, we're gonna take the payload and then we're gonna pass it to the update to do function. We're gonna import here clear to do function. We're gonna import it. We're gonna import add to do. We're gonna pass in here. Let's pass here update to do like this. Okay, we just finished in here. Now what we're gonna do next, we're gonna head into the component folder, And let's head into the component folder. You can see we got here the component folder. Now inside the component folder, I've already passed in that folder Agent UI. You can see we got here Agent UI. Okay, you can see we got in here Agent UI. Now inside the Agent UI, I'm gonna pass in two components. The first one, it's gonna be a right sidebar. Let me head in and then I'm passing first. Let's pass it first the to-do list. This is the component that we're gonna use in order to display to-do list. It takes here an array of to-do. We're gonna pass here another component, OpenClaw workspace. Let's pass here the contents. Okay, here's the contents. Okay, this is a right sidebar. Let me pass it through so that we can see it. I'm passing first through. And then I'm gonna head into the app folder. We're gonna head into private folder, and then we're gonna import in here OpenClaw workspace. We're gonna pass in here. Let's head into the browser to see what we got in here. You can see we got here the OpenClaw workspace. Okay, you can see we have it in here. Now we're gonna pass here the to-do. Let me head into the OpenClaw workspace, and I'm gonna pass here something. Okay, we're gonna pass it through. As you can see, I pass it through. Okay, I'm gonna import here component to the list. At the bottom here, I don't pass it to the list. Let's pass here first the to-do list. Okay, you can see I pass it to the list. Then I'm gonna pass it through. Okay, to see what we're gonna have here. Okay, yeah, you can see we got here OpenClaw workspace, and we have here to do. Let's try to create a to do. I'm gonna head into the chart slice here, and then I'm pass here to do. Let me pass here to do. For the to do here, we're gonna pass here the ID, task, and status. ID, I'm pass here this ID. I'm pass here the task. We're gonna pass here create. I'm pass here create a skill. I'm pass here task, and then I'm gonna pass here the status. I'm pass here pending. Let's head into the browser and see what we got in here. Okay, yeah, you can see we got a task here. Okay, create a skill. Let me pass in another task here. I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna pass in here. Okay, I'm pass here, and then I'm pass here. The second task is to update a skill, and we're gonna pass here. Yeah, the status you can see pass it pending. I'm pass here in progress. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Let me head into here. We got you can see we got an icon which is spinning because the status here is in progress. Okay, you can see something is spinning in here. Okay, like this, cool. Okay, we got here the stuff. Okay, cool, we just finished here. Now let me get rid of this stuff here, and then we're gonna ask the deep reset agent to create a to do. Okay, we're gonna ask the deep reset agent to create a to do. Okay, everything is going well here. You can see we got here this stuff. Okay, now let's head into the OpenClaw workspace here, and I'm pass here menu open, and we're gonna pass here menu open like this. Now let's head into the browser and try this. Let's pass here hello and see what we're gonna have here. Okay, yeah, you can see we got here this hello again. Now let me pass here these inputs. Okay, here's the input that I'm gonna pass to the researcher. Okay, forward this to researcher. Created to do using to do list. We created to do using to do list tool. We've passed with two random tasks update from pending to in progress to completed. And I'm passing don't delete it to do. We're gonna take this and then we're gonna pass in here. Okay, like this, I'm passing this. Let's see if okay, you can see actually the agent is thinking here. Okay, we are streaming here the data. Okay, it's thinking. Okay, continue thinking here. Okay, continue thinking. As you can see, the agent is thinking. And when it's gonna create it to do, a little menu is gonna pop up here. Okay, let me check here what it's doing here. You haven't already created to do here. Yeah, you can see created to do. And then we get here to task. It's gonna update them from in progress to completed. Okay, you can see we get a task here which is in running. Yeah, as you can see, we get a task here in progress. Okay, yeah, I completed task here. And then here it's gonna move to the second task here. You can see for the second task, it have already passed here anything. I think the status actually is in pending. Then gonna pass in completed in a matter of seconds. Okay, let's wait a bit. Okay, let's wait a bit. You can see it's still working here. It's still working. Okay, actually the agent's still working. Yeah, you can see it passed here another task in progress. Okay, and yeah, it completed. Okay, cool, pretty cool, guys. The agent works pretty well. It works pretty well on to do. It works pretty well, really pretty well. Alright guys, now gonna learn how to integrate human loop. Okay, before you get going guys, I just want you to have the basic. I got a video about human loop. You can go check it out on the channel, the link down description. Okay, we are going to interrupt the delete tool. When the deep reset agent is gonna call it, we're gonna interrupt it. Okay, we're gonna interrupt it, and once we interrupt it, we're gonna see something like this. Okay, if I click reject, we're gonna reject this operation. If I click here delete, we're gonna approve it, and then the deep agent is gonna delete the file. Okay, we're gonna learn how to integrate this feature. Okay, let's dive right into. Now we're gonna head into our Node.js app, and what we're gonna do first, guys, we are going to head into the source folder. You can see this is the source folder. I'm not sure how to do it step by step. Let's head into first inside the source folder, and then app folder. And we're gonna head into the HTTP folder. Okay, we're gonna head into first Bootstrap folder. And if you notice inside the Bootstrap folder, I've already passed in our file. I've already passed in our folder, which is the check pointer. Let's head in. Now you're gonna pass the file MongoDB check pointer. Okay, you're gonna pass here this file MongoDB check pointer. Now inside the file, you're gonna pass here this. Okay, in order to get the package, you're gonna run here this command. You're gonna run here npm install langchain / langgraph checkpoint MongoDB. Okay, we're gonna use the MongoDB checkpointer in order to persist the state of the graph into MongoDB. Okay, in order to get it, you have to install it. And then you're gonna pass it this line. You're gonna pass it browser data db URL, and then you're gonna take the Mongo client. You're gonna pass it to the, and then you're gonna take the Mongo client. You're gonna pass it to the MongoDB server like this. And you just finish in here. Now the next thing we're gonna do, we're gonna head into the deep reset agent. Okay, we're gonna head in, and what you're gonna do in here, guys, you're gonna import here this line, the check pointer. You can see inside the MongoDB check pointer, we got here this. I export it, import it into the deep reset agent. You're gonna import it in here. You're gonna pass the line, and also you're gonna pass here. You're gonna create a function. Okay, you're gonna pass into the helper folder. Okay, let me head into the helper folder. If we head into the helper folder, you're gonna see we got here function generate ID. Let me head in generate ID. Okay, I've already passed in here. Head into the helper folder and then pass in the file generate ID. I use here the crypto module in order to generate a random thread ID. Okay, you're gonna do the same thing. Okay, do the same thing, and then import pass here this variable thread ID is equal to generate thread ID. And then you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna pass another parameter to the deep reset agent function. Previously we had here only 2 parameters. Actually, I've added here another one, resume decision, and this is how the object's gonna looks like. Okay, it's gonna looks like this. Okay, we're gonna have here, let me show you, it's gonna looks like this. I got another tab here. Okay, it's gonna looks like this. We're gonna send the user ID, thread ID, message, resume decision. It's gonna looks like this. Okay, it's gonna looks like this, guys. I'm not sure how to do it. Don't worry. Now let's go back here. Okay, you're gonna pass to the deep reset agent function. You're gonna pass here resume decision, and then you're gonna scroll a little bit. And you're gonna pass here another middleware, human loop middleware. Okay, you can see this is not a middleware that I pass here. Okay, we're gonna use it in order to interrupt the delete file too. When the deep reset agent is gonna invoke it, we're gonna interrupt here. We're gonna pause the graph execution. And when we're gonna send here that object, we're gonna resume the graph. Okay, we're gonna send the thread ID. Okay, and then we're gonna resume the graph, and the deep reset agent is gonna delete a file. Okay, Now you're gonna import here, you're gonna pass here human loop middleware, and then you're gonna pass interruptor, delete file, you're gonna pass here allow decisions, approve, rejects. And we pass here little description. Okay, like this. Then after the middleware, you're gonna pass here check pointer. Okay, we import the check pointer from MongoDB check pointer. We import it in here. Pass it in here, guys, because we need to persist the state of the graph. Pass in here. And then you're gonna scroll a little bit, okay? And as you can see in here, I've added here, I'm making here a little check here. If resume is different from undefined, we're gonna return here new comment in order to resume the graph. We're gonna pass here new comment, we're gonna pass it resume, and I'm passing resume decision. Let me show you how it was like. It was like this, guys, okay? It was like this. You can see we get here the inputs. Here's the input. And then take that input, we pass it to the string function. Now you're gonna pass here resume. You're gonna check here if we got data here, and then I'm gonna return here new comment in order to resume the graph. And then you're gonna scroll a little bit, you're gonna pass here the input, and you're gonna make sure you pass here the config object and thread ID. Okay, you're gonna pass the thread ID. If you don't pass the thread ID, you're gonna get an error. You can see I've generated here the thread ID by using the generate ID function. Okay, I've already explained you that. Let's go at the bottom here. Okay, once done, you're gonna scroll a little bit. You're gonna head into the loop here. You're gonna pass here this little condition here. You're gonna pass here if interrupt in chunk. Then you're gonna pass here config router. We're gonna return here interrupt results. Okay, check that interrupt. We're gonna return here interrupt data, and we're gonna pass here this little content, and we're gonna return here full content is interrupt true, and we're gonna return here interrupt data. Okay, when we're gonna head into the child controller, we're gonna get access to the data. Okay, we're going to get access to the data right here, like this, only this. Okay, only that, okay, only that. Now let's head into the multi-agent where we got the graph. Okay, we're gonna head into here. Now you can see we got here the graph. Let me scroll a little bit first here. You can see you're gonna import the check pointer too. You're gonna pass in here. Workflow.copy, you're gonna pass here the check pointer. Okay, you import it from MongoDB check pointer. You're gonna pass in here. And also you're gonna move at the top of the graph. You're gonna pass here these two states here. You're gonna pass here human decision, and you're gonna pass here resume payload. You're gonna pass here these two property. Okay, do that. Okay, if you already do that, let's continue, guys. Now let me scroll. We are going to head into the researcher agents. Okay, in here, scroll a little bit, and then you can see we have here this section. Okay, you're gonna start here. Okay, we get here this stuff. You aren't gonna change anything. We're gonna just add here little logic. Now you're gonna pass here let results. You're gonna pass here this is resume is equal to state that human decision. I'm gonna check here if we resume the graph, okay? Because we're gonna send the data into the human decision. If is equal here to true, then I'm going to move here, okay? And then I'm gonna move here. Number of decisions is equal to is resume. Yeah, if we get here data, if it's true here, I'm gonna pass here states that resume payload that number of actions requests. Okay, let me explain you what is the number of actions requests. I don't pass in here. Let me check here. Yeah, number of actions requests. Yeah, you can see I pass in here. Okay, yeah, we got in here number of actions requests. Okay, now what is the number of actions requests? You know, the deep reset agent can call 2 times. Let's say equal the 2 delete file equally 1 time, and then equal it again delete file. Okay, let's say you want to delete 2 files at a time, 2 files. Okay, you want to delete 2 files. Here the number of actions requests we're gonna have here 2. If the deep reset agent wants to delete only a single file, we're gonna pass here only 1 here like this. If it calls here delete file, it calls it 3 times. Number of actions requests we're gonna have here 3. Okay, and then here I'm going to approve them all. Okay, because you can call that 2 in parallel, you can call it many times, or I can reject all of these. That's why I pass the number of actions requests. Okay, now let's go back here. Okay, we're gonna head into in here. You can see pass here. Yeah, we're gonna head into the graph here. You can see pass it number of actions requests. Okay, if we get it true, we're gonna return here. The number of actions requests. Else we're gonna return here 0. And then here, what I'm going to do in here, guys, I'm going to create an array. Okay, I'm gonna create an array that looks like this. We're gonna have here an object, and then we're gonna have here decisions, and this one is gonna be an array. You can see in here pass the array that from. We're gonna create an array based on the number of decisions, and then we are going to have an array that looks like this. We're gonna have here the type. Okay, the type here, yeah, it's gonna look like this. Let me show you. Okay, we're gonna have here the type. It's gonna be like this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have something like this. We're gonna have here the type here. Let's say we're gonna have here approve. Okay, and then this is one here. As we are going to approve two operations, we're gonna have here again approve. Okay, these are the number of decisions. We're gonna take that. This is gonna be an object. We're gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass it to the deep reset agents. Then here you can see deep reset agents. I pass here free property. If we head into the deep reset agents, you can see pass it user input config resume decision. Can be undefined. Now let's go back here. You can see I pass here is resume. We're gonna take here the number of decisions. Okay, we're gonna pass something like this. Okay, we're gonna pass something like this. Okay, if is resume is equal to true, else we're gonna pass undefined. Else we're gonna pass undefined. And then we're going to head into the deep reset agent. You can see we got here resume. Now we're gonna have here data, and as we got data here, we are going to run here this. You can see as we got data, we are going to resume now the graph, and then they're gonna delete a file. And if you don't understand how it works pretty well, I invite you to go check out this video right here. Watch this video, human loop. You're gonna get the basic, guys. Go check it out. Human in loop here. Okay, let's continue. Now what we're gonna do next, we are going to go back into the multi-agent tiers, and what I'm going to do now, as you can see in here, if we interrupt here the delete file tool, we're gonna return here this is interrupt true. Now let's go back in here. You can see pass a result that is interrupted. Okay, as we interrupt it here, we are going to pass here human decision interrupt, and then we're gonna pass the interrupt data. Okay, we're gonna pass the interrupt data. Okay, we're gonna pass to the graph interrupt data. Only this, and then you're gonna pass this to store the full contents, the last MS into the working memory, and you're gonna pass this human decision false, resume payload. We're gonna pass it now. Okay, like this. We're gonna initialize that state. Okay, like this. Only this. Okay, only this. Now you can see this is the graph. So we're going to head into the chat controller, and then I'm not sure how we pass the data to the graph. Let's head into the chat controller. Okay, in here, let's move at the top here. Now you can see in here, I sent here the message, user ID, thread ID. I've added here to property. Okay, I've added here these two property, resume and existing thread ID. You know, guys, when we interrupt the graph, okay, let me give you a little example. You know, the user make an HTTP request to the server. Okay, we make an HTTP request to the server. And then what we're gonna do here, we're gonna generate a graph ID. We generate a graph ID. And then let's say the user is sent here, let's say he sent here, hello. And then the agent is gonna respond here, how it's going. Okay, the agent is gonna respond here. We got here the user. And then let's say the user tell this, delete this file. Pass here, delete this file. Pass here this. And then the agent is gonna try to delete the file. We are going to generate first here the graph ID. Okay. And then here, this is the user input. And then as the user passes this, yeah, here's how it works. Sorry, let me get rid of this here. Okay, here's how it works. As you can see, we got here this. We got here the user. The user sends a request. delete a file, delete file. And then what we're gonna do, we are going to take the user input, and then we're gonna pass it to the model. We get here the model, and also we're gonna generate here the graph ID. Generate graph ID. Okay, you can see if I go back here, you can see we have here this line here. Okay, we have here the line existing thread ID. If it exists, we're gonna use it in order to resume the graph. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna generate a graph ID. Okay, then here we're gonna generate graph ID, and then here we are going to give here a response to the user. Okay, we're gonna give approve this. As you can see, we're gonna ask the user to approve. We're gonna show approval car because we're gonna interrupt this operation. And then the user, it's gonna send the existing graph ID. Existing, yeah, it's gonna send here existing graph ID to resume the graph. Okay, because every time we pass an input to the graph, which we're gonna generate a graph ID. Okay, this is the graph ID. And here, as you can see in here, when I'm gonna click here approve, I'm gonna send the existing graph ID. I'm gonna store the data into the child tree. Let me head into the child tree. Yeah, you can see I've passed here another object, a by human loop. Okay, you can see in here we got the ID of the action, and we got here the interrupted ID. The interrupted ID is the ID of the graph. Okay, this is the ID of the graph, the ID that I'm gonna use to resume the graph or to reject a given operation within the graph. When I'm gonna click here, we're gonna send something like this. Let me go here. You can see we're gonna send something like this. If I head into in here, you can see in here we're gonna send the user ID, thread ID. It's gonna be handy. We're gonna send here the user ID, thread ID, message. We aren't gonna send anything for the message because we want to resume the graph. We're gonna send here only this. You can see number of requests, and we're gonna pass here the thread ID. Okay, this thread ID, and we're gonna pass here existing thread ID. This is the ID that I'm gonna use in order to resume the graph because it exists. Okay, every time we interrupt the graph, we send that ID, we store that ID within the child tree so that we can resume the graph. Okay, that's why I pass here this line. You can see, I think you understand the resume decision and existing thread ID. Now, we are going to scroll a bit. You can see pass here this stuff. Okay, you know this. We scroll a little bit here, and then we are going to move on that section here, where we generate the graph ID. If you don't pass a graph ID to the config object right here, you're gonna get an error. You can see I pass here the thread ID. Okay, and then I pass here graph ID. You can see here I'm checking if the user sends the existing thread ID, we're gonna use it. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna create it. It means this is a no operation. Okay, let me pass here a little comment. We're gonna pass here this. I'm passing if graph ID exists, resume the graph. I'm passing it means the user send it. Okay, you get the idea. Now you're gonna pass here again this. Okay, it was like this. We get here the message. It was like this. Okay, you're gonna pass this. It was like this. You can see this is the input. We pass to the graph here. You're gonna pass here if resume. It means the user sent here this payload. If we get here resume here, we're gonna extract it, and I'm gonna check here if we get resume. We're gonna pass here resume decision. We're gonna pass the resume decision, and we're gonna pass here human decision. We're gonna pass it true. Resume payload. We're gonna pass here this. And then inside the graph here, we are going to get access to it because we define here this property, human decision, resume payload. Let's go back here. Okay, you can see passing this. And then we take the thread ID pass in here, like this. Scroll a little bit again, guys. And then you're gonna pass here another condition. You're gonna pass another condition. You know, inside the deep reset agents, we interrupt here this, interrupt here the tool. We send here this custom stream data, interrupt results, and here it is. Now I'm going to check here in the graph if we got here this, if we got, okay, first here you can see I'm going to check if we got here this. If check that interrupt, we return here this data. In the graph, we are going to send here an event to the client. We are going to send an event to the client. Interrupt. We're gonna pass the interrupt results. We get the data from here. We're gonna send here the data. We're gonna send here the existing graph ID. This is the ID that we're gonna use in order to resume the graph. And we're gonna pass here resume. Okay. We are going to take the human loop data. We're gonna store the data into the child tree. You can see I extract here the interrupt ID, the tool name, tool description, arguments, number of actions requests. And then you can see we got here the data here. Okay, because when I'm gonna refresh here the page, we are going to show that. Okay, now let's go back here. Okay, we're gonna go back here into the child controller, and then you're gonna pass it that object. When we interrupt a tool operation, we're gonna store that object into the child tree. We're gonna pass it the status, ID, interrupt ID, tool name, description, args, number of requests. Then you're gonna pass this. We're gonna route to child tree. If I click here, route to child tree too, you're gonna pass this. Okay, you're gonna pass the line, and then we're gonna write into the child tree. You can see I pass the object. Okay, like this. And then here we are going to take here this. Let me show you again here. Okay, we got here this section. Okay, you can see we got here this. Okay, we take the data, we store that into the child tree. Now you can see I pass here in our section. Let me add it. Okay, as you can see, update a human loop status tool. Let's say I click here approve. I'm gonna hide here this. I'm gonna hide the car. We aren't gonna show it. If I head into the child tree, you can see here the status here is equal to true. If I pass here the status to false, it means we already approve the operation or we already reject it. If I refresh here the page, you're gonna see we aren't gonna show it. As you can see, we don't show it. When I'm gonna click approve, we are going to hide it. And you can see now here, we got here this line here in order to modify the status. You can see we got here the section here. I'm gonna add it. Okay, you can see we got a section. I'm gonna check here if the child is free row. I'm gonna take the child tree ID. And then I'm gonna use it in order to update the status. Okay, we're gonna pass here the child tree ID. And then we're gonna update here the status to false here. Yeah, as we're gonna update the status to false, okay, we are going to modify the status here to false, and then we are going to hide the approval car. Okay, let's go back into the child controller. Okay, yeah, like this. Okay, you're gonna pass this section, you're gonna pass this section. Okay, as you can see, we got here this. Okay, we got here this. Okay, and this. And also you're gonna scroll a little bit. As you can see, we got the route to child tree here. You're gonna pass here this human loop. You're gonna pass here the status to false. Okay, why I pass this? You know, let's say I send hello. If I send hello, we're gonna have here something like this. Okay, because because we don't interrupt any operation. If we don't interrupt any operation, we're gonna pass here this by default. Okay, you're gonna pass this. Let's go here. You're gonna pass here human loop status is gonna be here false. If we interrupt an operation, we are going to, if we got here this, okay, we head into the if here, we are going to store here the data within the child tree. Okay, you get the idea. Now let's learn how to create these components. We are going to head into the chart. We're gonna head into first the chart panel. Okay, now inside the chart panel, you can see we got the function right here, send message. This is the function that we use in order to send a message. And as you can see at the bottom here, we are listening here to some events. We are listening to to-do list events. If the agent created to-do, we're gonna know. If it updated to-do, we're gonna know. Okay, if it generate thinking, we're gonna know. We got here this stuff. If it generate a message, we're gonna know. Okay, we are listening here to some events. We're gonna do the same thing for interrupt, data that interrupts, because we sent that event here. Okay, you can see send here interrupt. We send here the interrupt data and the thread ID. And then we're gonna take that, we're gonna pass it, we're gonna push it into the message array. You can see you pass here the thread ID and interrupt data. Let's head into the chat slice. Okay, in here. Now you can see we got that action here. Before I head into the logic, let me show you something. You can see we use the function here, add user and a placeholder, in order to append a placeholder into the mess array. Then you're gonna pass here, by default, you're gonna pass human loop status, you're gonna pass it false, and for the human here, you're gonna pass here this object, human loop status is gonna be false, and for the AA here, you're gonna pass here status is gonna be false. And then we are going to use the add interrupt in order to get access to the last A message within the mess array. I'm going to do this. I'm gonna extract here the thread ID and interrupt data. Then I'm passing this. We are going to take here the tool name, tool description, the arguments, and number of actions requests. We're gonna take that and then we're gonna add it into the last A message. Okay, you know, if we get that event here, interrupt, we're gonna push in data. Okay, we're gonna push in data. Okay, we're gonna push in data, and then we're gonna pass the last A message is equal to this. We're gonna enable human loop. Status is gonna be here true, and action here, instead of the action, we're gonna pass interrupt ID, the thread ID, tool name, tool description, arguments, number of requests. And we are going to take the data that we're gonna send here. When we interrupt, you can see we take that. Yeah, you can see here we take the data and then we send that event to the client. And also we take the data, we pass the data into the child tree. Okay, and then we're gonna pause the graph. And then on the front end, we are going to take the data and then we're gonna use it in order to resume the graph. Okay, this is the data we pass into the mess array. Okay, like this. Only this. You're gonna do only this, and then you're gonna export the function right here. Now, what I wanna show you next is to build the components. Okay, you can see if I head into in here. Okay, you can see this is the components, and you can see this is the child tree. Let me select here this. Okay, you can see we get here this. We are going to pass this object to the message components. Okay, let's head into the chat panel. And you can see this is the message components. What we're gonna do, we're gonna pass it to that object. And as you can see, if I head into the chat slice here, I move at the tab and I click here chat message. We get here this. We have the raw content thinking user ID, thread ID. And I've passed here another object, which is the human loop. Okay, we get here this. We have here the status and the action. Okay, we got all of this in here. Okay, we got here this. Okay, now this is the new shape of the message. Okay, you can see if we interrupt a tool, we're going to store that. We're gonna have something within the action object. If we don't interrupt a tool, we're gonna have something like this. Okay, we're gonna have something like this. Now let's head into in here. Let's head into the message Bible component. Okay, let me go back here. We're going to head into first chat panel. I'm gonna click here, and then you can see at the bottom here, I extract here the human loop object. You can see we get here this. Okay, human loop. We take that and then we pass it to the components. And then inside the component, we have two bar ends. As you can see, we get here two bar ends. Let me move here. You can see we get here approve, we get here approve, and we get here reject. Now we pass here on approve and on reject. Okay, you can see on approve, handle approve, and we pass here on reject, handle reject. Okay, we pass these to function. And then in here, we define these two functions. We got a function here that allows us to approve here an operation. And we got here another one that allows us to reject an operation. Now let's see what we pass here. As you can see, I pass here the child history. I pass the number of actions requests. I pass the thread ID and the type. Okay, I pass here only this. For reject, we're gonna pass here this child history, thread ID, number of actions requests, and type here is gonna be reject. Only this. Now we're gonna try this input. Okay, here's the input that we're gonna try to test if the human loop it's gonna work pretty well. Okay, the reset agent to create a to-do list of 2 random items by Python, then start updating them one by one from pending to in progress period. And after that, after finishing updating all tasks completed, delete the to-do. Okay, this is the input I'm gonna pass. Okay, and I'm gonna take that, and then we're gonna pass in here. Let me first pass hello to see if everything is going well. Okay, yeah, you can see the agent respond here. Let me pass the input. Okay, let's wait a bit. Okay, you can see the agent start working. Okay, the agent start working, guys. And let's wait a bit. Okay, the agent start working. Okay, let me go to the server here. You can see the agent is running here some tools. Okay, it's running some tool. We're gonna wait a bit, and then we're gonna get the results. Okay, yeah, you can see we got here the to-do menu is pop up. Okay, we got here the sidebar. We got here 2 tasks. Okay, you just finished 1 task here. You can see it marked it completed. Okay, mark it completed. Now let's see here another task here. Okay, actually I think the deep reset agent is working on the second task. It's working on the second task. When it's gonna finish, it's gonna update it. Okay, yeah, you can see the second task getting in progress. You can see actually we get in progress. And then you finish. Now it's gonna try to attempt to delete a file. Okay, you can see finish. Now it's gonna try to delete the file. Okay, you can see we interrupt here the agents. As you can see, we interrupt it. And here you can see actually we pause here the graph. You can see we pause the graph. Now we need to resume the graph. Let me click here, approve. And as I click here, approve, we're going to delete the file. Okay, we approve here the graph. Okay, you can see it's gonna continue working as we approve, then they're gonna delete the file. Okay, and now you can see the agent finished working. It finished working in here, guys. You can see it finished working. To-do list created. Okay, we got here this, and then here finally delete the file. Deleted the to-do file. Workspace is clean. Okay, it finished in here. And this is how we can implement human loop. Okay, now try to practice to see if it's gonna work. Try to practice, guys, and then you're gonna build it. You're gonna implement human loop. Okay, and that's pretty much it, guys, for this section. I hope you enjoy, and I see you in the next one. Alright, guys, now we're gonna work on the repo panel. So what is the goal of the repo panel? The goal of the repo panel is to display a repo generated by the deep reset agents. As you can see, we can pass an input to the deep reset agents and then go ahead and generate here ladder reports here. And then it's gonna pull them together in order to generate the final reports. Okay, and once we got here the final reports, we're gonna return it to the user and the user can read it. In order to understand this pretty better, I'm gonna pass an input to that agent here, and then you're gonna see it works. I'm gonna create here this. Let me head into the session here, and then I'll pass you this. Okay, as the researcher, you can see as the researcher, I wanna see the contents of this file. At the backend, we got here this file. We got the file here. Yeah, you can see he generated reports here. Okay, I'm not sure how to do it. Okay, when the deep reset agent is gonna finish working, it's gonna generate reports. Okay, it's gonna pass in here. Let me show you how to do it. So let's go on the backend here. And we got here file system tool. We're gonna head into FS tools. Okay, here's FS tool. Let me head into FS tools. first tools. Okay, now inside the first tool, you can see we got a bunch of tools in here. At the bottom, you can see we got raw file, read file, edit file. Now I'm going to add something into the tool here, read file. Let's click here. You can see this is the tool, read file. You're gonna pass in our property, tool config. Okay, you're gonna pass in our parameter to config, and then in order to stream the contents of a given file, you're gonna pass here this line here. Okay, tool config that's rather final reports. You're gonna pass the file name and contents like this. Okay, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna pass here only this show final reports. Default value here is gonna be no here, and you're gonna pass it at the bottom here. Show final reports. Default value is gonna be here no. And when the agent is gonna pass here the value of yes, we are going to stream the data. We're gonna return it. Okay. Let me head into the deep reset agents. I want to show you something that I've passed to the system prompt. You can see we got here step A, we got step A here. Okay, we got step A. I've added here step A. Use the read file tool to read the whole file reports. To show the final report to the user, invoke read file tool by passing this input. Show final report is equal to yes. Yes as value. Step 9. If the user want to see the contents of a given file, use read file tool by passing this input. Show final report equal yes as value. Okay, like this. Just add this, and then the deep reset agents are gonna do it. Okay, if you ask the deep reset agents to read a file, okay, you want to read a given file, it's gonna use here, it's gonna pass here show final report to yes. And then we're gonna stream here the contents of a given file. Now let's head into the chat controller. Okay, we're gonna head into the chat controller, and then we're gonna pass here this line. As you can see, I pass here. You can see I'm checking here if we got final reports. If we have your final reports, we are going to send that event to the clients. And we're gonna pass here the file name and the contents. As you can see, I pass the file name, change the file name and content. If I go back here, pass here file name and contents like this. And we just finish in here. Now we are going to head into the chat panel. Okay, let's head into the chat panel. And inside the chat panel, you can see we got a section here, data. Okay, you can see data.report. If I got here this data, I'm going to take here the payload. I'm gonna clear the to-do first. And then I'm gonna show here, I'm gonna pass the data to the function. Show reports. Let me click here. Okay, you can see we got in here. This is an array passing the file name and content. We got the array right here. Now I'm gonna head into the component folder. You can see we got here agent UI. Now this is the panel that the agents can use in order to display a reports MD. Okay, this is the components. Okay, the agent's gonna pass here only the contents. Let me get rid of this. It's gonna pass here on the contents. You can see we extract the data from the reports array here, and then we take that, we pass in here. I use here convert markdown to text. Okay, I use the components, and I use the component into the chat message bubble. I use it in here too. I pass in here, and then we are going to format this markdown. Okay, if we get into the report.md, you can see pass in here. Okay, and then we're gonna see something like this. Okay, you can see we got this stuff here. I'm gonna click here, and let me remove everything in the memory, and then let's try to pass here these inputs again here. Okay, here's the input. You can read it immediately. Okay, the agent's gonna try to read the file again. Okay, yeah, you can see read it. He read it, guys. Okay, as you can see read it, we got the file into the deep research. Okay, you can see we got here this. We got here Python. We got here this file. Python to-do list task.md. Okay, let me ask the agent to read the file here. Okay, we're gonna get here this stuff. Let's say pass here Ben, and then I'm pass here Ben. Yeah, let's pass here Ben is a programmer. something like this. Now let me ask the agent to read a file. Let's pass here this input. Now I'm pass here, yeah, here's the input. Let me copy it. And then I'm passing here. Okay, ask the researcher, I want to see the contents of this file in researches folder. I'm gonna pass here this is the name of the file. We're gonna take that. And then I'm gonna pass it to the agent. Let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, let's see what we're gonna have here. Okay, we're gonna open the array immediately. Oh yeah, you can see we open it again. You can see you get his file name. Ben is a programmer. Yeah, cool guys. That's beautiful and amazing. And that's pretty much it, guys, for this video. I hope you enjoy. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.